Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism.
How are you doing?
How we doing there, gorgeous? All right, I want to try your black-eyed pea hummus.
Okay.
I also want to do sesame kale salad.
Large or small?
Large.
Okay.
And what is tempeh? What is that?
Tempeh is cultured soy.
It's cultured soy. Let me go with I'm gonna try it. The smothered.
The tempeh?
How we doing there, gorgeous? How we doing there, gorgeous? How we doing there, gorgeous? I attended 3 predominantly white colleges. How we doing there, gorgeous? I went to Millersville University in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, predominantly white. How we doing there, gorgeous? Lehigh University, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, predominantly white. How we doing there, gorgeous? Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, predominantly white. How we doing there, gorgeous? There were white girls who were attracted to me in undergrad. How we doing there, gorgeous? There were white girls who were attracted to me in graduate school. How we doing there, gorgeous? There were white girls attracted to me in my doctoral program. How we doing there, gorgeous? I've always had white women who were interested in a romance with the Prince of Pan Africanism. How we doing there, gorgeous? I've always had that. They bought me clothes. They slid stuff under my door. They invited me out to dinner. They offered me cookies from their cookie jar. How we doing there, gorgeous? They left cards on my desk in the middle of class for everybody to see it. Yes, I had white women pursue me at every level of education. How we doing there, gorgeous? Did I date a single one? I did not. Did I disrespect them? I did not. I respect all human beings. I respect all human beings. But I did not date any of them. Were some of them attractive? Absolutely. How we doing there, gorgeous? Some of them were built just like black women. How we doing there, gorgeous? Some of them grew up with black women. How we doing there, gorgeous? Those white women were not unattractive at all. How we doing there, gorgeous? 5'5", thick in the thighs, but they were Caucasian. How we doing there, gorgeous? They were 5'5", thick in the thighs, but they were Caucasian. They were 5'5", thick in the thighs, but they were Caucasian. How we doing there, gorgeous? And I did not have intercourse with any of them. Ever. Ever. How we doing there, gorgeous? Okay.
I done found condoms, alcohol bottles all over the place. This is not the drink spot.
Cows, horses, chickens.
The loosey-goosey. You the loosey-goosey. You I'm gonna go to the pet store and I'm gonna get about 50 baby mice. And the minute one of you Negroes starts squealing about election day, I'm gonna throw a mice on your ass. Black pigs.
All right, thank y'all so much for tuning on in. We got a lot to get into today. Cookie Quartet's Undefeated. Let's get going here, shall we?
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank y'all so very, very much for tuning on in today. Today, for the record, it's February 6, 2025, and that marks the 6-year anniversary since Umar acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. We will be doing, and it's official, we will be doing a marathon live stream. It's probably about 6 hours on Saturday. Sometime around noonish, sometime I'll set it up. Probably set it up tonight or early tomorrow morning. And I want to encourage everyone to tune on in. We'll be going through 3 videos that Umar released 6 years ago. 6 years ago, one of the videos was a school announcement video. One of the videos was a school promo video. And the third video was an outside tour of these abandoned buildings. And here we are 6 years later. Not one child has been educated. Umar stated that the renovations were complete in 2023. Renovations are not complete. He lied about that. He lies about everything. He's not even close to renovations being complete. He already has things set up to where he has an excuse as to why the school has not been opened. One of the things that he's going to be trying to promote, and he's already talked about it about a year in advance, is that when he puts in the certificate of occupancy, he's going to be denied because of racism or white supremacy or because of prejudice, etc. And then he stated that he's going to have to do a court case to fight against the city. How do you come up with that in advance of even getting close to actually putting in an application for a certificate of occupancy? See, the truth of the matter is that Umar already has lined up excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. And he's trained his followers to give excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. And then when you present to them facts after facts after facts after facts and evidence and evidence and evidence and evidence from Umar's own words, videos, online records from the IRS, they can't deal with it. Let me provide you guys with a receipt to start. We got quite a bit to get to here today. Here is the document, and I was the one that broke this story back in February of 2019. And I broke this, I actually was the first person to share this actual document. And there's people that have come across it more recently. There's people who came across it a year ago, 2 years ago. I came across it back in February of 2019, and I was the one that showed it, and I was the first person to show it. And this is a deed. Okay, so if you look on here, there's a parcel number there, and these are the 2 properties up there in Wilmington, Delaware. 2602940 028, 2602940 027. The properties are on 2 parcels, one parcel on one side of the street, another parcel on the other side of the street. Prepared by Ward and Taylor LLC. That's in Wilmington, Delaware. There is a P.O. box there. It should say FDMG, but it says FSMG Academy, Inc. P.O. box, and there's a P.O. box right there. I don't want to promote it. And this deed made the 6th day of February. Today, of course, is the 6th day of February 2025. This deed made this 6th day of February in the year 2019. My goodness, it's been 6 years. 6 years and not one child's been educated. 6 years, and at the very least, I proved this yesterday. I'm thinking maybe I should prove it again today. We had a caller called in, Umar Johnson defender, with excuses. And I proved conclusively, without a shadow of a doubt, that Umar has raised at least $2 million, but my best estimate is $2.6, $2.7 million. So since acquiring these abandoned buildings, Umar continues to raise money. He spends $400,000 allegedly, because he never provides any proof. That's based on my research, $400,000 for these abandoned buildings. And then where's the rest of this money? There's at least, at the very minimum, $1.6 million that's missing. Now we can say, well, Umar said that the blueprints cost him $20,000. He said that the HVAC cost him $50,000. He did spend about, I think it was $60,000 for electric work many, many years ago. Okay, let's just take $200,000 off the top. Okay, we'll just give Umar the benefit of the doubt. There's still about $1.4 million missing. And if you think about it, it's not difficult to run through $1.4 million over the course of 11 years. Think about it. It's about $140,000 a year. Again, Umar, he doesn't have his own home. He's traveling around the world. It's very expensive. He rents cars, very expensive. He has a substance abuse problem issue. They're very expensive. Umar has a gambling problem, very expensive. He likes to eat out all the time. He's gluttonous, very expensive. He likes to have the dashikis, very expensive over time. He has child support, very expensive, at least 3 baby mamas, at least 3 baby mamas, at least 3. Count them. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. At least 1, 2, 3 baby mamas. And there's more I can say on this in terms of money and where it has gone. But the point that I'm making is he's still collecting money to this day. There's at least $1.6 million unaccounted for, but let's just say $1.4 million unaccounted for. And Umar continues to raise money to this day, 6 years after acquiring these abandoned buildings on February 6th of 2019. And he's not even close to having renovations complete, let alone open up a full functional school. He stated that the renovations were done back in 2023. The guy is a habitual liar. At some point, people are going to have to realize the truth who still believe in this foolishness. And then when I present the facts, online records, when I present the facts, receipt after receipt, videos, audio recordings of Umar from his own words, and I prove my point time and time again that Umar Johnson is a scam artist and a charlatan, you Umar Johnson followers, what do? You issue ad hominem attacks and you get to lying. We're going to clear a couple of things up on that front too. It's not really necessary because I already proved my point, but I also want to prove the point. When you're that desperate to defend your cult leader and you have to lie on people who are telling the truth, you also have to look at yourself. So this deed from 2019 between Umar's organization, FDMG, and K-12 Delaware LLC, a Delaware, I can't really see that, limited liability company, party of the first part, and Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RBG International Leadership Academy, Inc., a corporation of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania party of the second part, witness it that the said party of the first part for and in consideration of the sum of $10.00, $10, and other good and viable consideration, lawful money of the United States of America, the receipt whereof, and hereby acknowledge, hereby grant and convey unto the said party of the second part its successors and assigns in fee simple, 610 East 17th Street, Wilmington, Delaware. This is one of the parcels right here. Okay. And it says 260294028. 4028. Okay, again, the properties are set on 2 separate parcels. And then it says all that certain lot piece of parcel of land with the improvements thereon erected, situated in the city of Wilmington, Newcastle, and state of Delaware, known as 610 East 17th Street as follows, to wit, beginning at the point in this southeasterly boundary of Pine Street and 50th Street wide, which point in blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so this document, it's been circulating, but I want to reiterate that I was the one that broke this story back in February of 2019. There's still people who are finding it these days, and they think, just like I thought, that Umar purchased these abandoned buildings for just $10. No, it's more of a placement. The other thing is that by doing it this way, he doesn't have to disclose to the general public, and it doesn't become public record in that sense, the actual purchase price. Now, could it have been $10? Yes. But if you look, there's other goods and viable consideration. It's more like a placeholder, lawful money in the United States. So there's more involved here. It's just that Umar doesn't provide transparency. And so that's why people really don't know. But based upon my research, $400,000, it could be much less than that. It could be more than that. But the point is the lack of transparency. There's a lot of money that's missing. That's the point that I want to make here. So I wanted to share this with everyone because today actually marks the 6-year anniversary of Umar acquiring these abandoned buildings. And here we are all these years later, and not one black child has been educated. Umar traveling around the world. He's rarely up there, and he still continues to ask for money for a school that does not exist. He's a scam artist. Now, this being said and this being shared, we're going to come back to this when we do the marathon on Saturday, because I'm going to give complete coverage of the videos that Umar released back in the day, back in February of 2019, when he made the announcement that he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. He never showed this document, though. I had this document prior to him even making the school announcement. but he never actually shown this document. No transparency whatsoever. Okay, we got quite a bit to get into. We have the videos from yesterday. There's two. I want to get through those today, but we also want to address some of the things that have come up though too. When we did the live stream, we had someone called in, one of Umar Johnson followers, and she got to lying. So I want to go ahead and deal with that. And it's not about her. It's really about Umar Johnson followers when they can't deal with the truth, and then what they resort to doing, and lying and casting aspersions on people. And in essence, the way I look at it is just it's indicative of the truth that you're unwilling to admit that I have told the truth. And so what do? You get to lying. Okay. All right. So I want to do this to start. So the caller that we had in yesterday, if we want to call it a debate, I swept the floor. Okay, if we want to call it that, I don't even necessarily call it that because it wasn't necessarily from. You would think that in a debate it's point by point. It has to be an intellectual process. There's no ad hominem, no red herrings, these types of things. And the question that I'd raised for Umar Johnson followers is: do you have what reason or excuse can you provide as to why it is that after 6 years Umar has not actually opened up this school? And the caller was talking about how he didn't have enough money. So she's blaming the donors. And what I said is very simple. The logic stream is very simple. I asked, okay, well, how much money did he raise? Ultimately, she couldn't give an answer. And so the logic, therefore, is how can someone say that Umar Johnson has not raised enough money if they do not know how much money Umar Johnson has raised? You see what I'm saying? So logic and reason. So we go on and on and on. Ultimately, I start to bring up receipts, and I prove that Umar, based upon his own words, he had collected at least $1 million. He had collected $1 million by the end of 2016, and also have him on record saying that he collects about $125,000 a year. And so, therefore, if we go 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and then now we're getting 25, but we're going to go with 8. It actually comes up to, if you take 8 years at 125,000, it comes up to another $1 million. So if you take $1 million going up to the end of 2016 and all the money that Umar has collected based upon his own words from 2017 to 2020 through 2024, that's another $1 million, $1 million plus $1 million, $2 million, at least $2 million. My best estimate is 2.6. But the point is that she said that he was looking for $2 million and he didn't get $2 million. Umar has raised at least $2 million. Okay. So once it's over with, and I provided the receipts during yesterday's live stream. I could do it again today, but I don't want to belabor. We got plenty to get into today. The young lady, she got upset. She started raising her voice and cursing. I had to calm her down because I'm not going to go back and forth with Umar Johnson followers. I'm not going to be yelling at you and cursing at you. I'm not going to do that. That's what Umar Johnson does. He's emotionally immature and he lacks emotional discipline. Okay. The other thing is I'm not going to be going back and forth and arguing with the woman. I don't argue with my wife. I'm not going to be online arguing with another woman. It's just not going to happen. Okay. So I calmed her down and we kept going. But then she goes to casting aspersions. And what does she do? She issues ad hominem attacks. And one of the things she said, well, what about your you being evicted? Now, one of the things that Umar Johnson followers, what they used to do is they used to make up all kinds of stories about me, my wife, my extended family members, and my children too, for that matter. And this is something, it's a pattern of behavior. And so these Umar Johnson followers, they had brought this up a long time ago, not realizing that the person that they're referring to and what they were looking at online, I'm looking at it right now, it's actually my father. So I'm gonna prove something to y'all. The other thing too is me and my wife, we have talked about in the past, we talked about how there was a time we were living with family members and they were dealing drugs out of the house. I stood up against it. I was thoroughly against it. And there was some back and forth and, family drama stuff. And ultimately, family members said, no, you got to get out of here. Now, was it an official eviction? No, no paperwork was filed, nothing going through the courts, nothing like that. No paper served. I was basically a letter that said, listen, you just got to get your ass up out of here. Okay. And so we end up moving. And thank God, because it was not a few months, maybe about 6 months later, there was a home invasion at that same residence and 3 people were shot. My little brother, we call it his little brother because we knew him since we were kids. My little brother, Butch, he passed away. Rest in peace. He was murdered. There was a blood from LA that had moved in because they were dealing drugs and doing all kind of crazy shit. I was so against that. There was a blood that had moved in while we were there, and he was from Los Angeles. He was shot. He was able to escape the house though. Ran across the street, collapsed on the front porch of the neighbor across the street, and he dies there. 2 people died. And then a third person was shot. And this is one of my old homeboys from junior high school and high school. I ain't gonna say his name, but he came to the Lord after that. So he's doing fantastic. I'm really proud of him. But he was shot in the leg, and yeah, he had to walk with a cane ever since, because they blew out his calf muscle. Now, there's other people, family members that were there too, and other people that were there too, but by the grace of God, their life was spared. Now, if we hadn't been kicked out, again, it wasn't an actual eviction. I mean, I could call it that, but I'm talking about going through the process of evicting someone. It wasn't like through the courts or anything like that. It wasn't even legitimate. But ultimately, we just moved. We shouldn't have been there anyway, past a certain point. Now, I'm telling this story because the way I look at it these days is, even though, and this is just being real, my family members chose dealing the drugs over us staying there. It probably saved my life. It probably saved my wife's life. And it probably saved my two oldest sons' life. See how God works? The point that I'm making here is that wasn't an actual eviction. So when the lady actually brings up LenonHonor having an eviction, she's talking about my father, whose name is LenonHonor Jr. So I'm gonna provide these receipts for you all. So you Umar Johnson followers, you guys are a trip. You really are. You can't deal with the facts and you can't deal with the receipts. So what do is you lie. That's what you all do. But you know what? Umar does the same thing. Let me show you guys something right here. You can find that this is all public record. Evictions are public record. And that's why no one's going to find a public record of me being evicted, because I've never been evicted. Okay. Now, we were kicked out. You can call it that. In fact, I think we used to call it that back in the day, but it wasn't like an official one. It's just get your ass up out of here. Okay. My name is Lenon Sherman Honor. I'll say it again. Lenon Sherman Honor. Sherman comes from what I remember, the man who raised my father, LenonHonor Sr., he had a friend, a best friend named Sherman. Okay, that's from what I remember. That's why I have the middle name Sherman. I have the name Lenon. Okay, so we have my grandfather. He's not my biological grandfather. He's the one that raised my father. His name is LenonHonor Sr. And then my father would be what? LenonHonor Jr. My father didn't have a middle name. He has Jr. Okay. I don't know if my grandfather, rest in peace, if he actually had a middle name or not. I do have his here, because I brought it up. I'll pull that out in just a moment. So you have LenonHonor Sr., you have LenonHonor Jr., and then you have me, Lenon Sherman Honor. Make sense? So let's go and look at the receipts, shall we? Let me do a screen share. At some point, you Umar Johnson, because see, you guys have been doing this for such a long time. I usually don't address it, but I think yesterday it's a benchmark show, because it goes to show you what I mean by that. It's like a classic. It goes to show you the depths that these Umar Johnson followers have gone, calling me gay, calling my wife a lesbian, talking bad about my kids and how they look, and how talking bad about my extended family members. I don't even understand why that's even necessary. The truth is the truth. I tell the truth about Umar. Never lie, but you're going to lie on me. Let me share this receipt with y'all. Check this out. Y'all see this? This is all public record. This is what they're referring to. This is LenonHonor Jr. Okay, I'm LenonHonor III. My father is LenonHonor Jr. His father, the man who raised him, is LenonHonor Sr. By the way, my father's biological father, and I met him too. His last name was Jones. His name was Marion Jones. And but my grandmother, she was out doing her thing, because Marion, he was in the Navy, and LenonHonor Sr. was in the Navy too. So when one would go away, she would go out and play. So her first two children were by Marion Jones. and then her second two children were by LenonHonor Sr. But LenonHonor Sr., because he was honorable like that, he ended up taking all the children and just raised them as his own. So shout out to him for doing that. Okay, so the point is that if things had worked out differently, my last name really should have been Jones. It just didn't work that way. Okay, my last name is Honor. I'm LenonHonor III. My father's LenonHonor Jr. And then my grandfather, and that's the one that I actually used to be around from time to time. He would come over to the house, was LenonHonor Sr. Marion Jones didn't come around until much later on. In fact, as the story's told, they didn't find out that Marion Jones was my father's father. This is weird, until after they gave birth to me. Because what ended up happening is they was down, from what I remember the stories, they was down in Tijuana, which is on the border of San Diego, and they were at a racetrack. And there was a guy there, and my mama was looking at him, and my dad looked at him, and she was like, "That guy looks like Lenon," meaning me. And so come to find out, that was my father's father and biological father. And that was my biological father. Now, I don't know about the veracity of that story, because you know how in families they tell tales and stuff gets stretched out, but that's what I was told. Okay. Anyway, that's Marion Jones. Okay. I met him later on, but he wasn't around as much. It was mainly we would go and visit LenonHonor Sr. Okay, rest in peace to my grandfather and both of my grandfathers. All right. Okay, so let's go back to this receipt. So you see here, it says LenonHonor Jr., and then there's opposing party, the Cal West Property Management, and then there's LenonHonor Jr., Cal West Property Management, and this is all public record. LenonHonor Jr., you guys can look this up yourself if you want to. Cal West Property Management, and then LenonHonor Hoffman Stewart B. I looked at this person is as deceased. I researched this. And this is all dealing with some property issue. Okay. Now, people said that it's an eviction. It doesn't. I don't think I saw that it said an eviction, but I'm going to assume that it has something to do with that he was evicted, but he wouldn't leave. Okay. Again, I wasn't there. I don't know. I haven't talked to my dad about any of this stuff. And look at the date that it was filed, 1996. Okay. So there's a filing January 2nd, 1996. There's a filing March 6, 1996. There's a filing October 16th, 1996. And there's a filing, what is that? November 12th, 1996. Now, in 1996, I wasn't even living in San Diego. I graduated high school in 1993. And right after that, I started college at the University of California, Irvine in 1993. And I was there for 5 years, 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997. And actually, I went into 1998. I wasn't even living in San Diego at that time. Furthermore, if you guys look carefully there, what does it say? Does it say Lenon S. Honor? No, it says LenonHonor Jr. That's my father. So you're not going to find a public record of me having an eviction because I've never been evicted. But see, the irony of you Umar Johnson followers, you guys have said all kinds of stuff about me, that we were evicted, we were on Section 8 housing, never been on Section 8 housing. I do know this, Umar has been evicted. I'm going to pull up the receipts today. I'm going to show you. See, oftentimes what you guys do is when people call Umar out, you defend Umar, but then you project Umar's issues onto other people. Umar, not only was he evicted twice from his own residence, when he started living with his mama, she got evicted too, and he was living there. Now, they resolved the eviction for the mama, thank goodness. It's Section 8 housing. And the first time Umar was facing eviction, he was able to resolve the issue. The second time, I don't think he was able to resolve the issue. And you can look at the evidence in terms of the videos and the backdrop when you see Umar talking, and you see it changes after he got that second eviction in 2019. How do you collect $1 million by 2016 and you're getting evicted in 2019? See, Umar is homeless, and he has been homeless since 2019. And people say, well, on the thumbnail, You said that he was evicted twice. It shows evicted twice, and he's been homeless since 2019. But then you also said that there's an eviction from 2020 to 2020, I think it is. I'm not going to pull it up because that's the mama's one. Well, that's because he was living with his mama, and he's not supposed to be living there. It's Section 8 housing. He's still homeless. He's not on any of that paperwork. That's why he's been living in and out of hotel rooms since 2019. This guy's been homeless for the last 6 years. He doesn't manage money properly. He doesn't take care of bills. He doesn't pay his rent on time when he had rent. And y'all think he's going to open up a school? See, if you can't manage your basics in your life at the age of 50, how do you expect that this guy's going to somehow open up a school? It's been 6 years since he acquired these abandoned buildings. It's been almost 11 years since he started raising money for the St. Paul's College. It's been 15 years since he posted that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. It's been 20 years since he conceptualized FDMG. What are you guys talking about, you Umar Johnson father? Now, this show ain't about you guys, but I'm going to set the record straight. So I always come with facts and I come with receipts. Okay. So I showed this Lenon. Now, someone said, well, how do we know that you're not LenonHonor Senior? Well, let's go ahead and let's take a look at a couple of things. Let's go right here first. You see this album, I've talked about this in the past. This was an album that my father did. And I remember when he did it because I was a child. And I remember I started writing lyrics to songs while he was working on this album. And I remember he had taken some of the lyrics and he had gave me a notebook and I was writing. I remember one of the first song that I wrote was something like The Light or something like that. And it had to do with like stars. I was a little kid. But anyway, I remember he took those lyrics and he took it and they had them typed up. Back then we had typewriters. He had them typed up and then brought it back to me. And that really made me feel so good as a child. Okay. One of the best memories that I have with my father. But if you look right here, it says Love and Hunger. That's the title of the album. I remember all these songs. I actually have all these songs. You can actually find these songs on YouTube. In fact, this album sells for like $200 these days because over in Europe, it's very, very popular. And Love and Hunger, you see a trumpet there. My father played the trumpet. He played the trombone. He played the keyboard and he played the flute. Okay. And if you look right there, it says LenonHonor Jr. Does it say Lenon S. Honor or Lenon Sherman Honor or LenonHonor Senior? No, it says LenonHonor Jr. Now, is that me? No, that's not me. That's my father. That's why when you go over here, you Umar Johnson followers, you'll see it says LenonHonor Jr. And again, this is 1996. I wasn't even living in San Diego at that time. I was living in Irvine, California. Okay. In fact, you can't see it here. And I was looking for a copy. I wish I could find a copy, but there's a dedication here too. And it does say my father's children on here. And my name is on there. Okay. It doesn't say Lenon S. Honor. It just says Lenon, like sons and then daughters. And there's controversy associated with this because I don't think my father put my oldest sister on here because she has a different father. And that was really, really hurtful and spiteful. If memory serves me correctly, because there was controversy. Now, I would be able to, because this is such a long time ago, I can't really remember, but I thought that there was an issue with that. And this was on Hermosa Records. In fact, that guy over there in the picture that you see standing next to my father, his name was CJ, and he was real flamboyant and like, he used to wear gold and, you know, he like a real, like he would go out to because that's when my dad used to start going out to clubs and just had a real gravitational personality. I remember him from back in the day. His name was CJ. But that's my father right there. And there's several tracks on that album and you guys can actually find this stuff online. Okay. All right. So I want to show you guys something else. There is a video too online because my father also used to play. He played with Ike Turner, you know, Ike and Tina Turner. And in 1999, he was at the Piazza Blues in Bellinzona. I don't even know where that's at, in Spain or something like that. I have no idea. But this is my father playing the trombone right here. This is LenonHonor Jr. Okay, that's not me. I don't know how to play the trombone. Okay, my main instrument is the flute. Here is Ike Turner. Okay. There's other, let's see. I don't know who the trumpet player is or the bass player, but my father, they show him a couple of times on here. Hold on one second, y'all. Yeah, I may have skipped over it. But anyway, let me just go. Yeah, then there was a white lady came out, the Snow Bunny crisis. Yeah, don't tell Umar. She wasn't doing as good as Tina Turner, I'll tell you that right now. But anyway, my father, he actually appears in here a couple of times, but I showed you guys one example. And this is 1999. This is not me in 1999. All right. Hold on one second. Yeah, here he is right here. Yeah, he's playing the trombone. Yeah, you really can't see. But anyway, you guys can look this up for yourself. Ike Turner and the Ikettes, Piazza Blues, Bellinzona in 1999. Keep that date in mind. All right. So the other thing too is if we look down and we scroll down here, look at the lineup. What does it say? It says lineup Ike Turner and LenonHonor Jr. It doesn't say Lenon S. Honor, which would be me. It says LenonHonor Jr. That's my father. McKinley Johnson, Joseph Kelly, Paul Smith, Lee Miles, Tony Kornman, Katrina Lyons, Jeanette Turner, Jana Bell, and Nina Hill. Okay. You guys don't fuck with me because I have all the receipts. Okay, you Umar Johnson followers, you can lie as much as you want to. You can lie over and over again. But at the end of the day, I have the receipts and I have the facts and I can provide it to you guys easily. All right. There's my father right here. And this is in 1999. I did not look like that in 1999. I don't look like that in 2025. No disrespect. Okay. But that's my daddy. Okay. All right. There's a couple other things I just want to go through real quick, and then we're going to get into the actual receipts of Umar and his eviction. So you Umar Johnson followers, you can lie about me, but I'll just pull up the receipts and prove it. Now, my uncle, my father's brother, passed away late last year, and here is the obituary for it right now. His name was Lavelle. I remember him. Lavelle, March 3rd, 1958. And then September, and he has a different father. His actual father is LenonHonor Sr. And you can even tell because of the nose, because his biological father, LenonHonor Sr., his nose was wider. And then my father's nose is more slim. And I get my nose from my mama on my mama's side. But his father is LenonHonor Sr. My father's biological father is Marion Jones. But if you look right here, it says Lavelle Thomas Honor was born March 3rd, 1958 in San Diego, California to Dorothy M. Honor. That's my grandmother. I think it's Dorothy May. And LenonHonor Sr. You see, that will be my grandfather. Okay, not biological grandfather, but he's the one I'll always call. And they spelled his name wrong. Y'all need to get this shit right. Says he was the youngest of their 4 children. Okay, there's Lucretia Marion Honor. Interesting enough, I didn't realize that until right now. Lucretia, and I remember her too. She was real cool. She used to buy us books and stuff. She lived in, I think it was in Oregon. She was a lesbian. Lucretia, and I'm just saying it just because it ain't no big deal. Lucretia Marion is my biological grandfather's first name. I just realized that her name was Marion. So they gave her Lucretia, but we call her Lucretia. And then Marion, Ross said Marion Jones. Okay. And then LenonHonor Jr. That's not me. That's my father. Okay. I'm Lenon Sherman Honor. And then Deborah Honor. That's the youngest one. Okay. So Marion, Lucretia and my dad have a different father, and then Deborah and Lavelle have their biological father is allegedly, I don't know, because my grandma, but she was out there. Their biological father is LenonHonor Sr. But that's why I have the name Lenon, okay? Because it comes down this line right here: LenonHonor Sr., LenonHonor Jr., and then Lenon Sherman Honor. Okay, so that's that, and then here is a picture of my grandmama right here. This is my dad's mom. She had red hair. They called her Red, and that's Dorothy May Honor. Okay, I'm just showing it just to show it. And then here is her obituary right here. And you look right here, it'll tell you the love of her life, LenonHonor. I don't even know if she had to have been married. But by the time he got close to passing away, he had side piece, a younger lady. Dorothy went on to marry her best friend and love of her life, LenonHonor Sr. And the union 4 children were born: Lucretia Marion Honor, LenonHonor Jr. Okay, that's my dad, and Deborah Denise Honor and Lavelle Thomas Honor. All right. I think I've proven my point here. you Umar Johnson followers, you guys can lie as much as you want to, but I will always come with the receipts. One last thing I just want to show you all here before we get into receipts on Umar. This is Ike Turner in 1999. Remember that date? And this was they were in Piazza Governo Bellinzona, Switzerland. So they were in Switzerland, actually. And I think this is the first set, the second set, and the third set. But if you look down here, I know it's small. It'll tell you some of the people that were in the band: Ike Turner and who? LenonHonor Jr. That's not me. That's my father. All right. Okay. I just want to clear that up. Did I clear it up? Quick cross chat. Just goes to show you guys, Umar Johnson, you guys have been lying about me for such a long time. You know, the other thing too is that even if I had an eviction, that has nothing to do with Umar being a scammer. See, but people will use that because that's what these Umar Johnson followers years ago, they used to bring up all these lies and they would circulate them over and over and over again. And then people, they believe it and they never provide any receipts. Well, I just proved conclusively that all of that was a lie. Just like I've already proven that Umar Johnson has raised at least $2 million. At least my best estimate is 2.6, 2.7. All right, hit the one if I made that clear. And I think I got through everything. Let me just make sure before we move on here. Okay, again, all this is public record. Umar Johnson, y'all need to learn how to do some damn research. See, Umar, he's not a researcher. He claims to be a scholar, but he don't have no research. See, and you all don't either. Because if you did, you would have the facts. Yeah, I shouldn't even have to be doing this, but I had to do it. Why not? Okay. All right, let's reset here. Thank you all so much, everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. I appreciate y'all. Again, I'm not perfect. Okay, but don't lie. It's just not necessary. Okay, you guys call me out on other stuff. I get it, you know, and I accept all the failures and I own up to it. I'm not like an Umar and blame everybody else. I own up to it. But you ain't got to lie to kick it. Ain't necessary. Okay, thanks, Brian, for being here. Black Wolf, shout out Janita Borum, Jonathan. Before we get into this, let me give some shout outs. Sigmund, much respect. Indian Summer, Swaggo, Dito. How's it going, DD? Crystal Clear, family. B1. Crystal Clear. Southern Happiness, Elizabeth. Golden Child. By the way, this right here, this is my great grandmother. This is Dorothy May's mama. Okay. And this is because I went and got all this stuff and I just grabbed a couple of pictures. It was in storage, and not storage, but it was downstairs. And this is my mama's grandfather. He was from Africa. Where I've been telling y'all about Africa. He immigrated here from Africa. So yes, I am part tether. Okay. We don't have any pictures of his wife. His name was Francisco Pires Andrade. We don't have any pictures of his wife because she passed away relatively early on in life. And I actually met him when I was a really, really young child because he lived to allegedly 104 years old or 106 or something like that. There's a debate amongst the family members exactly how much how long he lived, but it's 104 to 106 or something like that. But that's this would be my great grandfather from Africa. They came over from the Cape Verde Islands. He came from Fogo, and my grandmother, my great grandmother, she came from Praia. Okay. All right, real quick, because I couldn't find the obituary for see, this is us way back in the day. That's when this is where we moved to after the whole situation where we basically got kicked out. I mean, I used to call it an eviction, but it wasn't like a formal eviction. It's just basically one of my family members said, get the fuck out. And we did. And thank God that we did because there was a home invasion. It was drug related too, because they was dealing drugs over state lines and shit. And I was so opposed to that. Not to go here, but I told family members, I said, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Somebody's going to end up dead. And I gave the name. And that's the person, one of the people that died that day. See, that's why to this day, I don't deal with drugs. I don't deal with alcohol, none of that shit. And I tell my kids the same thing. See, you got to live better. You got to do better. Now, all my family members these days, they're doing great. They're doing better than me. But that was a very trying time for everyone. But see, that just goes to show you, we always got to do right. And thank God that my relative, that they kicked us out, because we probably would not be here today. So that's how I look at it. See, so I don't want to go here, but God works in different ways. You know, people can take that differently. Wow, why the family member do that? I don't look at it like that. I look at it like, wait a minute, you saved our life, but I knew some shit was coming down. I already knew. See, this is my baby, my oldest daughter right here. I forgot I had this picture. This This is me. This is at that same house with the same baby girl, but I'm looking all goofy. Remember yesterday I was talking, I was getting emotional because this is the time I miss those days. I really do. I don't. This is someone that from my anyway. Let me. There's something. Oh, here's a picture of. This is I want to say my great grandmother, but people aren't quite sure. Okay, she was from Africa. She's related to or she's. I think we think that this was either his mom or his aunt, but people aren't sure. I have it in the family tree, and it's more clear there, but I would have to pull that up. Anyway, I just want to find one other picture here because I know I have it in here, and I just pulled this right before we started the show. Let me take this off right here. Here. This is me in my Black conscious days after I left UC Irvine. Because even at UC Irvine, I was wearing dashikis and shit. But after I got out, I was still. That's what I'm saying. I was into that Black conscious stuff back in 1994. Not really 1993, 1994. Hold on one second. I just want to see if I can find this. Yeah, here's another one with me when back in my dashiki days and shit. I was in the Ifa, and this is my nephew. He grown now. He doing real good. Yeah. Handsome. I was handsome back then. That's right. To get them ladies. No, I'm just playing. Let me see if I can find this right quick. It may not even be in here. Oh, let me show y'all this too. This is my Marion Jones, his father and mother. His father was a preacher. He was a pastor. And their line comes down from Arkansas. You see the nose is a lot more slimmer. I get my nose from my mama. My father has a nose that's similar to that. Okay. These my peeps. Here's another one. This guy over here looks like me. Well, I look like him. If you look inside this corner right here. Yeah, these are my peeps. Okay. This is me as a baby. This is how you know you old when pictures look like this. That's how you know you old. And any of y'all was born in the 60s and 70s, you know what I'm talking about. This is me and my wife. I don't think this was our first date. No, I don't think this was our. No, I used to play at this club, this nightclub with this band called Black Now Soul, and one of the band members, his name was Yohimbe. Shout out to Yohimbe. I used to go over to his house to practice and work on music. And one time, I was over there, and she walked in because she was friends with him, and she had another friend that he was kind of dealing with on the side. But anyway, I don't even think we were together yet right here. But from the time it was like, yeah, that's us. We gonna do this. Let me see if I can find this. I'm still looking. Yeah, here go my yeah, I already showed that one. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find this obituary for. Yeah, this is when my youngest son back in the day. He's grown now. As a matter of fact, his birthday's coming up. That's why I was getting emotional in February, because we have 3 birthdays in the month of February, and every year it's more and more difficult because these babies get older and older, and I dread the day when they get too old, they going out and doing their own thing. Anyway, I got a lot of pictures in here I'd like to show y'all, but let me see if I could find this one thing. Okay, I ain't gonna show that. Here go my dad. It looks like it's from the 70s. You can't really see it that well, but that's my dad right there. I always wish I can get some clothes like that, just because that's the 70s. This is my uncle. He took care of us a lot when my dad went off the rails. This is my Uncle Frankie right here. Yeah, shout out to Uncle Frankie. He's a real one. Like when I say a real one, he's a real one. Yeah, he used to take care of us. We used to go to his house to play Nintendo. He used to bake cakes and make barbecue. And it was a very difficult time for me and my brother, but he really stepped up to the plate. My other uncles did the same thing. And in fact, one of my uncles, he used to call us buddy all the time. And that's what I call my son, my sons. I say, hey buddy, how you doing? But I get it from my uncles. This was me and my wife, our marriage ceremony back in the day. This was before our first son was born, and this is her father right now, right here. He was real well known in LA and Pasadena area. You can look him up. He used to play Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey. He used to Frederick Douglass and Malcolm X, and he did poetry and one-man shows and stuff. So, and he was very famous. He wasn't in her life though all that much. She didn't really deal with him. Here's my dad too, right here. I had this picture, but this is him with his trombone and trumpet. See, that's not me. That's my dad. I don't remember this house either, so I don't know where that's at. And then here go a picture of my mom and my dad. Yeah. And mom, she's beautiful. She's always beautiful too. That's why I told my sons, I said, we don't do ugly. This is me and my wife again. I want to show this picture of one of my siblings when they was gangbanging, but I ain't gonna do that. And her homegirls, but I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do. This is my grandma, but she had red hair, and that's my brother. Okay, so that's my dad's mom, Dorothy May. That's the one that I told you all the story. We went over to her house, and she gave that story about the blackfish. Anyway, let me see. Yeah, this is on my dad's side right here. This was a funeral. I can't remember. I think it was Uncle Herbert, his funeral. But this is my dad right here. And this is his sister Dorothy. And then this is Lucretia right here. She rest in peace, Lucretia. I remember she used to get us books and stuff. Because we didn't celebrate Christmas, so she would get us books. And there was one book I remember to this day. It had animals in it, and I was always intrigued by these fish that could breathe air and they can swim in the water. Mud skippers or something like that. And I used to read that over and over again. A lot of these people, a lot of this side of the family, they're in LA. Yeah, here go me and my wife. It's saying 1996, but I don't think this can't have been 1996. I think I ain't even gonna show that because I look all bummy and shit. Here's me and my father right here. I get his hair. That's where I got my hairline. That's when I was wearing dashikis and stuff. Like I used to wear sarongs back in the day. And then here's a picture of my dad when he was young. I think he was like high school or just getting out of high school, something like that. Because I remember I showed him this picture and he was like, yeah, son, back then I had me, you know what a bump is? I said, yeah. He said, yeah, I had a little bump in this pocket. I had a little this in this pocket. I said, all right, you ain't got to tell me all that shit. I don't need to hear all that. This was when I was in college at UC Irvine. And that's one of the babies back then. This young lady, she's still around on Facebook. You can't see her, but she's standing right here. I should send her this picture. And you see I'm in the dashiki and stuff. And this is me and my wife jumping the broom at our wedding ceremony. And this is one of my good homeboys, Kevin Green, his mother. She passed away, rest in peace. She was always supported. Him and his mother and his father were very supportive of us musically when we were growing up. So Mr. Green, I always had a lot of respect for him. I remember one time I wish I listened. Well, I can't say that, but I wish I know what he means now. Because I was having babies and he says, you know, babies is expensive. I said, yeah, but yeah. And then this is me as a baby. I spent the first 2 years of my life, 2 months of my life. I think it was 2 months inside of the intensive care unit for the babies because I was premature by 2 months. So I had to spend the first 2 months, and then family members would come and see me and stuff. This ties to the whole Jehovah's Witness thing because I needed a blood transfusion. My mother didn't want to do it. And then my father's mother had to get a court injunction in order to get me the blood transfusion so that I can continue to live. This is me in college. So when people were saying that the eviction notice, the eviction paperwork, I was in college at that time. This is at UC Irvine. These are flute players up here. This lady right here, she gave, when I did my freshman recital, she let me borrow this flute because I had a real broke down flute. She let me borrow one of her older flutes. And then after I did the concert, she gave it to me. Really, really nice of her. It was a really good flute too, really good. This was me in Japan. Okay, I'm almost done. This is me in Japan. I went to Japan with my homeboy, Kevin Green. We had toured over there doing music. And this is my one of my cousins that was gang banging back in the day. I can show this. Yeah, so I grew up around a lot of stuff. I didn't grow up in the hood or nothing like that. And I wasn't out there in the streets, but I have family members, close family members and stuff. That's what they're living that life. Okay. Here's the wedding ceremony too. My dad was there. See my wife looking how good. And here's her dad. Well, that's okay. I just want to find this one thing. I know I keep going. I ain't looked in here in such a long time. Yeah, this is my grandmama right here, Dorothy May. She was there too. I didn't even know she was there. That's her right there. This is when I was in the band Black Now Soul. I wish I don't know where that picture is of me. This is me working on music at my dad's house one time. I was in college at that time when I come down, and I went to his apartment. I gotta show this because this is my cousin Mike. He's done so good. I'm so proud of him. He inspires me. He got a beautiful family. So this is my cousin Mike. He's not related by blood, but we cousins. We grew up together and everything. Right here. This was my high school. I think this was my high school graduation. This is one of my sisters. This is one of my sisters. This is my cousin right here. She did real good too. I gotta show this right here. This is me in the same time when they said I was being evicted. I was living in Irvine, and these are some of my homeboys. This guy right here. Remember I told you the African prince? That's him right here. He loved him some white girls. He was a snow bunny. He would hop on some snow bunny, boy. You see, this is me right here trying to be cool. And this was a young, I can't remember her name, but she was really, really nice. But he was really an African prince. And so this first year we were in the dorms, it was assigned. They assigned you roommates and stuff that first year. But then the second year we ended up moving into an apartment together, me, him, and then two of my homeboys from Compton. And we used to clown this guy. I don't want to say his name. We used to clown him. He'd be like, "Yeah, I'm a prince. Don't tell nobody." And we'd be like, "Nah, you ain't no prince. You an N-word." We used to say it all the time. And this is one of my roommates from college back then. He was from Compton. Anyway, I'm still trying to find this. Here it go right here. I just saw it. I'm just getting there. Here's this was me in Japan too. Yeah, I had a good time over there. I didn't get crazy or nothing because me and my wife were together. But those women over there, them young, they was trying to get it big time. Here's some more pictures. But I ain't gonna show those. Okay, here it is right here. So this is Marion Jones. This is my biological grandfather. Okay, it's just I didn't know about it until later, and he passed in 2015. So he's the one. When I went over to his house, and he had asked if I had a girlfriend, and I told him, and he had asked how old she was. I was 25, she was 35, and he was like, "That's some bullshit. That ain't gonna work." I said, "What?" And then here's some more pictures. He was in the military. He also he used to do bodybuilding too, because I kind of have his physique. Yeah, there you go, right there. My dad has his nose. My nose is more like my mama's nose. But here he is right here. He had a gang of baby mamas. I mean, a gang. He used to bodybuild. He had nice cars and stuff, but he had a gang of, I said, damn. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. And here it is. This is what I was looking for. So this is the actual hard copy of the obituary for my grandfather who raised my father, LenonHonor Sr. Okay? The Lenon Sr., Lenon Jr., and then I'm the third. and he passed in 1995. I was in college in 1995 because I remember I had gotten word that he had passed, and they gave me like this bereavement in college or whatever it was. I can't remember what it was called. But this is the guy that raised my father. You know, he didn't have to do that either. He gave him the name. Very honorable. This was my my aunt, great aunt right here, Dominga. She was so funny. And this was my grandmama, my mama's mom, Mary Carmen. Yeah, this is her too right here with my youngest sister. Her parents were from Africa. They were from the Cape Verde Islands. Okay, that's all I got. And then I just want to show this because this is my homeboy Kevin. We used to perform a lot back in the day. Yeah, his dad and his mother, rest in peace. I think his father's still alive. I'm not quite sure because they were older, but they were extremely supportive of us when we were, young musicians in San Diego. Anyway, I didn't mean to go off on all this because I ain't looked inside of here in such a long time. Here's one more picture. I will start real quick. This is me after I left college. This was at Gallery 504. This is where I think I was probably about 24, 25. But I see I'm still wearing dashikis and sandals and shit. And then this is me in 1992 in high school back in the day. See, I had the flat top. All right. Okay, let's get into the videos. Yeah, I think I've cleared up what I wanted to clear up. Plus, we got a little family time, if you will. There's more I could show y'all, but we're going to leave it right there. Now, real quick, part of the reason why I got into this aspect of it is because the caller who called in yesterday, they were saying, well, what about your eviction? I've never been evicted. I've already told people that. You're not going to find a public record. Evictions are public record. You're not going to find it. What she was doing was she was using my father's eviction and trying to use that against me. But even if I had been evicted, it's not that big a deal. It doesn't dismiss the fact that Umar is a habitual liar and a scam artist. But I do know this, that Umar, he was evicted. So let's take a look. Here is a landlord and tenant complaint from 2010. So even as early as 2010, Umar was having a difficult time managing basics. Okay. Paying rent. The total rent was $500. Umar couldn't come up with it. It says plus ongoing rent in the amount of $1,109. Now, Umar did resolve this particular issue. So he stayed at this residence. However, he also received another eviction in this. I think, yeah, it is the same residence. Let me just make sure. See, Umar Abdullah Johnson and all of the 350. Yep, 350. And this is 350. So here we are 9 years later, in and around 9 years later, and Umar gets another eviction. And I don't think he resolved this one. And if you look at the videos from Umar, you'll see that the scenery behind him changes. In fact, let's do this. Let me pull up a video from 2019. I got all the receipts, and I'll show you this. Then I'll get the super chats, and then we'll get into the video for today. Again, we will be doing a marathon on this coming Saturday. I've already made arrangements, and we'll probably be live streaming for about 6 or 7 hours. Okay, it'd be a mini marathon, so we'll take our time. Let me go into the Umar Johnson years folder, and I'm going to go into 2019. And actually, we can simply look at the school announcement video as an example. Again, the school announcement video was in February of 2019. So let me pull that one up, and let's look at the background. Here we go. Okay, and we'll cover this whole video. We're going to cover this whole video on, because it's long. It's like 2 hours long, but you see the background? Now, this is the residence where Umar flipped his phone, if memory serves me correctly. Okay, so this is before he actually got evicted. This video right here is from February of 2019. You see the background? Umar had his own place at that time. Okay, he was struggling, obviously. Let me pull up the phone video. Here we go. I have Umar Dirty Apartment flip phone where he flips the phone. So you see the background in this. Is this from February 2019? Here's Umar flipping his phone later that year.
Alpha male,
Okay, so you see the background is the same. Oh, I'm sorry. You see how the background is the same? Okay, because that's that same residence that he got evicted. I don't think he resolved it this time, because after the eviction notices, there at a short time after that, you don't see him recording in this corner anymore.
Resumes FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes.
See, this was his residence, living in filth.
Resumes at gmail.com is what we.
This residence was in the hood too. This public record, you can look it up online if you want to.
Looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened?
And what does he do? He starts blinking and he starts lying.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. So
he never relocated to Wilmington, Delaware. What he did was he got evicted. Getting evicted here, and then what ends up happening is he lives with his mama and has been since.
The apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to.
When he's not living in hotels and motels, when he can't afford hotels and motels. One more time.
At Gmail, DMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes
Man.
at gmail.com is what we looking for. My thing is
okay. Now that's this residence right. Excuse me. That's this residence right here. So by September of 2019, landlord and tenant complaint, Umar ultimately gets evicted out of here. He doesn't resolve it. And then you start to see that he's no longer live streaming from that location anymore. In fact, if you guys go into my notes, you're not going to be able to see this, but if you go into my folders per year, I can look in 2019 and I can see him live streaming in these videos, like the thumbnails for these videos. He's live streaming from that location. But then at a certain point, he no longer live streams from that location anymore with that backdrop, but that's because he was evicted. And so I'm looking in the 2019 folder right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to, you see him live streaming more and more in hotel rooms. That's what you see. And again, all of that is donor money. That's how he's living, because he doesn't have a place to stay. So you see him more and more. You see him inside of motel rooms, and he's paying that with the money that he gets from you donors. You guys are funding his lifestyle. You also start to see him doing more live streams inside of his car, so that by 2020, February of 2020, he's doing. Remember the video? I think this is the video where the Assista Avanti video right here. He's actually inside of his vehicle. You see him actually doing more live streams from his car. And the reason why is because he's homeless.
It's one African skeleton. We all one people. We all one people. And that's why for Pan Africanists, unity and identity go hand in hand. There can't be no identity without unity, and there can't be unity without shared identity. Principle number 3. Principle number 3. Principle number 3.
Okay. Now by August, September, by September, August, September, October, by October of 2020, you start to see Umar live streaming in this location.
Malcolm, bobbing and weaving.
What are you talking about? You see the lace blinds? Okay, that's not a man's residence. He doesn't have his own residence. Okay. I think he was at his mama. There's people who speculated that by this time he was living inside of the school and he put up these this stuff to make it look more cozy. That's possible too. But the point is he's no longer living at their residence because he's evicted and he's homeless. See the difference? We go back here.
Let's keep on going.
2019, then he gets evicted later that year. And then you start to see him live streaming more and more inside of automobiles, and you start to see him live streaming more and more inside out of hotel rooms. And then at a certain point, you start to see him live streaming from this location. In fact, I think this is the location where he live streamed for the Lord Jamar interview. Okay, so that's 2020. I can give you other examples of him being in there, but I'll leave it at that. Let me go to 2021. And by this time, you still see him inside of motel rooms a lot. You see him live streaming inside his car a lot. I'm just looking at the archive videos that I have for this year. He's laying around in motel rooms a lot. Again, he's also traveling, so that's part of it too. I'm just trying to see if there's him inside of actual. Yeah. So by September 6th of 2021, he's in his mama's closet. Here you go. Oh, hold on. It's not going to let me pull that up. Give me 1 second. By September 6th. I'm just want to look to make sure this is the first video that I have where he's inside of his mama's closet. Yep. See, remember, Umar was also trying to renovate the small gym so that he can live in there. You guys remember that? But that's because he was homeless by that time. And at a certain point, he couldn't get it happening. So by September 6th of 2021, he's living in his mama's closet. Here you go. So you see the progression? 2019, had his own place. He was evicted. Then you start seeing him inside of cars and in hotels and motels. You see him here. Some people speculate that this is FDMG. It's possible, but the point is that he didn't have a residence, and the man ain't gonna have no lace, lace, whatever. He ain't gonna have that for window coverings. But then by 2021, he's inside of his mama's closet, and he's been inside of his mama's closet since. Of course, he still has. He'll stay inside of motel rooms when he can. That's 2021. And if you follow from 21 to present, you'll see that he mainly live streams from his mama's closet. Okay. He doesn't have his own place. Here's 2022 right here. Oh, hold on. It's not going to let me pull it up. Okay, give me 1 second. I think I proved my point. Okay, but here's another example from 2022 of him being in his mama closet.
Playing with the prince. Let me see what happens now. Hold on, Facebook. You are too beautiful with too much melanin. It don't matter how much money you make. In this country, it don't matter how many white people you share your bed with. In this country.
Well, all he do is talk about sex. But again, I can pull up videos from 2023 in mama closet, 2024 inside of mama closet, and then here we are in 2025. I haven't seen him inside of his mama closet this year, but we're still early on in here. I don't think he can stay there right now. He's not supposed to be staying there because of Section 8 housing. I'm not going to pull up the eviction that the mama got while Umar's staying there, but it's from 2023, I want to say. It could be 2022, but I think it's 2023. I'm not going to pull that up because that's beyond the scope out of respect for the mama. But again, here are the receipts. Umar was evicted back. He faced eviction in 2010, but he resolved it. And then he was faced eviction again in 2019. Again, this is after Umar had raised at least $1 million. He can't even, he's not even handling the basic responsibilities in terms of financial responsibilities and keeping a roof over his head. And after this, you start to see him inside of motel rooms over and over again. And then ultimately he lands inside of his mama closet. So you Umar Johnson followers, you guys can lie on me and make whatever stuff you want to, but you're not going to be able to provide the receipts unless you make some shit up, because there's people who've done that too. See? I've proven my point. This is y'all's principle. Somehow y'all think he's going to open up a school. This guy, he's homeless. He's a homeless bum. He's a cyber bum. And he begs for money so that he can have a place to stay. He begs for money to have food to eat. He begs for money so he can travel around the world. He's a vagrant. He's a virtual vagrant. Okay. And the receipts don't lie on that. All right. All right, let me get into this chat room. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. Let me get to these super chats. Umar's alien sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. We covered a little bit of that yesterday. Again, another thing too is when we do the live stream on Saturday, the marathon, if you guys want me to pull up videos, we have time. We'll take our time. I'll pull up videos. So people, they had asked for the alien video yesterday. I think it was Sigmund asked for it, so I pulled that up yesterday. So now we have Umar's alien as another character. Thank you so much for the super sticker. User 225 says, Umar Johnson supporters don't know them big words, massa. All right. Thanks, user 225. I appreciate super chat. Iceman Vamp says, Umar's followers all act like adult children of alcoholics. They don't get mad at the person causing the problem. They get mad at the person who points out the problem. Yeah, it was interesting because the caller yesterday, she tried to pretend as if she was nice and cordial, but at a certain point, she was like, motherfucker. I said, no, we're not going to do that. Had to calm her down. There's a lesson in that too for us men, that our job is to de-escalate. And if you see a woman or a man going to that level, you either excuse yourself from that situation or you do your best to calm things down. And that's what I did with the lady yesterday. But again, if I speak the truth about Umar, and I talk about how he is a problem. These Umar Johnson followers, yeah, they're reacting in that way. It's not uncommon, and they'll make up lies and all kind of stuff. And they've been doing that for years. But see, at the end of the day, I can always pull up receipts to prove my point, and I've already done that here today. All right. Thanks, Iceman fan, for the super chat. I appreciate it. User 225 says you don't need to reveal info. Umar Johnson fans are bad fans. yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. All right. Again, it's all public record, so people, y'all look it up yourself if you want to. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sasha Love says Lenon done told all Grandma Jones. Yeah. No, he had a lot of baby mamas because one of his sons, his name was Jamie. He passed away recently. One time, and I have it recorded. We actually had a conversation with him because I didn't know much about Marion Jones. But we sat down and recorded the conversation. He told me the backstory and stuff. And from what I remember, I think he had 4 baby mamas. Okay, if memory serves me right. But he also had women on the side too. But that's just how he was. But it is what it is. Rest in peace. Life is life. Thank you, Sasha Love. I appreciate it. Michael has become a member again. Thank you so much, Michael. Hope you're doing all right. I appreciate it. Lewis Suck says, nice story, Sherman. I'm calling you Sherm now. No, don't call me Sherm. Sherm was a problem back in the day, if you guys remember. Okay, I had relatives that got on that and they messed up their mind. So no, don't do Sherm. You can do Sherman, that's fine. Okay, thanks, Lewis Suck. I appreciate it. Sasha Love says your history was never a mystery to the real cook. Yeah. I've talked about all of this. I've talked about all this back in the day. I've talked about things, and people twist things up, and they've been twisting things up. I've seen people take a clip, and there's no context, and I'll say something, but they don't play what I said before that or what I say right after that, so it sounds one way. But if they played the whole sequence, then what I'm saying is something totally different. It's like one time there were people Umar was talking about how he says, I've always had white women, and they cut it right there. But really what he says, he always has white women that were pursuing him. But there were people who didn't like Umar, and they just took that segment where he says, I've always had white women, and they uploaded that to try to insinuate that he's dealing with white women. Okay, whether he is or not, I don't know, and I really don't care. It's really not my business. But the point is that that's unethical. And when they did it to Umar, it was wrong. But the Umar Johnson followers, you guys have done that to me. See, they've done that to me quite a few times in the past. Thank you so much for the super chat. Mixture Smano says, Lenon, please repeat what you said about what happened so you can receive the blood transfusion. I was a Jehovah's Witness as a kid. Did you say injunction? Yeah, it was like a court injunction. So my father's mother, and I showed a picture of her, Dorothy May Honor. She had to go and get a court injunction. And my mother was a Jehovah's Witness at the time. And her mother, my grandmother, rest in peace, she was a Jehovah's Witness too. And how they got it, how that my family, people in my family got into it was because my cousins, my aunt's husband, I don't even know if they were married. I think they were married. Yeah, they were married because she has last name. But his family came from Texas, and when they came from Texas, they were Jehovah's Witnesses, and then they're the ones who got my family side into it. At least some people in my family side, mainly the women. The women, mainly the women in my family, they dealt with men who were thuggish or in the streets, drug addicts or alcoholics or gangbangers. And her husband was a gangbanger. That's how my cousins got into it, because it was more like a family thing. He passed away, rest in peace. But anyway, they were Bloods, but rest in peace to him. But anyway, that's how they got into it. I don't even think he was a Jehovah's Witness, because he was out there banging and stuff back in the day. But somehow my aunt, my mom, several of the women in my family, and part of it was because they were dealing with these men that weren't handling business, and so it was almost like a respite. So that's how that went down. And ultimately, when I was born, I needed a blood transfusion. I was two months premature, and the religion, Jehovah's Witness, I don't think they do this now these days, because there's been so many court cases and litigation associated with it. I think they allow people to get blood transfusions, but back then they wouldn't allow it. And so it's a faith thing. And if I didn't get a blood transfusion, I would have died as a baby. But my grandmother put in an injunction through the court to get the blood transfusion, and I was given one, and I was able to survive. The person who told me that story was my lesbian auntie, Lucretia, Marion Honor. She's the one that told me that. Many years later, she had told me that. I think I was in my 20s, probably 24 or something like that. And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, but she told me that story. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Monaco. I appreciate the super chat. And then Sigma said, hypothetically, hypothetically, if Shoemake were to sue you, do you think he would be concerned about discovery? I think he would expose too much about him. Yeah, that's the big thing with Umar. First of all, he would have to have grounds to sue. But the thing that is that in discovery, because my premise is that Umar Johnson is a scam artist. Okay. Now, I've also said that he has 3 baby mamas. I can prove that. That's actually, you guys can actually look that up. The eviction information, you guys can look that up yourself. In fact, Sigmund, you've already seen it. I've shown the ones for Umar, but you've seen the one for the mama. The thing is that in discovery, if my premise is that Umar Johnson is a scam artist, and what I'm specifically talking about is the money aspect of this, then discovery would necessitate him opening up his books to prove that I'm lying about him. And see, that's what Umar doesn't want. He doesn't want CashApp records to be subpoenaed. He doesn't want PayPal records to be subpoenaed. He doesn't want any bank accounts associated with FDMG being subpoenaed. He doesn't want GoFundMe being subpoenaed. I'm talking about the financial aspect of all this. P.O. box checks, money orders, etc. Because if that takes place, then it will prove me to be true. But the other thing is that now that becomes public record and everyone sees it. And then it proves my case. It proves that he's raised at least $2 million by now. It proves it. So no, he wouldn't want to deal with me in court. And Umar knows that. He knows that. Now, Umar's called me gay. Is it actionable? Not necessarily. Umar has issued physical threats of violence. Is it actionable? Not necessarily. He's doxed my personal information and told his Goonie Goons to come and cause physical harm. Is it actionable? Not necessarily. But if something ever happened, then, you know, it would be a cause, you know, good cause. This ought to say that Umar would never want to see me in court, because that would also become public record too. All that information and everything he's done. I have screenshots of everything. Everything's downloaded. I have everything, you know. And then, of course, the biggest thing that Umar does not want people to see, it's not even so much about this school scam. It's about the lewd and lascivious conduct of Umar Johnson when it comes to these kids during these college tours. Umar, that's going to come down the line. I just got to get around to it. You don't want to see me in court, because that would be part of the record too. Because not only will I be able to prove, because it would have to open up the books, and not only would I have to be able to prove that you're a scam artist based upon your financial records being subpoenaed, but also it would also prove that you are a threat to children and that you have no business being around children. Therefore, the idea of even having a school is problematic where children are attending. Umar, you don't want that. But you know what? It's still going to come down to the line. Okay. All right. Thanks, Sigmund. I appreciate the super chat. All right. We got about 730 people in the building. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. All right. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. A little bit different. Okay. But again, we had to take a little bit of an excursion, kind of like a follow-up from yesterday. If you guys have any questions about anything that I brought up, go ahead and ask inside of the chat room right now. Just put a question mark and ask your question with a question mark. Okay. And I'll be sure to take a look and answer during this live stream. Let's get to, we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We're covering a video of Umar from January 31st, 2025. And then there's another video of Umar from January 31st, 2025 that I would like to at least get through today. And then on Saturday, in addition to covering those 3 videos from 6 years ago, again, today is a 6-year anniversary of Umar acquiring these abandoned buildings, 6 years. On Saturday, we're going to do an extended live stream where we're going to go over the video where Umar makes a school announcement, and then the video where Umar does a school promo, and then the video where Umar gives an outside tour. And then we'll also pull up other stuff. We'll just kind of make it more like interactive if you guys want me to pull up stuff. That'd be the plan for this coming Saturday. I won't be live streaming tomorrow, though. Okay. I did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'll take tomorrow off. And then Saturday, we're going to do an extended live stream. That'd be the plan. All right. Okay. You're very welcome. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm trying to tell these people. How's it going, Kari? Thanks for tuning on in. The African nature. How's it going, beautiful Bernice? Thank you so much for tuning on in. Yeah, well, the thing is, I used to be very, very open back in the day. I just don't do that these days because I've had to, from a cyber, because I got a degree in cybersecurity. I shouldn't have been that open back, and I shouldn't have my family online either, the way that I did back in the day. But you can't take it back once you do it. If I had known what I know these days about cybersecurity, I've never had my family on, period. But the other thing is that Umar Johnson follows, after dealing with the Umar Johnson follows over the years, and how there's this one guy, he's actually a school teacher in Philadelphia, and he's done all kind of crazy stuff, including stalked one of my sons, my older son. and put information out on his secondary YouTube page. He doesn't know that I know that that's his YouTube page, but I do know that that's his new YouTube page, because I have back end information. I don't even want to get into that, but the point is that in the documentary, I'm going to address that person too, and not that I'm going to send that to his employer, but the fact that he's a school teacher and he's a Umar Johnson devotee. You know, I've also seen him. I have pictures of him with Jamal Johnson too. That'll be in the documentary. I'm going to outline that. And Umar and this guy, they've tried to work together to lie about me, my wife, and my kids. But some of the shit that this guy was doing is far beyond the scope. And he's a school teacher. I can give you guys his name because it's public record. Umar, he also has spoken this guy's name, and he has a secondary YouTube page. He has a main YouTube page. He has his name. But I've done research and I know what his secondary YouTube page is. But some of that will be in a documentary, and not that I'm going to send the information to his employer, but the fact that he's a math teacher, that's deep, that he would be online doing what he's done, and saying the types of things that he said about me, my wife, and my kids. It's crazy. These Umar Johnson followers. That's why I don't talk much about my family, my wife, or my kids anymore, because the extents that they go through, I mean, it's so far beyond the scope. You know, it's actually quite sickening. You know, so that's why these days I don't share too much about my family. I did a little bit today, but that's because I wanted to clear some stuff up, and then I got into my photo album. I kind of went crazy with it. All right, thank y'all again so much. I appreciate y'all for tuning on in. Let's go ahead and get into the video pickup from yesterday. Here we go. And I think we were at like I want to say the 25-minute mark.
That is where I think the IEP is, because again, they're not helping him in any capacity for speech.
Okay.
So I would think if they're taking him, the IEPs for speech, they would have to help him in some way for speech.
Okay. So
And they're not.
let me ask you this. What exactly is he doing?
Yeah, they're crazy. The guy I'm talking about, he was posting my son's social media. I have the screenshots. I have all the screenshots. I've downloaded all the videos and everything. Okay. See, now I'm within my right to take his secondary YouTube page, and I already done the research, and I can email it to 2 people, just 2, in the Philadelphia school district, and he would have a very difficult time keeping his job. Okay. I mean, even if you took it down tomorrow, because he probably watched these videos, if you took it down, it wouldn't matter, because I have all the screenshots, I have all the videos downloaded. And all I would have to do was send it. There's 2 specific people that I have to send to it, and they would see that and see what he's saying, seeing what he's done, how he basically stalked my oldest son. That's why I have to take my children off social media. See? And that would be, he would have a very difficult time keeping his job. And I'm telling you, he needs it. He needs that job. Done other research on this guy. This is the thing with these scammer types and these followers of Umar. Some more scammers themselves. And this guy, he has a court case out of, I want to say Phoenix, Arizona. I think it's Phoenix, Arizona, Nevada, or something like that. And as I've done research into this guy, and I'm not going to say too much, but when I've done research into this guy, I also found that he set up an obituary page as if he's deceased, but he's still alive to this day. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about. That's the thing. You Umar Johnson, and you think you have your anonymity. You think that you can do what you do, and you can just go ahead and get away with it. Listen. See, I'm not the one. So you got that court case, so that something's going on here. You owe that money. You know how I pulled up obituaries? This guy got an obituary, but he's still alive. Boy, I tell you. Let's go.
Describe the behaviors. What led to?
Oh my gosh, Dr. Umar, I have an Excel document. They have an Excel worksheet where they document the time, the behavior, what happened up until the behavior, what the actual behavior was, and what they did to treat it. So for example, my son, he's really hard on himself. So if he is, for example, they're working on math minutes. If they get 2 minutes to finish 20 problems, if he doesn't finish his minutes within 20 minutes, or the math problems within 20 minutes, then he has an emotional outburst. So he'll start throwing stuff. Like he'll throw a chair. He'll hit his teacher.
Oh, goodness.
He cries. Like the crying is like uncontrollable sometimes.
Look at Umar's face.
They'll call me on the phone, and it'll take me 5 minutes just to get him to calm down.
Okay, where is his biological father?
I know, Dr. Umar, this is really embarrassing. So I'm married. His dad is with us, but him and I have two different approaches to like parenting. So I feel like I'm more strict, and he's very
The father
chill.
is in the house?
Yes.
And his son is classified as emotionally disturbed?
Yes.
So what is he doing? Is he
That's where
active? Is he involved? What the
He's involved.
Umar. He do look constipated. I gotta take a shit. But this is not professional. You don't do this. He's instigating shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, what is he doing? Well, Umar, what are you doing with this medium shirt on? You a deadbeat, got 3 baby mamas, you don't take care of your kids. What you talking about? And see, if you're a professional, you're not supposed to be having these. First of all, you shouldn't be doing this online like this in the first place. But you're not supposed to be having these emotional reactions and facial expressions and all this type of stuff, Umar. Umar said he's so unprofessional.
father?
I know, Dr. Umar, this is really embarrassing. So I'm married. His dad is with us, but him and I have two different approaches to like parenting. So I feel like I'm more strict, and he's very
The father
chill.
is in the house?
Yes.
And his son is classified as emotionally disturbed?
Yes.
So what is he doing? Is he
That's where
active? Is he involved? What the
He's involved.
You see this guy? Is he active? Well, are you? Exactly. Umar. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I know. I know. I have the video. Y'all remember when that guy called in from Chicago and went off on Umar because he had gave his wife, the father gave horrible advice to the mama, and they had a falling out because of it. See, it don't make no sense. This woman shouldn't be talking to Umar anyway without her husband.
Like I said, he just has a different approach.
Yeah,
Well, what is
you
his
ain't seen
approach?
that?
Because your son is at a
Terry,
predominantly white school
I know.
diagnosed with emotional disturbance. So what is his approach?
Yeah.
What is he doing?
I know. And this is where, maybe I should just pay for a consultation because I don't mind paying for it, but that's where we have
Yeah, Umar, he does these to get money out of people. He try to say it's free, but it's just a con game.
issues because, again, we have actually I have 2 boys, and I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. My 3-year-old's not like this. My 6-year-old's like this. And like I said, he's probably on the spectrum, but I'm like, he has
You
to
don't
be
need
on
no
a
more
routine.
labels right now, sweetheart.
I know.
He only 6. Slow down with these
I know.
labels.
I
Labels are not
I know.
salute. No more labels.
I agree.
No more labels. I'm going to tell you something else, too. You are going to have to consider moving back into a black neighborhood, because if the father is not going to step up and help his son develop self-control so we can get that emotional disturbance category removed from his record, if the dad ain't going to step up, your son is going to get lynched. He's going to be academically lynched in that white school. They are going to try to destroy your baby. They're already criminalizing him. I wish we would have spoke before you get... He's a black boy in a white school classified as emotionally disturbed. He's already being criminalized. So, the black schools ain't good, but at least we don't have to worry as much about the criminalization. It still happens there too, but I'm very, very concerned about your son being in that kind of environment without the support that he needs from his father. This is very dangerous.
What?
This is very, very dangerous. I don't like it at all. Is he on medication?
He's not, because I refuse to put him on medication.
Good job.
So,
Now,
like I said, I didn't want to do the IEP, and I know you had like a video and you said, don't ever put your kid on the IEP. It's the worst thing you can do. And I follow you.
unless they really have a disability. So if they are really
Right.
autistic, if they are really intellectually disabled, if they really have a problem, then you have no choice. The problem is in the black community, we put kids on IEPs, because they have trouble focusing a little bit. So, every kid got trouble focusing a little bit, or they have a little trouble with their reading or their math. Get them a tutor. Don't get them special ed. The problem with our learned helplessness, we as a people in this country, as a consequence of slavery, we suffer from learned helplessness. So we are very quick to throw in the towel. We are very quick to give up. And our children are suffering from that because black parents are so quick to think their child has a problem just because they're having a little bit of a struggle sometimes.
Right.
So, okay, a couple things I want to share with you, but you have a homework assignment, and that is I need you to find his evaluation, speech eval, psych eval. If they classified him as emotionally disturbed, then he has a psychological evaluation, or they might call it psychoeducational evaluation. He has that if he's emotionally disturbed. So I need you to find that and find the IEP. I need those two documents in order to properly help you. But let me share this with you. I'm going to share this with you. Your son can only be suspended 10 days. Make sure you keep track of the suspension days.
He always saying this, but he don't know by state. He's just making shit up. Well, is he active? Is he involved? Let me ask you something. What are you wearing? What are you wearing right now? What you got on? Is he active? No, not really. He's really not around all the, oh yeah, okay. What you got on right now? He's such a goofy. It's all predatory. In this case, because he knows that the father is involved, in Umar's mind, it's about, okay, well, then if I can't crush cookies, let me see how I can get some money. So when she says, maybe I need to do a consultation, that's Umar. He's like, okay, at least I can get some money out of this. So these Black parent teleconferences, it's really recruitment. He tries to act like he does it out of the kindness of his heart and it's free, what have you. But no. It's really to gain the confidence of the viewership and then to get money out of it. And that's confidence man is a con man. That's the con. See, that's why Umar does these. Okay. Thanks, Iceman Vamp. See, but if I guarantee you, if she says, oh, well, I'm a single mother, Umar would have approached this differently. See, but because she says that the father in the home, Umar starts to disparage the father a little bit, try to take a little, because that's how you do. I got that video put up. If you guys want me to play it, let me know, Iceman Vamp. I can play the video where the brother called in from Chicago and confronted Umar because Umar had given his wife some horrible advice about their kid. Okay, y'all let me know if you want me to hit the one you want me to play. I got it pulled up. Thanks for a super chat, Iceman, man. And I saw your comment too from the most recent Umar video. Umar Johnson followers, they be looking for you and shit. Hey, so here's that guy again. He's for Umar Johnson followers. Thanks so much for super chat, bro. Okay, I'm gonna pull that up. No, I'll do it now. I'll do it right now. What's up, Black Wolf? Thanks for tuning on. Deron, thank you so much. Villainous News. Many of you guys have already seen this, and this would definitely be inside of the documentary for sure, because it goes to show you. How's it going, Carlita? It goes to show that Umar, he's dangerous, and because he targets mainly single Black mothers, it causes problems not only for them, but it causes problems when these mothers who aren't single, when they go out of their way to deal with Umar and get his advice without their husbands involved. Their husband's not involved in that process of getting information from Umar. So Umar can say whatever he wants to these women, the ones who are married or have a husband or have a fiance or have a boyfriend, but they don't consult with their partner. They consult only with Umar, and that can cause problems. So here's an example of right now. I didn't see this, but I heard about it. People have been talking about the doc said that the thing about Umar that's interesting is that he tends to spend more time these days with younger people. You guys notice that? There's a video with him on an elevator and he's some young college students. But see, you're 50 years old. Why are you hanging out with younger people like this? See, at the age of 50. Trying to tell y'all. Okay. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Here we go. So give me 1 second. I don't have the year for this, at least on this video. I don't have the year this was. I can't remember what year this was. It was probably, I want to say 2020, maybe 2021. But I do have it in my notes. I would have to go and look and actually find it. But this particular video, I don't have it archived properly. So give me 1 second, everybody. Yeah, it's a guy named Drewski or something like that. He's really, really popular, and he gets a lot of views, like millions of views on this video. But somehow Umar got involved with that guy. I don't know exactly what the thing is, but Umar actually talked about it last year. But I think finally the episode's been edited down and everything, and it's finally coming out, or that it's already come out now. Okay, I haven't watched it. Okay, let me pull this video up. Here we go. Again, I don't know what year this is. No, this had to have been before 2020, because this is when Umar was in a storage unit. And like I was talking about yesterday, how the books are stacked.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem, my brother.
Yeah, am I up?
Yes, sir. Where you calling from?
Evanston, Illinois.
Go right
You
in.
coming out of Chicago at the end of the month in December?
Yes, sir. Chicago is Tuesday the 26th, first day of Kwanzaa. Harold Jackson Center, 6 o'clock. Doors open at 4.
I want to holler at you because about 2 months ago, my old lady called in and he gave her some advice. And she followed up with it, but put our son in a little compromising position. And, you know, he was already
Oh, yeah. This is what you was talking about yesterday, Black Wolf. Yeah, this is the storage unit. One time he stood up in here, I was telling the people, and his head was like inches from the ceiling. But this was, again, Umar's a hoarder. You look how the books are stacked, the way that they're stacked. The shelves are like leaning to the side and everything. And you look at the lighting too, it's very dark in there. This is a storage unit. So here's the thing. If this was an actual library, the thing about libraries, I'm talking about actual physical libraries, but even back in the day, you gotta remember back in the day, we used to go to the library and shit, and you have to actually go to these little cards and pull up and try to find shit. That shit was crazy. Y'all remember that? You had to find an author by last name, and then you find it inside of the thing. You go through all these things by alphabetically, and you find it and it'll tell you what the book name is, and then it'll have a little number. Then you got to go through the library to go find that row and then that number. And anyway, the thing about libraries is that there's always proper lighting because people are going to be reading. Okay. This is not a library; it's just a storage unit. See, Umar because again, Umar doesn't have a place to stay. Even in this video, I have to find out for sure. I would have to think that this had to have been after he was evicted, because I don't understand why he would have all these books inside of a storage unit. But here's the thing, though. Umar's a hoarder. See? So I wouldn't be surprised. I think this video may be before 2019, but it may not be. But the point is, I wouldn't be surprised if Umar has several storage units where he just leaves shit in there. He's homeless. See? You guys do realize that recently I showed pictures that were sent to me from KKC, where Umar, pictures were taken inside of the small gym, and it's turning into a hoarder situation there because Umar's just storing his stuff in there. And word is that the other side of the street, the reason why he hasn't shown the other side of the street since 2019 is because he moved all of his belongings into the other side of the street, the larger building. And that's why he doesn't go over there and show it anymore. He's a hoarder. And who knows how much stuff he stacked up in there. But see, now that I'm thinking about this, yeah, it is. But now that I'm thinking about this may be one of his storage units that he would store things in. But again, once he purchases abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, that's a whole lot of space that he can use to store even more stuff, which is precisely what he's done. I showed the pictures. It was probably about 2 months ago. Shout out to KKC. He sent me all of them. I didn't even show all of them, but I showed enough to prove the point. See? So that's what this is right here. Again, Umar's inside of a storage unit. This is also corroborated from back in the day when Tariq Nasheed, and I could pull that up and play that for you guys too. When Tariq Nasheed, we can get in all that on the weekend. We're going to hang out. We may do longer than 7 hours. Shit, we can do 12 if you want to. But Tariq Nasheed talked about how when he went to go interview Umar for the Hidden Colors series, that he met Umar and he thought that Umar would have a professional office, but he had a storage unit. It was like a storage and stuff all over the place. But Umar had kind of cleaned things up where the area where he was going to be sitting down to talk. See, that's no different where he flipped the phone. It's no different than, he has this so-called library where, I mean, dimly lit. That's not a library. It's a storage unit. He's been living like this for decades now. See, understand that I could see Umar, because remember, he flipped the phone and all that filth. That's just that room. See, I'm gonna tell y'all something else too that I saw from this other video. I haven't talked about this yet. But Umar's residence that he asked where he lived at up until 2019, again, he's been homeless since 2019. That residence, there's a video, and this is how things started clicking in my mind. There's a video where Umar, he's talking and he gets up and he says, I got to use the bathroom. And he goes and uses the bathroom. He only takes a few steps. And you can hear the water, you know, you can hear him washing his hands, or he turns the water, flushes the toilet, whatever it is. I can't remember which one it is. But the point that I'm making is, you guys remember he flipped that phone? That's that residence. There is a bathroom right there, but I've already looked at the floor plan. At his mama's closet, there's not a bathroom like that. That's not how it's organized. See, that's what I'm saying here is that Umar, up until 2019, going through 2019, he gets that eviction note. He was able to resolve it back in 2010. But by the time he gets to 2019, he's unable to resolve it. I have a sense that Umar had already planned, because by that time he's acquired these abandoned buildings. I think Umar had already planned to just move into these abandoned buildings. And so if you guys really think about it, in terms of his belongings, that's what he's done. They're basically storage units. The other side of the street, basically storage units. And then the small gym, it's a storage unit. And if you think about all of the shit that Umar has accumulated over the years, you know, because he's a hoarder, he don't want to get rid of anything. His chair, he said the chair is like 20 years old. That's what he said. It's like 20 years old. Can you imagine the amount of shit that Umar has stored in these abandoned buildings? Again, he doesn't have to pay. He doesn't have to have a storage unit to pay anything. He just uses these abandoned buildings to store shit. Can you imagine how much? Think of this. If that, when he flipped that phone, if that was the filth that he saw, how do y'all think the rest of the house looked? How do you think the kitchen looked? I have a woman that reached out to me. She said she was dealing with Umar, and she said she went to his spot, and she said that it was filthy. She said that there was plates of food all in the sink, all on the counters, molded food and shit. And Umar just lives in it. It don't even register to this guy. Can you imagine how much shit this guy is on stock? Again, he don't have a place to stay anymore. He doesn't have his own residence. FDMG is a storage unit. This guy's collected at least I proved this yesterday to you, Umar Johnson followers. At the very least, he's raised $2 million. At the very least. $400,000 spent to perk these abandoned buildings, $60,000 to get some electric work done. I think it was 16 or 60. I can't remember. KKC remember. He spent allegedly $50,000 for an HVAC unit, $25,000 for some blueprints. Y'all remember blueprints? That was his excuse not to get started with renovations for over a year. Can you imagine how much shit this guy has? Again, he don't have a place to stay. If I can just store it in these FDMG buildings, and it doesn't even register, just like the food in the sinks and the trash all over the place when he flipped the phone, all of that. Can you imagine what the rest of that house looked like? Well, how do y'all think the other side of the street looked like? Listen, Umar, get up off your lazy ass, go up over there to that abandoned building on the other side of the street and clean up and live stream. See, if Umar, I guarantee you, if Umar walked up over there tomorrow and he opened up the other building, which is, he says it's way more work needs to be done. We're 6 years into this shit, and Umar can't even finish these two smaller buildings over here. Umar, I want you to go up there tomorrow today on the 1 year anniversary, the 6 year anniversary of acquiring these abandoned buildings, and go to the other side of the street and open it up and let people see what kind of shit you got up over there. See, this is where y'all's money's gone. And meanwhile, he's claiming to be a school psychologist. He's not. He's claiming to be a vice principal or a school principal. He's not. He's claiming to be the most requested scholar. He's not. He claims to be a therapist. He's not. He's a cyber bomb. And the only reason why Umar is able to live like this is because Umar Johnson follows you defend him, you lie on people who expose him, and you send them your money. Some of y'all give up the draws. Trying to tell you, it's a bunch of snow bunny madness. Can you imagine how much filth is in these? I'm telling you. I said that's why he was talking about throwing mice on people. He was trying to get rid of them. Listen, I already know. I guarantee you that Umar has had rodent problems, roaches, who knows what else. Again, when he flipped that phone, people, that's not normal. And it's in the hood too. It's in the hood. It's in the hood. When he flipped that phone, listen, I guarantee you, roaches, spiders, different insects, rodents, rats, mice, as Umar says. I guarantee it. And you know what's crazy, Iceman Vamp? It doesn't even register Umar. It doesn't register in his mind because he's a hoarder. Real quick, I don't mean to go off on this. This show I done gone off again. Yesterday I went off. Yesterday was a classic. I'm trying to keep my composure today. Have you guys ever wondered why Umar can't give you stories about his daughters? 2 at least. He has 3 babies. 3 kids. I don't mean to say babies because they're not babies, but that's how I am. I'm 50. You ever wonder why it is that he can't give you stories? You all ever wonder why the conscious stripper that he was digging out? Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Again, I was pulling out that photo album and shit. I done gone back. I apologize. Ladies, I apologize. I'll take that back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't do that. I apologize. It just slipped. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for that. No disrespect, please. You guys know I have respect. I just slipped up for a second. I'm so sorry on that one. It's just because we were talking about the old school. I was showing y'all pictures and stuff. I flipped back to back in the day. I apologize. But y'all ever wonder why in her text messages, what does she say? She says, why we always got to go to the hotel? Let's look at this real quick. I apologize. Umar Johnson, conscious. I should just pull up my notes because I have it all in there. I'll talk about this a bit inside a documentary. Not much though. Okay, not much. Yeah, here it is right here. The conscious stripper situation happened in and around 2015. Where was Umar living in 2015? He had his own residence. I already showed you the receipt. Remember? See this? Look. Don't worry, I got the receipts. This is 2010. Willow Grove. This is 2010. Landlord and tenant complaint. I'm sure, Umar has more too, because someone sent, and I just can't find it. It's probably on one of my old hard drives from like half a decade ago. But he has other complaints. But this one right here, this is that same residence in 2010. Okay, he resolved this issue, and then here's 2019. So again, this is how I do my research. If Umar and there's other things too that I can pull up that show his different residence and years and stuff like that. Because after I got my cybersecurity degree, I know how to do research to get this type of information. It's all public record. But the point is, if you look here closely, 2010, we can say that Umar lived here at this residence from at least December 15, 2010 to September 10th, 2019. Okay. And that's why I showed you guys earlier that after we get towards the end of 2019, that's where you don't see Umar live streaming in that same little corner where you flip that phone where there's filth and hoarder situations. And yeah, Iceman Vamp, mices, as Umar says, and rodents and roaches and Sasquatch and all that shit. Okay, but we can say based upon these 2 documents that Umar lived at this residence from at least 2010, the end of 2010 to 2019. So again, this is how, when I do my research and how my mind works. If that is the case, was Umar living there when the conscious stripper situation took place? What's the answer to that? Again, conscious stripper, and he calls it conscious because so that it lessens the blow that he's dealing with sex workers. And no disrespect to the lady, okay? I shouldn't say that because a stripper doesn't necessarily be, but they're very much connected, okay? Okay, let's just we're adults here. But I'm not gonna, let me take that back, okay? Because I don't know that that's what she was doing. But what I can say is that when he's dealing with a stripper, he don't want to say a stripper. I remember one time he said she's a dancer. No, she's a stripper. She's on that pole, getting paid. Conscious stripper was in 2015, okay? Again, based upon the receipts that I showed, 2010 to 2019, that means that he was at that residence during that time period. Well, in between that time period, towards the middle, that's when the conscious stripper scandal takes place. Now, like I was saying, Iceman Bam, why would the conscious stripper King Ringo say, well, why do we always got to go to the hotel? In other words, why can't I come to your house? He had a residence, but he was living in filth. Mind you, at this time in 2015, Umar doesn't have a job. So how is he paying for these hotels? See, that's the thing. Umar said, well, you know, she's trying to say I'm spending money on her. Yeah, you spending money on her. If you're flying her out and you ain't got no job, where's that money coming from? The donors. If you flying her out and you order out some food from the hotel motel that you paid for with the donors' money, you pay for the hotel room, you pay for the food, because you ain't taking her to the house because you're living in filth. You see my point? Listen, ladies, you know doggone well that if a man talk about, yeah, you know, I want to have a date or whatever, and you want to come over, and you walk up in there and it looked like Umar when he flipped that phone. Come on now. If my daughter was dealing with somebody and I went over there and it would look like that, I might be in jail. What'd you do? Well, you know, I went up over there and it looked like Umar's spot. You know, oh, you did? Yeah, I mean, there was shit all over the place, and literally, and there's trash all over the place, and rats and mices and roaches and crickets and shit. It looked like that? Yeah. Okay, well, you're free to go. You know, I totally understand. You know that judge that Umar said saw him on YouTube. Remember that? He said the judge saw me on YouTube. That same judge. He said, oh yeah, Umar look like that. He look like that. Yeah. Lily and Phil? Yeah, okay. Well, you're free to go, sir. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you need some money, I said, I'm good. I'm good. Anyway, that's an inside joke, all right? Umar trip. Man, you remember Umar said the judge saw him on YouTube? Because he would have never given my baby. I said, boy, if you don't stop. Thanks, Iceman, man. Can you pull up the father? Yeah, I got it right here. I'm sorry, I done gone off. Thank you, user 225. Iceman, man, I appreciate it. But you guys see my point in terms of the conscious stripper and Umar's living conditions. We can establish that Umar, from at least 2010 until 2019, he stayed at that residence. And in the between, in 2015, the conscious stripper was asking Umar, why can't I come to your place? Why we always got to go to the hotel room? Well, that's because Umar was living in filth. That's the point I want to make here. Yeah. And that same thing, that same behavior pattern exists to this day. That hasn't changed, because that's an issue up here. See? All right. See, again, that's why when Umar would show these abandoned buildings and it looks like straight trash, and it'd be trash all over the place. Remember them early days in 2019, 6 years ago? Around this time, 6 years ago. And we were sitting back like, why is this guy even showing this? He shouldn't be showing it. But it doesn't register that it's all filthy and dilapidated and trash and mold and all this shit. He's used to that. And you women know doggone well that if a man was living like, because women don't play that stuff. They don't like that. That's what I was telling my sons, clean your bath, clean this shit up. Your bathroom, y'all bathroom is filthy. I told them, because they got their own bathroom and shit. You know, it is. I'm talking about my older son. But you know what? Clean this up. And I said, listen, if you're gonna have a little friends up over here, you know, little ladies, y'all clean up your shit. Don't do that out of respect in this bathroom. I told them the ladies don't like going into filthy toilets. I explained it to her. I said, listen, the man, we can go in there, we handle business, we can stand up and handle it. If we got to sit there, we just get in there and we get up out of it. But women, they don't like that. They don't like, not that it's okay that it's filthy, but we can cope with that. But women don't play that stuff. So out of respect, keep your bathroom clean. They don't listen. Keep your bathroom clean. Keep your room clean. You just don't like that. Anyway, Umar, he don't keep nothing clean. Can you imagine if he took the conscious stripper up over to his house? Anyway, here we go.
Specialist, professional therapist, you know, for the situation. And you shared some information with her, and she followed up on it and put it in place.
Women don't
And
like
then,
that stuff.
called us a real financial burden on this end. So
Yeah,
I-
yeah. Listen, and I'm the same way, but it's something like I'm just like that. There's something wrong with me. I understand for women because it's you know you guys just not. I'm not sexist. I'm just saying that physiologically and stuff. You guys got more stuff going on. You guys got to be protective of stuff and keep stuff extra. Just saying. Okay, so a filthy bathroom and trash and all that stuff. That's why I'm not gonna have my wife. You know, like she had to have a rough week. I got her a couch. I cleaned up and everything because I just want her not to even have to worry about any of that stuff. You see. But I am like that. I like that. If stuff's not organized and clean, I can't work. I can't start working on anything. You know, it makes me uncomfortable. Okay, and I know what you mean. You get nervous and anxiety. You're like, why am I nervous and anxious? Oh, I need to clean this shit up. Then you clean up. Then I get going. All right. Okay, here we go. I apologize for going off. Here we go.
Advice did I give her? No, tell me what you're talking about first. What advice did I give her?
Yeah.
It was dealing with the school and his IEP situation. He was already going to see a professional therapist, so we was taking care on this end. I had told her, you know, don't be listening to nobody on no YouTube because, you know, they don't even know what they're talking about. But she took it upon herself.
Yeah, I know.
First of all, I know exactly what I'm. Whoa, time out, bro.
She didn't want me to know about it.
Wait, time out. Dude, bruh.
I'm gonna see you in Chicago.
All right, then see me then.
See how Umar behaves? Lack of professional, lack of emotional maturity, and he does not like to be challenged by real men. That's why he don't deal with real men. See, and shout out to this father for getting on Umar about this. What's up, Antonio? This is one of the OGs right here. It says, sorry, can't post a link, but it's a 3-minute video, Lenon, from YouTube page Black TMZ called Umar Johnson caught red-handed cheesing in the face of a snow bunny. Just posted today, and it's from the I think you're talking about the Cherry Hill Mall fiasco. Isn't that what you're talking about with the young Persian lady? No. You're talking about there's a video, and I have the video. I don't know if we're gonna get to it, but Umar, there's people that's calling in. There's these younger college students that call in. I actually saw this. So there's younger and there's these little black girls, if you will, talking first, and then there's a little white girl that gets on there, and you guys should see how Umar Johnson responds. He's so goofy. What's up, Antonio? Oh, man, good to see you, man. I hope everything's going well with you. This Antonio has a lot of research on Umar. He's been around a long time. Good source of information, especially from the construction side and the pulling of permits and all that kind of stuff. And he's been around a really long time. So shout out to Antonio. Right on, man. Okay, here we go.
See me then. And get off my call. See me then.
Uncompromising position.
You ain't even tell. Wait. What kind? All right, I'll see you then. Don't threaten me.
See him stuttering and shit. He's scared.
They're trying to hide this from me.
You still ain't told me. You still haven't said what piece of advice I gave your old lady to follow. You still ain't told me. So tell me that first.
You need to talk to her because she won't even disclose it. I found.
So how you know what I told her if she won't?
See this guy? Lack of professional. And again, he's live streaming from a storage unit because he's homeless. You know, I have to take that back because I'm not sure. I have to go back and go into my matter of fact, I'm gonna pull that up. Let me pull that because I want to make sure that I have my timeline right. Someone sent me a PayPal MG. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know I don't promote my PayPal. I don't promote my Cash App. And people do send me super chats. I don't ask for, but I do appreciate it. You know, let me just take a moment to thank everyone who's been financially supportive of my YouTube page, whether that's through Cash App's super chats, Cash App super chats, stickers, super stickers, and thanks. So there's people that do that too, where there's thanks after videos up or uploaded, and then PayPal as well. I want to thank everyone for the support. Okay, it allows me to continue to do this work dealing with Umar, and especially you members, your membership and consistent membership. It allows me to not have to be online as much, and that gives me time to work on this documentary, which is my main focus these days. And I hope to have the documentary completed by the middle of the year. Worst case scenario, I'll have some final copies, a final version for, let's say, the first 3 segments or something like that, because the documentary is probably going to be 6 or 7 hours altogether. But worst case scenario, by the middle of the year, I'll have some final drafts that I'll be able to upload, and we'll do it like what do they call that? Like a mini. I don't know if you call it a mini series, but it'll just be like chapter 1 or chapter 2, chapter 3, that type of thing. You know how they have it on Netflix, how they'll have a series, a mini series, that type of thing. And so what I plan to do, worst case scenario, I'll do it like that. And then once I get done with the final copy of everything, I'll upload the whole complete documentary. But by that time, there'll be a soundtrack, and I'll have included other stuff that's not appearing inside of these segments that I'll be releasing towards the middle of the year. Okay, so let me just let you guys know that in advance. Thank you so much, MG. Thanks everyone who sent in super chats and cash apps and all this stuff, and you, especially you members. I really do appreciate it, because that's what allows me to continue to do this research and put this documentary together. It's a lot of work. Okay, I want to have it done by the middle of the year, but I'm looking. We're already into February. But again, I have some contingency plans. Okay, thank you guys so much for your support. All right, let's get back into Umar losing it. Here we go.
Even disclose it. If she won't disclose it, how you know?
If she called in.
If she won't disclose it.
Yeah, I called in. I know you told me not to call.
Yeah, Aki, Umar's never functioned as a school, teacher. He's never functioned as a teacher. Okay, he has been in classrooms, he has been in front of children, but he's never been an official teacher of children, which is interesting because, you know, he thinks he's going to run a school. He's going to be teaching all these classes and be the custodian and the principal, the vice principal, the school psychologist, everything, right? What's up, Jonathan?
But this is what he told me.
What's up, KKC?
And I apologize. But I'm calling you, let you know, bro, when you share information with these women,
yeah,
you need to check the background to make sure they're good.
First of all, everything I say is good. Everything I say is good.
When you come to Chicago, we're going to have a
See, narcissism.
All right, we're going to have a conversation then. Everything I share is good, bruh. You don't know me.
But you share information, and you know how
everything I share is good. You ain't told me yet. Whatever, man. You just a hater, bruh. You just a hater. You ain't even told me what information, man. What advice did I give? You still ain't told me yet. Come on, man. You just call it in hating. What you talking about? What advice did I give her that was wrong? You still ain't said it. I'm going to go to the next caller. Go ahead, go ahead. What about the IEP? There's a million issues with the IEP. What are you talking about? And why you got to spend money if it's an IEP issue? If it's an IEP issue, what you bringing up money for? Because it don't cost you no money.
You told her to go out and get private testing, bro. That's what you told her to do.
Let me tell you what I told her. Let me tell you what I probably told her. Let me tell you what I probably told her. You want to listen? Do you want to listen for a minute? Do you want to listen for a minute? Do you want to listen for a minute? First of all, all right, well, listen then. Listen, no, but you calling up here with a nasty attitude, man. Nobody's scared of you, family. I'll be in Chicago. You want to talk to me, you talk to me. Nobody's scared of you. What I'm telling you is, listen, you ain't, listen. You won't even listen, man. What she got to pay to get private testing for when you have a right to get an independent educational eval and the school district got to pay for that? She ain't got to pay for no eval. She can make them get an independent and the school district pay. I know because I do them in Pennsylvania. Every parent who knows me knows that they always.
Let me find out what year this is, okay? Because, again, Umar hadn't worked in the Philadelphia school in Pennsylvania since 2010, 2011-ish. Okay, based upon our research, that may change. Okay, if I get more information, I'll update that. Let me go and pull up my timeline for the research that I'm doing on Umar. And let me see if I could find this particular video.
Have a right to an independent educational evaluation and the school district pays for it. So why did y'all have to pay for an eval?
Because she didn't know that.
If she talked to me, she knows that. If she talks to me, she knows that. If she talks, yes, I did, brother. Yes, I did, brother. Everybody on this call know I.
See, he doesn't even know who this woman is. If you guys really think about this, it's not like the guy gave the woman's name or anything. Like Umar's talked with so many different people. He don't know who this guy's talking about. If you ever been to an Umar event, them bodyguards do not play. Oh yeah. What's up, that's Karma? Thanks for tuning on in. I appreciate it. When Chicago cats say they want to conversate, that means he's getting. Yeah, I know. That's why Umar started. He getting turned up and he getting all nervous and shit. He want to be gangster. I know. What's up, Ruben Rivera? You gave bad bookshelf advice. He is. Umar's scared. He marshmallow.
Talk about that.
she could get him tested on the outside. And she took the money and paid him to get tested on the outside.
Nah, I didn't tell her that. I know I didn't tell her that. I know I didn't tell her that. I never tell parents that.
Well, you go back and play
That's
the
not
tape.
true.
Go back and
2 months ago.
That's not true. I have it where Umar says things where you're going to get your child evaluated outside the school. I've also heard him tell parents to get an independent psychologist to come into the school to observe the children. I actually have him saying it on record.
I don't have to listen. I don't have to play the tape, bruh.
You over talking him. He's a psychologist. He knows exactly what he told. But
This lady right here, it sounds like the lady that called in yesterday.
you're just going like with rhetoric, just repeating stuff, and you sound crazy. You don't even have any validity behind your statement, and you sound very unintelligent, and you're drowning me out, and it's
She said unintelligent.
very annoying. If you don't have any factual statements, yeah, you do. If you don't have any factual statements, when you're coming to this man, and it's black people, that's the problem. We don't respect anybody that's in a higher level, especially when they're African American. If you
See, this is the cult dynamics. Anyone who's at a higher level, and Umar just sits back because he always has his minions do his dirty work because he can't handle himself as a man.
don't have any factual statements or coming with any level of intellect when you're speaking to
Yeah,
someone.
it sounds like her because that's what I thought about, but I don't think it's her. But it sounds like her because when she called in, it reminded me of this. I said, "Hey, this woman's voice sound like that woman."
He's done what he's done for the community. And okay, even if he did maybe misinform her, which I don't think he did, you're not even giving a man the benefit of the doubt. But if it was a white person, you will automatically give them the benefit of the doubt, or even so forth as let them speak. You haven't even let this man speak.
What
You're
you
telling me that you're
talking
going to
about?
see him. You're not going to see him anywhere. We are our own worst enemy. What do you mean you're going to see him? That's a threatening statement, and you're not even giving this man the opportunity to speak. You need to
Well, Umar's threatened people. I'm not saying that it's right, but come on now, Umar's threatened me. He's threatened other people too.
let him speak before you're doing it. That is very rude and disrespectful. He's doing us a favor. He's
This lady sounds so
on
immature.
this call. He's on this call to do a favor to the community.
I want to see the man talk with him.
This
No, but you should listen and give him a chance. You need to give him a chance to speak. You need to give him a chance to speak.
First of all, you need to talking to you.
No. So what? I'm listening to the call and you're talking about it and you never give
Look at Umar.
Let me jump in, Queen. Let me jump in, Queen, and I appreciate it, but let me jump in. Let me jump in. Hold on, everybody. Let me say this. Let me say this.
See, Umar has no skills at managing a situation like this. He always escalates things. He never de-escalates things. See, that in of itself is quite telling. Yeah, it is. It's super messy. Y'all cut it out.
Here, let me say this. And the brother being very disrespectful to our sister. Very disrespectful. She doesn't have to.
Umar, look who's talking. You're the most disrespectful person I've seen online when it comes to black women. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Hold on 1 second. Umar, you need to cut it out. You ain't fooling nobody. I have not been able to figure out what year this video, it says in and around 2021, but I need the exact year. Because if it is 2021, by this time he doesn't have his own residence, which would make sense. And that's why he's inside of this storage unit. Let me play something for y'all real quick. There you go.
Fat ass. Damn, she had a fat ass. Shut up. And you know what's funny? When I'm in the line, I can't look at their ass because all the guys is looking to see if I'm gonna look at their ass. So I couldn't even get a look at it.
No, you can look at their ass. Why you can't look at her ass?
Not appropriate.
Wait. So you look out of here. You watching to see what you gonna look at?
All the dudes watching when the girls come in the line, they're looking for you.
So what?
And I wanted to see her ass, but I couldn't look.
Stupid. You can look. Why you have to be? What?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was cute.
Okay. That's Umar. And he knew he was live streaming too, because he looks at the camera at the beginning of it. So all this talk about you being disrespectful to the Umar, you're the most disrespectful dude I've seen online and it's not even close. It's not even
Mind of business either. The mind of business. Very disrespectful to our sister. Very disrespectful. She doesn't have to mind her business either because she did not disrespect you.
This is about my son. And my son
Listen to me, bruh. Listen to me, bruh. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. Let me. What? Listen. Nobody's scared of you, family. Listen. 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 This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. Listen.
Well, this is
I want him. I want the brother to text me. I want the brother to text me.
Yeah.
I want the brother to text me so I can call him after the call. I can't believe it. Yo, shout out to my Chicago family. Chicago, who is this brother? Can one of my Chicago people call this brother and tell him to get off the call? Shout out to Chi-Town. Shout out to Chi-Town. I need one of my Chi-Town people to call this brother and tell him to...
See what I mean with this guy? He's such a marshmallow bitch. He really is. Chi-Town, shout out to Chi-Town. I need, one of my Goonie goons. He got videos. He said, I got about 20 goons in Chicago. I should pull that one up. It's probably after this happened, right before it. He's scared and shit. Umar, you're a I mean, I don't mean to be like that, but you a sissy, man. You such a sissy. Sissy ass. Why you gotta be like that, Umar? You're such a sissy. Let me see. Umar moving to I remember I had this video. Umar said he's moving to Los Angeles. He lies so much it's ridiculous. Let me see something if I can pull this up. Goonie goons. No, I can't find it. I don't know how I archived it. Anyway, let's go ahead and finish this one up. Then we got to get back to the other video. Black Will says, Lenon, play the video where Umar was threatening you and others up in the storage. And I remember right before that he made the vid, you announced you were done. Didn't I think I played that yesterday. Let me see. See, now I can't remember. I'm sure I can find it. Hold on one second. Yeah, let me let this play just a little bit. I'll be right back. Because I was done with Umar, but then he started issuing physical threats, and I said, okay.
You're destroying the call. Where my Chicago people
Yeah, you
at?
remember that video?
Where my Illinois brothers and sisters at? Where my Chi-Town family at? You know I love my Chi-Town. They got me started. Chicago, I need y'all to check this brother. What's going on this morning? I don't normally get this from Chi-Town. Listen to me, bro. Why don't you text me and I can call you later?
See?
Maybe you can fix the problem though. If you just listen for a minute, that can have a conversation. You're saying you're intelligent, he's intelligent. That can have a conversation instead of arguing and threatening each other. That's all. No, I mean I didn't make it. That's one. Man, my son is in a position, man, and it hurt me because I'm the father, and I did the right thing by making sure he was doing what he was supposed to do. I seeing the therapist, and my old lady, and I had to deal with her, went behind my back and took his advice and to put us in a position. That's all I'm saying. officers out, that they make sure they sharing the information with their. He went ahead to help get one of Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? I'm worried about my seed, my son, man. It ain't got nothing to do with you going to farm, man. Because you have a problem. Your son has a problem because you're mildly retarded and it shows. That's what you have a problem. Hold on. Let me explain something to you. You got over here retarded. The only person retarded is a man who's not concerned about their child. And you want to be retarded with fake hair, fake eyes, fake.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm calling about my seed.
My brother. Can I speak, please? Can Dr. Umar speak on Dr. Umar's call?
I am on the
May Dr. Umar speak on Dr. Umar's call?
I was talking respectfully until she came in and called me retarded. I'm retarded because I'm concerned about my son? Really? Not at all. Not at all. I understand what you said. But that's what she's saying right here. I know, but forget that.
Man, this is so messy. Here's the, I think this is the video of the Chicago one. It may not be, but this when he was in Chicago and he was acting like he was trying to find a school out there.
Peace and love, black family. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm coming to you live and direct, Chi-Town. I'm in the building. We are in the Windy City. First visit in almost a year. I was here in Black History Month. But I'm driving to the Culture Connection, about to meet up with the security teams. Culture Connection. And soon I
see, he has to say security because he's scared.
Turn the corner, I run into an available school for sale. Soon when I turn the corner, available school.
And he doesn't know if this school is available at all. He just happened to drive past it. He doesn't know.
So my question to Chicago, or my family in Chicago, you know I love you. But I want to know why y'all ain't been sending me no schools. Because Hickle one right now, I turn the corner and I see a sign that says school available. You feel me? And I'm look like it's in pretty good shape. You know what I mean? Right here in Chicago.
Yeah, this is it right here. I found it.
So I'm like, it wasn't on LoopNet. You know, I'm not a realtor, so I've been doing the LoopNet thing. It's not on LoopNet, but it's a nice little property. Actually, it's not that small, so I don't know what they're going to charge me for it, but I don't know if they leasing it or selling it. Just got a couple schools in St. Louis, so I got to go to St. Louis. We in our final quarter right now, family. I'm choosing a school New Year's Day. I'm dropping the bomb in Detroit. January 1st, Kwanzaa lecture, Detroit stand up, New Year's Day, Northwest Community Center. Shout out to the queen who sent me those schools from St. Louis this morning. That was a very pleasant blessing. Much appreciated to the sister who sent me the schools in St. Louis this morning. I'm definitely gonna go look at them. I'm gonna get all the last minute school visits in. October, November, December, I got to make a decision. Last minute school visits, October.
He in a rental car. You know, my research shows that Umar, we got about 800 people in the building. Thank y'all so much for tuning on. There is a poll. If you guys can go ahead and vote, we already have, my goodness, 1,185 votes. Thank y'all so much for that. If you guys can go ahead and vote on that poll, I would appreciate it. And if you're enjoying the show, if you can hit the like button, I'd appreciate that as well. Again, thanks to everyone who sent in Cash Apps, PayPal, or Super Chats, or Super Stickers. I appreciate that as well. Black Wolf, I found the video. I think this is the one. If not, just let me know. The poll question is, why is Umar Johnson homeless after raising at least $2 million? And I proved it yesterday that Umar has raised at least $2 million. In my opinion, my best estimate, though, is 2.6, 2.7. But based upon Umar Johnson's own words and IRS documentation, Umar, I can say officially that Umar has raised at least $2 million. Okay, I proved that yesterday. So the question becomes, why is it and how is it that someone who has raised $2 million is still homeless today? And the last time Umar had his own residence was in 2019, the same year he purchased these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm going to tell you all something. Umar starts raising, and follow me on this, you Umar Johnson follows. Umar starts raising money in 2014 for the St. Paul's College, April 2014. It's about to be 11 years in a couple of months here. And he's raising an exuberant amount of money. From 2014 to the end of 2016, this guy has raised $1 million by his own words. That's a lot of money in a very short period of time. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. That's 8 months. That will go from 2014, 15, 16. We're talking in 2 years and 3 months. Is my math right? 2 years and 3 months. Yeah. 2014, the end of 2016, let's just say the beginning of 2017, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. 2 years in May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 2 years and 8 months, Umar has raised $1 million in less than 3 years. But see, what happens is that Umar is using that money for his own lifestyle. So because he doesn't have a job. So from 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18, Umar is living off of the money that he has raised from donations to acquire a building. Again, first it was St. Paul's back in 2014. Then we get in 2019. And on this day, 6 years ago, Umar acquires these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. But get this, we're talking 5 years of Umar living off of that money. Even though he had already raised $1 million in 2016, he purchased these abandoned buildings for $400,000 allegedly in February of 2019. I'm going to tell you what happens with Umar. Because he's used most of that money, by the time he gets into 2019, he has to buy something because GoFundMe was issuing refunds. There's all this backlash that was taking place. So he settles on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. $400,000 is online records. It could be much less than that. Umar has no accounting for any of this. There's no transparency. It could be much less than that. But you see, that same year, Umar can't even pay his rent. Why? Because he had to take whatever he had left to get these abandoned buildings, to purchase these abandoned buildings, and all of the other money that he had raised up to 2019, which is over $1 million, is practically gone. So what happens? He gets evicted. Think about this shit. You Umar Johnson followers. He gets evicted. He can't even pay. He don't even have the money to pay his own rent. And all he had left over was probably around $400,000, maybe a little bit more than that. And get this, what does he do? He doesn't start renovations right away because he should have been sitting on about $1.2 million, something around there. Let's see. 2016, he's at $1 million. 17, 18, 19, he says that he collects about $125,000 a year. Watch this. So we're going to go $125,000 a year times 3, because it's 3 more years to get to February of 2019. $375,000 of money, more money raised. And if he had $1 million based on his own words back at the end of 2016, then that means that when he purchased these abandoned buildings, Umar should have been sitting on, let's see, 1 million. Watch this. When he purchased these abandoned buildings, he should have had about $1,375,000. So we can subtract $400,000 from that, the purchase price, the online purchase price. That's what I found. Someone sent me, and I didn't find it. Someone sent me the research on that. Umar should have been sitting on $975,000 February of 2019. Where'd the money go? He can't even pay his fucking rent. I already showed at the beginning of this video, I showed the evictions. See? And so what ends up happening is that wherever this $975,000 had gone, we can let's just round it up, $1 million, wherever this $1 million went. Again, Umar's been living off this money from 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18 for 5 years. Let's divide $975,000. We're going to divide that by 5. We're talking about $195,000 a year that's just poof, be gone. See, now, let me explain something to you, because people said, no, maybe he was holding on to the money. If he was holding on to the money, he would have started renovations right away. But see, that's because you, Umar Johnson, you may think that way because you don't know the timeline. Quick question, chat. Do you guys remember what did Umar begin to do in 2019? Did he start renovations right away? No. because he didn't have the money to start renovations. And he said that. In fact, he was in 2019. I have him on record saying we don't have any more, much money left. Okay, you should have been sitting on $975,000. What you mean you don't have any money, much money left? What are you talking about? Where is this money gone? See, he's been using it for his lifestyle. That's why he couldn't start renovations right off of the jump. And what does he do? He continues to ask for money. People get excited because he purchased these abandoned buildings to this day, on this day, 6 years ago. So he gets a cash infusion, but even still, he doesn't start renovations. What does he do? He starts making excuses. And you could crush chat members, you remember 6 years ago, what was the excuse in terms of Umar not starting renovations? See, he didn't want to say I'm out of money or I done tricked off about $975,000. He ain't gonna tell you all that. What does he say? Could crush chat. Y'all remember this? Because he didn't start renovations in 2019. What did he say? There it is. Listen, that's in 2019. Everything is digitized, blueprints included. You can get hard copies too. But this is what Umar did. No, it wasn't James. Hold on, James. See, now, James, you getting ahead of it. The HVAC was after the blueprints because he always got something lined up with this shit. And the next excuse. See, the issue is he don't have money to get shit done because he done tricked off the money. He should have, like I said, listen, Umar should have been sitting on about $975,000 after he purchased these abandoned buildings in 2019, 6 years ago to this day. I'm talking about after he's purchased these shits. He should have been sitting on $975,000 based upon his own words and based upon the research that I've done on Umar. But he can't start the renovations. Why? Because the money was gone. The vast majority of the money was gone. But he recognized that he has to come up with an excuse as to why he doesn't start renovations. And the excuse that he made at that time, James, watch this, was that he could not find the blueprints. The real issue is that Umar didn't have the money to start renovations. But see, what he did was he leveraged 6 years ago him acquiring these abandoned buildings because he knew that he's going to get a cash infusion. So the money began to come in. And then he saved a little bit here, saved a little bit there, never provided a receipt to get these blueprints. I think he said it was $20,000 or $25,000. Really? And that was the holdup. That's why he couldn't start renovations. And then finally, at some point, he miraculously finds the blueprints. Don't worry, I have the receipts. This is some bull jive. Give me a second here. He didn't have the money. He had already tricked off about $975,000. Listen, Umar does not start renovations. He acquires these abandoned buildings in February of 2019, 6 years to the day. But he can't, and his excuse is he can't start renovations because he has to have the blueprints first. And then he does a video in 2020. Lord have mercy. August 1st of 2020. And now he's found the blueprints. Look, don't worry, I have the receipt. Here you go. We're going to get to this too, James. Hold on one second. James is ahead of us. Hold on one second. We're going to get to it. How many of y'all remember this hit the one? Anybody remember this? Oh, okay. Black, I'll check my email right now. Thank you for super chat too. I'll check it right now. Yeah, he ain't, listen, That's why you know, when people say FDMG, I remember when the first time someone said family, the money's gone, and it's literally the money had dried up, but he should have been sitting on about $975,000 after he acquired these abandoned buildings. You guys understand what I'm saying? On February 6th of 2025, Umar should, after he acquired these abandoned buildings, again, we're on the 6-year anniversary today, he should have been sitting on around $975,000. And that's more than enough, because he said that, you know, he said all I need is about $250,000 to finish the small school. We're going to need $1 million to finish both sides of it. What you mean you need $1 million to finish both sides of the school? You should have been sitting on $975,000. But he couldn't start renovations. First of all, he didn't have a plan. But the other thing is that he didn't have the money. He's a scam artist. He tricked off in and around $975,000. Again, it could be $875,000. It could be $1.2 million. But based upon what Umar has said in the receipts that I can pull up, on whether that is through the IRS filings or Umar talking about how he had raised $1 million by the end of 2016, and I also have a video where he says that he brings in about $125,000 a year. He should have been sitting on $975,000 after he purchased abandoned buildings, but he didn't have the money. FDMG family, the money's gone. Okay. All right, Black No, I'm gonna go check my email right now. I'm gonna let this play. Watch this. Y'all remember this? Hit the one. And I still got I still got the other video where Umar was threatening people. Hold on one second.
King Kong Consciousness, International Ifa Tunde. How's everybody doing? Good news and bad news. Good news is we got the drones. All right.
I got you. I got you, Black Man.
We got the drones.
Yeah, right on.
$20,000 worth of work right here. $20,000.
Okay, so what Umar is saying is that these blueprints cost $20,000. Again, this is in 2000. Hold on one second. Boy, this is crazy. See, again, he claims that he can't start renovations until he has the blueprints at this time. This is from 2021. Dang, that doesn't sound right. That can't be right. No, that can't be right. There's no way. It could not have taken Umar over 2 years to start. That can't be right. No, that can't be right. I got to get this time. There's no way. There's no way. Hold on one second, everybody. That can't be right. It could not have been that long. I mean, it could have been, but no, there's no way. Umar Johnson starts renovations, because he did a video to make the announcement. I remember it. I have it downloaded. Oh, shit. It was in 2020. It was in 2020, y'all. See, even what he's saying in this video, it doesn't make sense. In other words, he's lying. He's lying here. Because he was using the excuse that the reason why he couldn't start renovations was because he couldn't find the blueprints, and they need the blueprints to start renovations. But I also have a video here where he says the renovations begins August 3rd of 2020. The video that I was playing here, don't worry, we're going to get to all this. Hold on one second. Is from August 1st, 2021. This guy, man, this guy is such a liar. He said renovations start in 2020. I have the video. I'm looking at it right here. But then the blueprints was the hang up as to why renovations couldn't begin. But the blueprint video was from 2021, unless that video is not from 2021. No, it is. It's from 2020. That's what it is. Okay, I got it. I have it. All right, I got this. Hold on one second, everybody. So the blueprint video that we're looking at, it's not 2021. That's why. Okay, that's why I have to stop myself. It's from 2020. It's from August 1st of 2020. Okay, and then the video where renovations start it's from, wow, it's 2 days later. Yeah, Umar. Now, again, that's what I was thinking, because I'm big on timeline. It was August 3rd. No, excuse me. Yeah, August 3rd of 2020. So August 1st of 2020, he does the blueprint video. And then August 3rd of 2020, that's when he says renovations start. You see, so the point, and it proves my point. The point is that Umar always has an excuse as to why stuff doesn't happen. And in this case, the reason why the renovation didn't happen was because he didn't have the blueprints. But he didn't get the blueprints until after about a year and 5 months after he acquires these abandoned buildings. So what that means is that these abandoned buildings were sitting, no renovations starting, for about a year and a half. But you see, the real issue is not the blueprints. The issue that Umar had already tricked off all of that money. That's the point I want to make here. Okay, let's go back to this one. Here we go.
Lines, plumbing, electric, mechanical, general contractor. Shout out to the donors. $20,000 worth of designs right here.
You a lie.
We got the designs. That's the good news.
He always says there's bad news.
The challenging news,
he always does this,
is we got to raise the money to pay for the work.
Wow.
So what I'm going to be doing all next week is entertaining bids.
You see this?
From contractors, electricians, plumbers, general contractors. I'm walking down the hood in North Philly, no security, just me.
Again, Umar should have been sitting on, in 2019, he should have been sitting on $975,000. But he doesn't have the money to start renovations even after he acquires these abandoned buildings in 2020. Let me get this right real quick. The abandoned buildings he acquired the abandoned buildings February 6th, again, 6 years ago to the day. February 6th, I got to write this down. February 6th of 2019. He should have been sitting on, after he purchased the abandoned buildings, he should have had $975,000 left over. Now, he doesn't start renovations right away because he claims that he doesn't have the money. I've already said that, but he says it here too. But then we go to August 1st of 2020, which is this video that we're watching here, and he finally gets the blueprints, which is what he claims has stopped him from starting renovations. And then on August 3rd, 2 days later of 2020, Umar says that renovations start. Now watch this. Okay, so here's the blueprints. So the amount of time that passed from the time that he acquires the buildings to the time that he actually gets the blueprints is, let's see, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Okay, so that's 8 months. And then basically a year. So it takes Umar 1 year and 8 months to get the blueprints. And therefore, it takes Umar roughly 1 year and 8 months to actually start renovations. Where'd the money go? $975,000 that he should have been sitting on in 2019 after he purchased these abandoned buildings. Again, I have him on record saying that he brings in about $125,000 a year. So he has another year and 8 months to raise money. Okay, let's just say another year. So, you know, Umar, he should have been sitting on $975,000 plus another $125,000 because he's raised more money for another year and 8 months. But we're just going to say for another year, he should have been at 1.1 million at the time when he finds these blueprints. He's such a scam artist. He's a scammer. It's that simple. Again, while I was listening to this, I said, wait, the timeline doesn't quite work out, because I was thinking that this video was from, what did I say, 2021? But no, it's 2020. It takes Umar 1 year, and he gives this excuse over and over again from since February, 6 years ago, since February 6th of 2019. He gives the excuse over and over again that he can't start renovations because he has to get the blueprints. He finally gets the blueprints August 1st of 2020. And then he claims that renovations start 2 days later on August 3rd of 2020. And then, okay, I'm going to bring all this around. My mind is working. And then after he has the blueprints, the next excuse is what? The HVAC. And then we start the HVAC saga, which went on for a couple of years at least, for 2.5 years or some shit like that. You guys remember that? See, there's always an excuse. He has another excuse already lined up that, you know, the city's not going to grant him a certificate of occupancy, and therefore he's going to have to sue the city because they're racist and they're white supremacists and all this other stuff. He always has an excuse lined up. And that's why his followers, they always make excuses for this guy, because they've been trained that way. That's what he does. So they do it too. It's a code. See? Okay, I'm going to bring all this back around. My mind is working here, but we're going to take it a step at a time. We're doing okay on time. Here we go. Let's go back to this video.
King Kong, okay? North Philly bred, born and raised. That's what I do. Shout out to all my Meade Elementary alumni, 18th in Oxford. Shout out to all my Bieber Junior High alumni, 59th in Malvern.
He went to Bieber. Yep.
Shout out to all my Scotland School alumni, Chambersburg, PA. Shout out to all my Millersville University alumni, Lancaster, PA. This is what we do.
He ain't doing nothing.
Make sure y'all donate.
See? Sniffing.
All next week, I'm entertaining bids. Electrician, carpenter, plumber, general contractor, carpentry, HVAC.
Wow.
Fire alarm system, sprinkler system. We got to do it all, y'all. Get on that Cash App, $ FDMG School. Get on that Cash App. Mail in, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, 19809. Mail in, family. We got the designs. We got the designs. $20,000 worth of work right here. All donations paid for through the donors of FDMG.
20,000.
But now we gotta find an electrician who ain't gonna rob us.
See this? He already had all of this shit mapped out in his scamming ass mind. Look at him. Look at him looking like a pookie. He need that money to get that thing. See? Because isn't this the excuse that he made in terms of why he had to fire these black electricians? Because they were trying to scam him and they were stealing things out of the school. This is way before he actually, quote unquote, hired these electricians. You see how he already had it planned out in his mind? Hit the one. Wow. He already has the excuses lined up. He had the excuse of he didn't have enough money, but he did. Again, he should have been sitting on $975,000 at least after he purchased abandoned buildings. And at the time when he recorded this video, he should have been sitting on 1.1 million. But he already has an excuse lined up as to sabotage, because that's what he always uses, the sabotage. And so he's saying here, you know, we got to make sure that they don't try to scam us. But then later on, what does he say? They try to scam us. This guy, boy, I tell you, he's something else.
But now we gotta find an electrician who ain't gonna rob us. Find a plumber who ain't gonna rob us. Find a carpenter, HVAC man who ain't gonna. August 1st. Today is the centennial. Today is the centennial, 100-year anniversary of the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, greatest black.
See, he doesn't have a car. He didn't have, the money's gone. He can't even afford to rent a car. He walking around with a backpack on. Come on, y'all. This is crazy.
Black leader.
Let me go put my backpack on. I got to walk down there over here because I ain't got no car. I ain't got the money to get the rental car. They need to get on that Cash App. Get on that. See this?
The 20th century. It's not even close. Today was the beginning of his International Convention of the African Peoples of.
Yeah, we got 824 people in the building. Thank y'all so much. If y'all hit the like button, I appreciate it.
The world, New York City, August the 1st to August the 31st, 1920. Pan Africanists from all around the world came together to unite and build the provisional government of Africa.
Well, if you don't cut it out, hold on one second. Let me see if he's saying anything else relevant.
Shout out to all the Leos out there.
He will say get on your Cash App.
Coming soon.
What's coming
Black
soon?
Parent Advocate. New book.
Yeah, he did finally
Coming
get the book
soon.
done. Yep. Give him credit for that.
It's about 20 pounds. Good 15 to.
That ain't no 20 pounds. If you don't quit, this guy lie about he lie. That's what I'm saying. This guy, he's a habitual liar, right? That's a habitual liar. That's not even bad. That's bad. That's not bad. That's right there. It's habitual. This nigga, this guy is so unnecessary, Umar. 20 pounds? You gotta be, what in the world? This guy lies so much and it's so unnecessary. See, that's that's habitual lying. That's not no 20 pounds. He's just doing like this. It's like holding the phone. There's 20 pounds. Umar, if you don't cut it out.
20 pounds. This is the blueprint for FDMG. This is the blueprint right here. $20,000 worth of donations paid for this.
Oh, that's why it's 20 pounds, because it's $20,000. It's $1,000 a pound like meat. Okay, I got you.
Now we got to make this a reality, brothers and sisters. We got to make this a reality. Leo.
Yeah, Cook CashApp. Remember, his followers, they were eating this up. They were so excited. He does this to you guys. It's called the illusion of progress. They were so excited. Send them all this money and stuff, and this cycle continues.
Leo season, let's get it. If you need to reach me, 215-989-9858. If you need to reach me, you can text me at 215-989-9858.
Get on your cash.
It's the Prince of Pan Africanism. I'm signing off.
All right. Yeah, he walking through the hood with a backpack on. Door the Explorer. Okay, so that's August 1st, 2020, and then 3 days later, miraculously, Umar does this video.
Peace and black power. Peace and black power. Peace and black power. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism. King Kong consciousness. International Ifa Tunde. Most requested black scholar in the world, 10 years and counting. I am live at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Today we begin the renovations and the restoration. I got to call Desmond too to come check this out. I'm call him first, man. Live and direct, live and direct.
See, he's dealing with Poogies and Ray Rays. Not professional at all. I'm talking about getting this work.
Direct, we are here, brothers and sisters. So yes, brothers and sisters, I am here. We're starting to get some work done. We actually got a room open that we never saw before.
Oh, wow, I remember this. This is crazy.
We got a room open that we never saw before. I'm going to show it to you.
Boy, this is some crazy. Cook CashApp. Y'all remember this, right? There's so many memories. So many memories. This is crazy. Watch this.
Let me peep in here one time. So this is the room that I've never been in before. First time. We finally in here. FDMG. So this is a room we never been in before. This might be the ancestral shrine. It might be my temporary office.
Here he go. Here he go. And it ain't no room. It's a little storage unit. But Umar, he considers a storage unit to be a room because he be living in Mama closet.
While the renovations is kicking off, brothers and sisters, it's time. It's time to get the Garvey building ready. It's time. Excuse me, that pop. All right.
They got a flashlight?
I got one.
And then, by the way, it was the white man doing the too, by the way. The white man would open up the door. Y'all remember that?
Need it?
They had to drill into the door because Umar couldn't find the key.
So yeah, we here. We doing some clean out. Y'all see the trucks right there?
Yeah, I remember this.
We getting work done, baby. FDMG, we ain't playing with y'all. We not playing with y'all. The games is over with. The games is over with. We not playing them games.
This is crazy, y'all. This is August 3rd of 2020. Renovations still aren't complete. We're in 2025. And they didn't have electricity on yet. That's why he has to have the flashlight.
Got the lock company here. We not playing with y'all.
They doing work with no electricity.
We is not playing games. It's restoration. It's time to get it popping. All right. Day out.
I think they were there to work on the roof because there was a massive hole in the roof. That's what I think, if memory serves me right. But I think Make a Change, he had did a video on this. With some trash.
I got you. Sacred stone of FDMG.
Yeah, this is what you call the illusion of progress.
And the sacred tree.
You notice Umar don't be on that rock no more. Maybe it's not sacred anymore for some reason. He don't be on it like he used to. He used to be on that rock all the time.
Sacred stone of
Sitting up there like a lazy ass lizard. He be basking in the sun. Y'all remember that?
FDMG and the sacred tree. And the sacred tree, brothers and sisters. The good news is we're about to start these renovations.
See that? I did not just tell y'all, watch out with this. Umar, he always has good news, but then he has some bad news. And then the bad news is usually something that's stopping him, and then that's why he needs more money. Didn't I just call that a little while ago in the other video? He does this over and over again. He'll say, well, the good news is, but the bad news is. I just called that. I know this guy. I know this guy.
The good news, we're about to start these renovations, brothers and sisters. I picked up the architectural design. Thank you, black man.
Boy, that beard, boy, I tell you, Umar, I don't know what's going on with that, bro.
Picked up the architectural designs on Saturday, so we're going to get started with the...
Yeah, you got patches missing. You probably be fighting them alley cats and shit. You know them FDMG, you know them cats, they territorial. They get your ass. Umar start fighting with, because you know the cats, when they start fighting, they'll be pulling each other's hair out and shit with them claws. Umar be up in the back alley FDMG fighting cats and shit. No, get out of this my school.
Small school, trying to make that pop, but we need your donations. Get on your Cash App, $sign FDMG School.
Here he goes.
Get on your Cash App, $sign FDMG School.
He did not say that there's something, there's good news and bad news. Bad news always has to be the solution is money.
Get on your Cash App, $sign FDMG School, or mail it in P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. Brothers and sisters, we got to get this money up to get the small school renovated. Y'all got
Again, when he acquired these abandoned buildings in 2019, Umar should have been sitting on $975,000. At the time of this video, he should have been sitting on $1.1 million. This is after he purchased these trap banners for $400,000. But see, he had run through that money. He was living off that money. He got a gambling problem. He has a substance abuse problem. He rents cars all the time. He's traveling all over the world. He's buying clothes, buying dashikis, eating out. All of that's expensive. See? So by the time we get to 2020, that money's gone. FDMG, the money's gone. Umar, at the time of this video, he should have been sitting on 1.1. I'm going to say it again, $1.1 million, but he's desperate because he needs money. Now, the money's gone. Now, we can subtract. He says 20,000 for the blueprints. Okay, we'll give him a benefit of the doubt. Say it costs $20,000. Okay. Whatever else want to throw in there can't be much more than $100,000. At the very least, he should be sitting on $1 million at the time of this video. At the very least.
to do what y'all can do. If you've been doing 10, try to do 20. If you've been doing 100, try.
See, this is desperation. That's all this is. It's like a dope fiend that needs the money, and he has to beg and beg. He's a cyber bomb. He's a virtual vagrant, and he's a beggar. That's all it is. For a man to reduce himself to this, and I get it. If you need help and you have to ask for help, do it. But if you've already raised at the time of this video $1.1 million that's unaccounted for, you shouldn't have to be asking people for money and then do it in this way to where you're so desperate. That's because the money was gone. Umar said that he needed $1 million to finish renovations for both sides of the school. I can pull up the actual receipt on that. Again, I'm gonna get everything that all this other stuff. I'm gonna bring it all back around. He said it was going to be $1 million. Well, he should have been sitting on about $1.1 million at this time. Really, it's 1.25, but we're going to say $1.1 million. That's what he should have been sitting on, which, based upon what Umar said, that should have been enough to renovate both sides of the street. Well, why is it that not one building is renovated here in 2025? This video is from 2020. In fact, Umar hasn't even started any type of work on the other side of the street. He's stuck to the smallest building on this one side of the street and the small gym on the other side of the street. He has 3 buildings, not 4. I have him saying that he has 5 buildings. No, it's 3. See, because he used the money for himself. That's the point. And here we are on the 6-year anniversary, and renovations still aren't complete, even though he said that the renovations were complete back in 2023. Umar Johnson, Paul, you guys have an excuse for this? I'm not going to put the link in today. We did that yesterday. Make sure if y'all haven't checked it out, go and check it out, because I ain't going to do it because I don't want to be on here all night. Okay? I got to get up early tomorrow morning. See? But Umar, he's in such a desperate state because he ran through all this money prior to all he probably had about a little bit over $400,000. So he got what he can get on 6 years ago and had very little left over. And so he has to have an excuse as to why renovations don't start. Renovations should have started right afterwards, because he should have been sitting on at least $1.1 million. It should have started. He should have had a plan to start once he acquired these abandoned buildings 6 years ago to the day. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have the money. So he has to have an excuse. So the excuse becomes what? I can't find the blueprints. That goes on for 1 year and 8 months. He's still collecting money. He's still collecting money the whole time. And then we get to 2020. And by that time, really, no, wait, let me get this right. 2019, he should have been sitting on $975,000. By the time we get to the video that we're watching here, he should have been sitting on $1.1 million. Okay, because I want to be fair here. But he doesn't have the money. That's why he's still in a desperate state, begging for money in this way. See? FDMG, family, the money's gone. So blueprints are the issue, but really he's just trying to come up with some more money to at least give the illusion of progress if renovations are starting. And then renovations supposedly start, and then there's all types of excuses, but the main excuse that he was making was what? The HVAC. Okay, that's a little bit later on, and that HVAC saga goes on for at least 2 years. He always has something to use as an excuse.
To do 200. These are major renovations. We need y'all to help us out. Okay, we need y'all to help us out. It looked like the small school is going to be approximately $400K. $400K to renovate the small school. Whatever.
I have him saying $250,000. I have him saying $300,000. Now he's saying what?
$400K to
now he's saying $400K. See, real quick, and I'm gonna get to super chats too, everyone. The truth is that Umar does not know how much renovations are going to cost, because he's never had anyone come in to actually do, like a general contractor, look at everything to figure out how. He's never done that. See, you would think that here's the thing. If Umar would have done that and live streamed that and had a professional up there doing that type of work and doing an inspection, the money would have been coming in. But he couldn't do that because he never did it. So it's an opportunity to make more money. But because Umar's not dealing with professionals, he can't even use that to get more money out of people. He's been doing, see, again, he deals with Pookies and Rays and all this kind of stuff. I had one video where he's up there, he got the people, the roofers up on the roof, and one of them got on some house slippers, and the other one got on some N1s. I got the video, I can pull it up. I apologize. My wife, she texted me. She says, we're watching Drumline. Is the TV too loud? I said, no, you're fine. And I said, literally and figuratively. She said, Nick, please. I said, okay. That's what she said. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. She didn't say that. All right. It wasn't N1s. I'm just being funny, but it looked like it was N1s. It looked like those Shaq shoes from back in the day. You remember them Shaq shoes? All right. Where were we? Okay. I still got the video with Umar making threats. I still got the video of Umar, the dude going off on Umar. And then I also have something to look at with Black Anonymous. We're doing good on time. We're at the 3-hour mark. I figure we go for another 30 minutes. But again, tomorrow won't be live streaming, but on Saturday, we'll do a marathon. We got plenty to get into. Thank you all so much. Cook Chat's undefeated. Let me look at this poll real quick to see where the numbers are at. You guys don't mind. Okay. We got about 850 people here. We have 1,342 votes, 343 votes now. Why is Umar Johnson homeless? And he is homeless. Already proved that at the beginning of this live stream. Has been since 2019. Why is Umar Johnson homeless after raising at least $2 million? See, as of today, he should be he's at least $2 million. Okay, these other videos are from 2020. That's why I'm giving you guys these lesser figures. But he should be based upon his own words. I proved this yesterday. I'm not going to rehash. He should be at least $2 million today. 6 years after acquiring these abandoned buildings, he should have raised at least $2 million. He purchased price is $4 million. Purchase price of these abandoned buildings 6 years ago was $400,000. He should have been sitting on $1.6 million. And then here he is in 2020 begging for money as if he doesn't have any money. But the truth is he doesn't. He's unspent. He done tricked off all this money. Where'd the money go? That's the scam. See? So the question is, why is Umar Johnson homeless after raising at least $2 million? 10% say he spends money on traveling, which is true. And it's expensive. 6% he gambles and turns the heat down. Yeah, he does have a gambling problem. He has a substance abuse problem. Okay. 8% says he rents hotel rooms and eats out. That's true too. That's expensive too. Again, remember, he's homeless since 2019. We'll see him live streaming in his vehicle more and more. It's cold. He's all bundled up. You guys remember this good crush chat from back in the day? We see him live stream out of hotels and motel rooms. He's not live streaming at a residence anymore. And then at a certain point, he moves in with his mama because he don't even got the money to actually rent out hotel rooms anymore. So he starts staying with his mama as a so-called primary caretaker. Sigmund, he's a primary caretaker. He's traveling all over the world. At the same time, he's traveling all over the world doing lectures and stuff. And then on top of that, Sigmund, he tells the IRS that he's spending 60 hours a week at FDMG. All this at the same time. He's such a scammer. He's a scammer rapper. All right. So you see him renting hotel rooms, but finally he starts to move in with his mama, but he hasn't been able to stay there. Okay, I have the video where a caseworker knocks on the door. Umar gets up and have a conversation. The first thing he does is he tells him that they've extended her hours. And the reason why he does that is because he wants to justify why it is he's there at that time. He's not supposed to be there. She gets an eviction notice while Umar is staying there. I've already shown people that for members. You guys, Sigmund, you've seen it too. Okay, for those of y'all who have seen it in the quick question, if you're a member, hit the one because I'm not making it up. I'm just not going to show it out of respect for the mama. I'll show Umar's evictions like I did today because you have Umar Johnson followers saying that I was evicted. No, that was my father who was evicted. Okay, and again, there was a time about 22 years ago where we had a situation. It was a family situation, and like I said at the beginning of this video, they were dealing drugs out of the house across state lines and down into Mexico. And I was against it. I told them, you guys need to cut this shit out. I got 2 young babies up in here, but people gonna do what they want to do. And I told people, I said, what's going to end up? People gonna getting killed. So I stood up against it. And I remember I told the family, I said, listen, if you want to evict me up out of here, you go ahead and evict me because that's my way of standing up to this, just to see what you're gonna choose that. Or you're gonna choose family. They chose that. Now there's no formal eviction. There's no paperwork that's filed. Basically, family said, well, then get the fuck out. And that's what we did. And thank the Lord that we did. Because it probably was about 6 months later, by this time, me and my wife, we done moved to our own place. Thank God. You see, and I get a phone call early in the morning from my mama, and she's hysterical. There was a shooting at that house over there. Can you go over there? They said that there's people that's dead. Talking about the house that we were living at with family members. I remember I got in my car, and it was cold that day. And I was cold. I was shit because I didn't even have time to put on proper clothing because I'm rushing to get back over there because I want to see whether or not my brother is still alive. Literal, biological, and my other little brother. His name is Butchie. He was like a brother. We used to play video games, and I remember one time my senior, because we knew him since we were in junior high school. He's one of the most and I know people say that about people when they die. They say, oh, they was just so kind. No, literally, he wouldn't hurt a fly. He wouldn't hurt a flea. I tried my best to get him on the right track. I did. I tried it. His daddy was in jail, and he used to, it's just a sad situation. I tried my best to get him back on track. I remember one time back in 1992 or 1993, I had my girlfriend over, and we was at the house. And she had come over. I used to go over there because I was living with her at a certain point. And we were having sex and in my room. And here come Butchie. He opened up the door. He don't knock or nothing. He just opened up the door. He looked down. I looked. I said, man. And he says, oh, my bad. And he goes and he don't go back out. My girlfriend was so embarrassed. He don't go back out. He says, "Oh, my bad," and he goes over and he gets the Super Nintendo. He disconnects it from the TV because we used to play video games all the time. And he gets the remote control and then he walks out like nothing happened. That was Butchie. I love me some Butchie, even to this day. Rest in peace. So I'm driving over there after my mama called me hysterical and stuff because I'm thinking if someone's dead, I don't know who it is. And my brother still stayed there at the time. Butchie stayed there. And I remember I was so cold because the heater wasn't working in the car, and it was, you know, I needed to warm it up, but I didn't have time to put on proper clothes. I drive over to get over there as fast as I can, and I pull up, and there's yellow tape and all this shit, police cars all over the place, and I ain't gonna say too much because it wasn't easy. But I remember I walked to the tape, and I wanted to just go in because I'm trying to see if you know who's dead and who's not. And there's a police officer that walked up to me. He says, "You can't be up over here." And I said, "No, I used to live here about 4 or 5 months ago, and my family members stay here. You know, and my mama called me, told me to come up here because it was on the news. That's how my aunt found out. She saw the news. She recognized the house and called my mama. Then my mom called me. And so I used to live here, and you know, I just want to make sure that my brother, my little brother, are okay." And he was like, "Well, are you family?" And I said, "Yeah, I am family. I used to live here. Again, my brother, he stayed here, my biological brother, but then Butchie was like a little brother." And he says, "Well, I can tell you that two people are deceased." And he says, "I can also tell you that 3 people were shot. 2 people are deceased." And I said, "Well, who is it?" And he told me who it was, and it wasn't my biological brother. I said, "Thank God," but it was Butchie. He was murdered, and then there was a blood that was living there from LA, and he got murdered too. And then my other homeboy that was staying there, he got shot in the leg. They blew his calf muscle out, so he's disabled to this day, walks with a cane. But he gave his life to the Lord, and he got his life turned around. He's doing really good. Everyone is doing fine too. All of my siblings are doing way better. They're doing way better than me. You know, I'm proud of all of them. It's just during that time period, just making bad decisions, so forth and so on. And that's what I was caught up in at that time. But thank God that we were kicked up out of there. It wasn't an official eviction, nothing like that. But we were kicked up out of there because it probably saved my life, my wife's life, and my 2 oldest sons' life. See? So I'm bringing this up to say that you Umar Johnson followers, with all the lying that you've done about me and my family. And yesterday we get this woman on here talking about how I was evicted. But she's talking about my father who was evicted. And I already broke all this down at the beginning of this live stream, how my father was evicted, and I already gave proof of all of that. And I remember I told the lady yesterday, I said, "That's not me, that's my father." I said, "That's LenonHonor Jr. It's not Lenon Sherman Honor." I said, "If it doesn't say Lenon S. Honor or Lenon Sherman Honor, that's not me." And she says, "Oh, so now your father has the same name as you?" What you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Now my father has the same. He always had the same name. I already told people that shit long time ago, and I already proved it today. You see what I'm saying? These Umar Johnson, for you guys, I don't mean to go like this, but now I'm talking about all this shit that we went through back in the day. It just triggers that I start getting all ghetto and shit. And let's be real with it. My family did ghetto. We was ghetto. That's okay. Fuck you mean? You Umar Johnson followers, you guys are a trip. You really are. You see, and I don't mean to be like this, but you guys see, and see, I try to get on here and I try to be respectful and I try to be nice and kind and shit, but don't take that as weakness. Because not one of y'all about that life. Y'all is a bunch of bitches anyway, especially you Umar Johnson followers lying on people and shit. Y'all ain't shit. Get your ass. I'm so sick of these people. Anyway, I don't mean to be like that, but that's what happened when I talk about this shit, this old stuff. I start flip back to the gangster and all that shit. But anyway, rest in peace to Butchie. Rest in peace to the blood that was from Los Angeles. I remember one time I gave him a ride to blood. And he had a gap inside his bag. He kept going like this, and I said, "I know what you got. You ain't fooling nobody." Anyway, thank God we got out of there. And even though we struggled in life, and we have me and my wife, especially early on, family stayed together. We stayed together, and these days we are doing a whole lot better. And that's one of the reasons why I appreciate y'all Cookie Crush Chat, because many of you guys have been along for the journey. But these days, the support that I receive on YouTube, it's helped me to do better for my family and provide better for my family. Understand that The money that I make here on YouTube, it's not going to me. See, my wife, she has to force me to buy clothes. Literally. She be tricking me. What time she tricking me? She tries to fool me. What reason? Then we go back to it. What we recently went to Costco, and there was some sales on some clothes, and I dad told her before that I needed some shirts, and she was like, "Why don't we go see if we can find just a couple of? We just spent a couple bucks, and we went over there. By the time we get up out of here, we spent a couple $100. She was smiling through because she know how I am, but because she got me on that one. But I want you guys to know that the support that I receive on you, it goes to my family, it goes to my kids, it goes to my wife, and to be able to do better. And everything that we've gone through, even back in the day, we were just in a bad situation. I've made bad choices. I've made a whole lot of bad choices. Even after we moved from California, I made bad choices. But I'm doing a lot better these days. But the point I want to make is that you Umar Johnson followers, you guys don't got to lie. You don't have to lie on people and disparage people. See, the truth of the matter is that a lot of stuff that you were saying about me, and I'm not just talking about the lady yesterday, you're really talking about Umar. He's the one that's been evicted at least twice. Really, it's 3 times because he stayed with his mama when he can. He's the one that by proxy, he's living on Section 8 because his mama's on Section 8 housing. I mean, they said all kind of stuff about me and my wife, all kind of stuff, and my kids and my extended family. I remember one lady, rest in peace. This just be, we're going to do the 6-year anniversary, so this is reminisce. And I apologize for getting all ghetto and shit. I do my best to try to keep that under lock and key, and I have. But whenever I talk about the old school stuff that took place, I flip back into that mode. Okay, I'm not even going to apologize for it because it is what it is. But you, Umar Johnson followers, don't take my kindness and my disposition. I tend to be very relaxed and calm. Don't take that as weakness, because I'm not the one to fuck with. That's why I've been dealing with Umar for all these years, because he tried to threaten me and shit. I just don't come from that type of space where you let some man try to punk you. There was one woman. She was the first one to dox our personal information, and she passed away. Rest in peace. But she was saying all kind of stuff about my kids and disparaging my children too, all in defense of Umar. And then she started going on social media and taking screenshots of family members, my family members, and reposting on her Facebook page and coming up with all these stories. And there's pictures of my father throwing up Eastside Pyru. Okay. And she was like, well, Lenon's dad is a gangbanger and he's a blood and all this. So, well, even if he was, so fucking what? Many of us, we got relatives, and some of us, I ain't never gangbanged, but I got family members, close family members, and extended family. That's what it's no big deal. And then the school I went to was off of Skyline. A lot of my friends were gangbangers. I didn't care. Some of them was real cool too. I remember this one guy named Alfonso, because these people were fucking with me. They were older classmates. I think I was probably I want to say I was in the 9th grade. I might have been in the 8th grade, but these older guys, they're probably 11th, 12th grade, they was fucking with me when I would try to walk through the hallways and shit. Because the school was in a blood territory. So a lot of the people that there were bloods, there was, and a lot of them knew my family because a lot of my family were bloods. But they was fucking with me. And then Alfonso, one time I was walking through and they was fucking with me, and Alfonso happened to walk through and we had band together. And he saw them fucking with me. He ran up and he was like, and he went off. He was like, well, I know y'all ain't fucking with Lenon blood. I know you ain't fucking with Lenon. I'll fuck all y'all up blood. He was getting all crazy. Then they backed off. Well, they left me alone after that. So all this gangster shit, it's nothing extraordinary for me and my family. This was something that we grew up around. It's not that big of a deal, but someone wants to use it as I don't know, a defense of Umar, that somehow because I have family members that was gangbangers and that my dad was a blood. I'm gonna tell y'all something. My father wasn't in the streets like that. He had a midlife crisis. He started wearing red and shit and try to act like a gangbanger. He wasn't no fucking gangbanger. I know what a gangbanger is. I had siblings that were gangbangers. My dad was never out in them streets like that. He was a musician. Then at a certain point, all the alcohol caught up with him, all the drug abuse and all that shit. But he wasn't like out there in the streets as a hardcore. What you mean to tell me you 40 years old and all of a sudden you an OG for the first time and you ain't never gangbanged in your life? But see, this lady, she tried to use that against me as if it somehow that makes me less of a person because my father was a gangbanger because he's throwing up gang signs in the pictures on his fake. Who gives a shit? I have pictures of me throwing up gang signs when I was a kid, but that ain't because I was a blood. I wasn't in that life. It's just part of the culture that I grew up around. So the point that I'm getting at, and I don't mean to go all here, but when I talk about these older stories, it just flips my mind back in them days. I try not to act. I'll be trying to be sedity, to be honest with you all. But the extent that these Umar Johnson followers have gone through to try to dissuade me from speaking the truth about Umar, it's uncanny. But you see, I'm still here. And you also see that here we are after 6 years of this bullshit with Umar. 6 years since he acquired these abandoned buildings, the school's still not open. Everything that I've said about Umar, actual and factual. The only time that I've been incorrect is when my research is revisited on certain levels and I have to restructure things because I come up on new information. There was a time where I said Umar's been running the school scam, and then we get back to it, that Umar's been running this school scam since 2000. I thought it was 2014, because that's when someone on Facebook first sent me a picture, a video of Umar where he does the St. Paul's videos where he's walking right with them jeans on. And I looked at it, I was like, this is a bunch of bullshit. I said, this guy, he's a scammer. He ain't got no team. He don't got no plan. Who is this guy? I didn't know much about Umar back then. I remember I started looking into him, and in 2014, I did 2 videos to talk about narcissism because I was studying narcissism back then, and I could see that Umar Johnson had narcissistic personality traits. So I used him as an example. There was 2 videos back in 2014. Well, after that, I didn't do any videos on Umar until like what 2018? You see? But the point that I'm making is that I didn't know much about Umar back then. See? But I do know this, that once I really started to get into Umar and start to really do videos on him, these Umar Johnson followers, they started coming out the woodworks, making up all kinds of lies and so forth and so on, stalking my kids, stalking my family members on the social media. And this one lady, rest in peace, and she was one of the people in the forefront doxing my personal information, but I'm still here. Okay. Like I said, research changes. I thought that this started in 2014 because that's when I had first heard about Umar in this St. Paul's. I had heard him about before that, but that was because he was on Sonetter back in the day, you see, and Hidden Colors. One of these guys, they try to sell me. I remember back then, they tried to sell me a bootleg. I ain't going to tell you who it is, but they try to sell me a bootleg copy of Hidden Colors back then. Called me on the phone and everything. I remember that. Okay. The point is that my research changed as I continued to do more research into Umar. Well, the receipts began to change and the timeline began to change because then I started going back even further. And then I realized that in 2010, I've played it. Umar Johnson State's promises. And in 2010, they began laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school. And yes, you will pay for your son to attend. The grand opening, September 11, 2013. This is Chestnut Checkers. You see this? You Umar Johnson followers, you can't fuck with me. So my research then changes because now I can say conclusively that Umar, no, he's been scamming on this shit since 2010. But that's not it. I had to revise the timeline because later on down the line, I found the video where Umar talks about how he conceptualized FDMG in 2005. See, everything I've said about Umar is true. It's just that as I've done more research, I have to revise things to fit the timeline. That's why you Umar Johnson, you can't deal with me because I have the timeline mapped out, going all the way back to when Umar was born to present, 2025. Now, the point is that I can now say that Umar has been running this FDMG school scams for 20 years now. Okay. Not since 2019 that a lot of people think, not since 2014 that a lot of people think, and I thought too, not since 2000 that I found out a little bit later, but not since 2010 that I found out later, but since at least 2005. See, I don't have to lie about Umar, but you Umar Johnson followers, you continue to lie about me. That's okay. I'm still here. I'll continue to still do this work. And at the end of the day, the receipts don't lie. And I got all the receipts. Okay. Let's move on here. Okay. And again, I want to just take a second to apologize whenever I talk about family members and childhood stuff and you know, where my wife and our kids was at when we was real young, when they was real young. We only had 2 kids at the time. I flip into the mode of talking a certain way. I don't want people to be offended. Okay, please don't be offended, but that's part of what I come up from. This is most people don't know that about me because I try to conduct myself in a particular way. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm not the one to fuck with. I'm not with the shits and streets and all this. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm too old for that. But I'm just not the one. See, and if Umar had shut his mouth a long time ago, I would have been done with him. But then what did he do? He starts issuing physical threats. I'm gonna play the video in just a moment. And where I come from, we don't tolerate that. Because if you about that life, ain't no talking. But you're going to run your mouth, and here we are. And guess what? Umar's proven me to be true. Everything that I've said, he's proven me to everything I've said about this FDMG school scam. Here we are today. To this day, February 6, 2025, 6 years after he acquired these abandoned buildings, he has to have collected at least $2 million by now, and there's still no fucking school. I don't mean to say that I told you so, but I told you so, you Umar Johnson followers. All right. Okay, let me do super chats, and then we're gonna get back to these videos, and then we'll start winding this down. How are we doing on time? We'll go for another let's see, another 30. Let's go for another 36 minutes. Okay, if you guys don't mind. I won't be live streaming tomorrow, and then we will be doing an extended live stream, a mini marathon on Saturday. Okay, I'll set that up. I'll probably set this up tomorrow, so just be aware that it will be on Saturday, so you guys find out what time exactly. And we'll have an extended live stream on Saturday. Thank you all so much inside the Cookie Crush. I appreciate y'all. Okay. You know, I just have to say I'm not perfect. You know, I'm not. And I got ghetto in me. My mama got it. You know, my dad, he kind of got it. Again, him throwing up gang signs. It was like a midlife crisis. He wasn't no gangbanger. He was trying to be, but not really. Again, I got relatives. Direct relatives, if you guys, I just don't want to say too much, that they were literally out there in them streets gang banging. And then I have cousins and stuff, more extended family members that were gang banging. Okay, so it's no big deal to have a family where you got gang bangers in your family. But you ain't got to twist shit up because you see someone throwing up a sign and then somehow it's disparaging. I really don't give a shit. Listen, people in gang, I never had problems with gangsters. Well, there was one guy, but it was a whole nother situation. This was later on, and he was older. And if I told one of my cousins back then, they probably would have done something to him. He had a bullet in his back too that they couldn't take it out, so he was showing it to everybody. Anyway, the one other thing I want to say real quick, because I was telling you guys about Alfonso. Again, these boys, they was fucking with me. So he saw them doing it, and we had band together, and he stood up for me, and he's I'm a bomb on y'all, blah 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 blah. He used to come to school with black gloves on and shit, red and all this kind of stuff. So they stopped messing with me, and unfortunately, I remember at a certain point he stopped coming to school, and at a certain point people started asking questions, and come to find out he got killed in a drive-by. And it really messed me up because he was a cool dude. I didn't have problems with gang bangers back then. Again, some of them knew my family members too, but this just to say that just because we have family people in our families that are out there in the streets doing that kind of stuff, it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't make you less than, and it doesn't make them less than either. You still accept them as your family members, and you love them anyway, and you hope that people get on the right track. Same thing with the drug dealing, you know. Same thing, you know, we have family members that was all into that. I get it, you know, but it doesn't make you less than, and it doesn't, they're still human beings too. You want the best for them, but thank the Lord we was able to get up out of there and get ourselves at least moving in a different direction. And here we are now in 2025, and we're doing a whole lot better. You know, thank the Lord. Thanks to Cookie Crush Chat for all the support here on YouTube and everyone who's been along with this journey. I do appreciate it. Okay, I just have to say that. All right, let me get back into this chat room. Okay, I got this one earlier, Mixers Monica. Thank you so much. Sigmund says, hypothetically, okay, I got this one too. Is he okay, we got this one. So these are older ones. Let me see. Can you pull up the file? Okay, we were watching that earlier. Okay, we got that one too. Thank you so much. If you ever been to an Umar event, okay, the bodyguards, okay. Lenon, play the video of Umar. Okay, threatening you and others. I got this lined up already. I think this is the video that you're talking about, Blackwood. Thanks for the super chat. Sigmund says, is it reasonable to think he started fundraising 2009, 2010? He started the first FDMG. Would be open. He stated that the first FDMG would open September 11, 2013. Sigmund, I've argued this in the past. That if in fact Umar is stating that the school is going to open September 11, 2013, you would think that he would have already started raising money. See, now, what a lot of people don't know about Umar was that he was raising money for FDMG related events, because 2010, that's not when he conceptualized FDMG. Remember, he conceptualized FDMG 5 years prior to that. But he had, and I have this inside of my notes. I have it in a documentary. He was talking about FDMG aftercare program, whatever that means, and daycare program, and FDMG Boy Scouts. Yeah, and there's people who've talked about this where he was collecting money for these types of things. One of the people inside the chat room talked about how, I don't know if she's still here now. She talked about how Umar was talking about how he was going to do martial arts. You know, he was collecting money to teach boys. Umar teaching martial arts, but nothing never came out of it. But he was still collecting money for it. See, but again, the point is that a lot of this stuff prior to Umar in 2010, what he was proposing was FDMG related events or activities that he was collecting money for. See? So to be clear, and I've seen people say things, again, I can't verify. They would have to provide me with a receipt. These days, I say 2009, 2010, it could be argued easily. But of course, when it comes to the St. Paul's school scam, that was 2014. But there's people that said that they donated to Umar back in 2005 for an FDMG related type of thing. Again, anyone, if you did, please provide me with the receipts, any type of correspondence. If you did it through PayPal, if you did it, they didn't have CashApp. I don't think they had CashApp back then. Provide me with the receipts, and I'll look into it. And if I can verify information, then I would include it inside of the documentary. I would not be surprised. I've argued that in the past. How are you going to say the school's going to open September 11, 2013, but you don't have any money? And that's in 2010. And then somehow magically Umar starts raising money in April of 2014 when the school was supposed to open in 2013. See, so Sigmund, yeah, that can be argued. I've argued that in the past. You see, I've had people that say they sent Umar money back in 2005 where he was speaking and they gave him money for different things he said he was going to do, but he never did those things. But isn't that the pattern with Umar? Where's Umar's documentary that was supposed to premiere in 2014? It does not exist to this day. And here we are now to this day, 6 years after Umar Johnson acquired his abandoned building. There's still no school, but he still continues to collect money. He's a scam artist. See? Thanks for super chat. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pull that up. Thank you, Black Anonymous. I actually already have it pulled up. We're gonna go to this. We'll go back to that video where Umar, the brother, is confronting Umar, and then we'll go to Black Anonymous blogspot a post from December 9, 2017, titled "It Was Bound to Happen." And then from there, we'll go back to the video that we started. We'll go to the video where Umar was issuing threats, and then we'll go back to the video that we started with, and then we'll start to wind down the show. Okay, we're going to go for another 28 minutes. Okay, thank you, Black Anonymous. We'll get to that in just a moment. Did he actually need the prints in the end? That's a good question. Did Umar really need the blueprints? The thing that I've always argued is that these days, even back then, in 2019, 2020, 2021, that blueprints are digitized. And there's no good reason that Umar could not get digitized copies. But see, again, Umar, he's so antiquated, but he has to have an excuse. So the excuse was that the blueprints were lost, so he had to get them reprinted. So how does this happen? Did he have someone come and look at all of the rooms and all this stuff and rewrite them? No. Come on, that's ridiculous. See? It's just he has to have an excuse. He always has an excuse lined up. It was a blueprints, which basically puts Umar in a position where for 1 year and 8 months he can delay renovations, and then finally when he gets the blueprints allegedly August 1st, 2020, 2 days later now renovations start. And then from August 3rd of 2020, renovations are supposedly happening, even though we don't really see much happening up there over the next couple of years. And then in 2023 he says renovations are complete. Where here we are in 2025 and renovations are not complete. See what I'm saying? So did he need the blueprints? Listen, it's not as if him acquiring the blueprints has made a difference in terms of renovations, because renovations still aren't complete. And the truth is that all that's digitized anyway. See? I'm trying to tell you, Umar, he lies so much. It's ridiculous. Even when he says, yeah, these are 20 pounds. That's not 20 pounds. Come on, Umar. But he has to lie about everything. Saying 20 pounds means that somehow it's more valuable and it's an accomplishment because it's 20 pounds as opposed to saying 5 pounds. Just like he has to say we have 2 schools. You ain't got no schools, clown. Or he has to say, we have 5 buildings. I have him on record saying 5 buildings. No, there's 3 buildings. But he has to exaggerate shit just like he has to exaggerate the blueprints. Okay, thanks, Black Anonymous. Let me get these other ones real quick. What's up, Ms. Confer says, what up, Doe Leonard? Cook Fresh Chat, God bless y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. God bless you too. Cook Fresh Chat's undefeated. Thank you for the super chat. The glutton-free chef has become a member. Thank you so much. There's plenty of videos for members that aren't available to everyone else, dealing with Umar and other stuff too. Go and check it out. The documentary, the first four segments of the documentary. One's the introduction. So let's say the first 3 segments of the documentary, rough drafts, are available for members as of right now. Okay, I'll probably get the next segment in about 2 weeks. It takes a lot of time. It really does, but I'm working through it day by day. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Hey, how's it going? Back to the basics. Hope you're doing all right. Says Pastor Lennon, getting ghetto. Don't get blowed off. Here's something for the Thank you so much. I don't mean to go there, but again, like I said, when I start talking about my childhood and stuff that's happened in the past, I just flip back into that mode. But I do my best to keep that tame because it could be non-functional in society. And I think a lot of people have a misconception about me that somehow I had a perfect childhood and a perfect upbringing, but nothing can be further from the truth. But I'm thankful today for where I'm at today. And ain't nothing wrong with having a little ghetto in you. Ain't nothing wrong with it, because people, they test you and they think they could say whatever they want to or whatever. Then you go back out and then they act shocked. I say, yeah, but see, if you do that, you wouldn't have been talking like that if you knew the real deal in the first place. See? Anyway, I'm mainly calm and collected. I rarely even talk. My wife, she will tell you that. Okay? Thanks. Back to the basics. Basic, and because the light bill, electric bill is like $200 something because they like leaving the heater on. It's on right now. I can tell it's about 80 degrees in here, but I can't complain. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then Miss Controversy says, I'm definitely offended, Nintendo. Yeah, right. Out of all people, you. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's get back to it. We did this one. Right. And then here's the other one.
Small school, whatever y'all can do, we're going to do it in stages, but we want it done by New Year's Day. We're going to do it in stages. So we got.
So he's saying renovations are going to be completed New Year's Day. Excuse me. That would be January 1st of 2021. Can you believe this guy? Look at him. I don't know what's going on with his hair, but I tell you, he needs that money.
The whole August, the whole September, the whole October, the whole November, the whole December. That's 5 months. 1 month electricity, another month plumbing, another month HVAC, another month carpentry.
Wow, this is crazy. That's not how you do things. Yeah, we used to talk about this because people they would come on and talk about this, but see, Umar act like somehow the blueprints were lost miraculously. You see, but you see this guy. He said that this is the plan, but it goes to show you he doesn't have a general contract. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's assuming that every single month they're going to be focusing on one thing. That's not how renovations work. There's things that you have to do prior to other things, and there's things that have to be done simultaneously, and there's things that carry into other things, but he ain't got no clue. He's making this up on the spot. Yeah, there's another month.
Another month plumbing, another month HVAC, another month carpentry, another month fire alarm system, sprinkler system. You feel me, y'all? Because if we can get it done before Kwanzaa, I want to do 7 days of Kwanzaa at the Honorable Marcus Garvey Elementary School of the FDMG campus. If we can get the campus
he's been talking about that for years. He ain't never done one of those.
Renovated by Kwanzaa, we will do 7 days of Kwanzaa.
Yeah,
7 days of Kwanzaa here at the historic first ever true revolutionary Pan-African Nationalist Academy, based exclusively on what? The resurrection of the African race.
This is important. So that means all the work that was done was not done legally, because you should be able to find permits for work performed. Yeah. KKC is an expert on the permit stuff. What's his name? He was down here earlier. He's an expert on that stuff too. That's not my field of expertise, but yeah, you guys can. I don't know where to look it up stuff. I haven't looked it up in a really long time. But a lot of the work that he says that he's done, there's no permits that were pulled for any of that stuff. And I've argued in the past that, see, Umar's hedging his bets, because if he has inspections come out, a license and inspection come out, and they start looking at stuff, they're going to first pull permits to see whether or not stuff was done by professionals. They're not going to be able to find it, so there's no way that they're going to pass it. They're not going to pass these buildings. See, I would think that especially professionals, they can probably even just look. They probably wouldn't have to go pull any permits, but they can look and tell that this shit's been done by Pookie and Ray Ray. See, But if they go and they go try and pull permits for all this work that's been done, they're not going to be able to find the permits. You guys go online and go look right now. KKC, he's already mastered all this information. You can go and look online right now, and you'll see that the amount of permits that have been pulled, and a lot of the work that you see that has been done, there's no permits that associated with that work that was done. So there's no way that they're going to be able to pass off the work. Because the people who doing this work, they have to be licensed, they have to be bonded, they have to be professionals that come in and do this work so that everything's on the up and up. That way, when they pull the permits, they can say it was done by this professional, and therefore they can do their inspection. And then based upon their observations and what they see, they'll pass because there's professionals that did the work. But again, if there's no permits, and there has to be permits for everything. And that also means that, let's say some people worked on electricity. Let's say for 6 months, there should be a permit for that. And they have someone else, he has someone else come in to work on the electricity. Let's say a year later, there has to be permits for that. And that should all be documented. But you don't see that when you go and you look up this information. So there's no way that he's going to pass. And Umar knows that. Umar knows that. That's why he already has an excuse that they're not going to give him a certificate of occupancy because of racism. See? Just like he had the excuse that I can't find the blueprints, and he had the excuse that the HVAC, we got to get the HVAC is sitting in the crane yard. And the list goes on and on and on. Here we go.
International nation building and global economics. Yes, sir.
Okay. You're going to have the key. Okay.
I'm back, brothers and sisters. King Kong Consciousness. We here, FDMG. I've been here since 10 o'clock, putting that work in, getting stuff together.
It's like noon and shit.
Clean up, lock up. Getting that work done. I'm depending on y'all to come through with them donations.
See?
Maybe there's a black electrician who will come do the work for free. Maybe there's a black HVAC who will come do the work for free. Maybe there's a plumber who will come do the work for free. Maybe there's a fire alarm company who will come do the work for free. If we can get folks to do the work and we just do the supplies, it's a done deal. Do we have licensed plumber, carpenter, HVAC, electrician?
Again, at this time, Umar should have been sitting on $1.1 million.
Who will come do the work for free? That's the question. We'll take care of the supplies. They don't have to spend no money. You feel me? But that would help us out. Full moon, August 3rd. Queen energy. This is a full moon, so the sisters is vibing at a very high level right now. Shout out to all Queen. Ifa Tunde Avenue, Loas and Orishas and Netters. I think this project is going to have me so busy that I don't think I'm going to do the 4th grade class. I don't. But
I remember this because he had promised that he was going to do a 4th grade class for online or some shit like that. You guys remember this? Hit the one.
What I am considering doing is a teaching purely and strictly a class on Pan Africanism for black boys. So you'll be able to sign up.
That didn't happen either. He always making promises that he don't do. That ended up turning out to be for old people like Tiff DeGriff and them. I don't think Big Ann was a part of that, but Tiff DeGriff and Sharon and those people.
For that, I'm not going to take on the whole 4th grade because this school project I can already see is going to keep me busy. The school project is going to keep me busy.
He's saying this a year and 8 months after acquiring these abandoned buildings. Wow.
All right. So I'm not going to teach the 4th grade class. I'm going to wait till we're ready with the school. I'm going to wait until we're ready with the school. I'm going to wait until we're ready with the school, but I am going to do a Pan-Africanism course. Oh, there goes Sister Hanera just pulled up. Y'all want to say hi to Sister Hanera?
Oh, Sister Hanera.
Say something to the people.
Hey, peace and black power, everybody. It's Sister Hanera. I saw Doc was live. He's sitting up here working with the contractor, so I brought him and Kev some lunch. If you guys are in Wilmington, you guys need to come support Doc. Ladies.
Let me say something right quick. No, I ain't gonna say nothing bad about Sister Hanera because she's trying to help out. But men, a woman bringing you a plate is a privilege. It's not a right. And the way this works is that as a man, you handle your business and you contribute to the relationship. And if you got children, you contribute to your children's lives and you make your wife or your girlfriend or fiance as comfortable as possible. And then if she feels like you're worthy of it, she will bring you a plate. But women, don't think that somehow you're obligated to give a cyber bomb a plate. It ain't right. Umar hasn't earned that, Sister Hanera. To this day, he hasn't earned that privilege.
You guys come bringing food, make sure him and everybody is taken care of. Check out divinefeminine.net. Check out the Divine Feminine podcast. That's it. Peace and love.
Well, the queen says she brought some food, so you know what I'm about to do. I'm about to eat Big Papa style. Y'all know how we do. I do want to say this. When the second book come out, Black Parent Advocate, my brother Kevin gave me an idea to do a book signing right here in front of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. So the very first book signing will be in front of the school. I'm going to let y'all know when it's going
That never happened. He always making promises that he don't
to be. It'll probably be the last day of August, or it'll
He just making this shit up on the spot.
be in September, because I don't know how long my graphic designer going to take and the printer going to take to get them books ready. But the first book signing for the new book will be right here on campus. So if you live in New York, Connecticut.
Yeah. I feel on that. Yeah, someone said I only bring my husband a plate. I wouldn't accept a plate from a woman unless it's my wife. I don't know. People that I guess it's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. I ain't gonna have no other woman cooking for me if she gonna cook. My wife, she don't cook as much because she's in school and she's doing her own thing. She's doing real good too. She's working on her associates right now. She already have a certification that she picked up. She's working on her. No, she already picked up a certificate. Now she's working on her associates, and I'm encouraging her to go for her a bachelor's degree after she's done with that. But we'll see how later on down the line. But she doesn't cook as much as she used to because she's busy. But she's busy. But I wouldn't even accept a plate from a woman. If a woman cooked this, hey, I brought this, I wouldn't even touch it out of respect for my wife. But for Umar, who's a lazy bum, to be having women bringing him food, you also hear him saying stuff. Women, if you can bring me some food or bring me a plate, I've heard him do that too. He's not deserving of that. See? But he don't have no clue about relationships and how it's supposed to work and how the respect level that should go both ways. He's just the user and abuser.
Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, you can drive on down. We're going to have it right outside, right in front of the school.
I'm not going to miss Controversy. I ain't going to say that about Sister Hanera because I like Sister Hanera. It's just I think she's involved with the scam over there in Africa. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't going to say because I don't know. I don't know about all that, okay? But it might be true. Allegedly. That's what we're going to say on that one, Mr. Cobb. Allegedly.
Those of y'all who never saw the school will get a chance to see the school. And plus, you'll be able to bring your donation check. We're going to have a donation box. We're going to have a donation box. Bring your donations. Y'all feel me? If you need to reach me, you can.
I noticed in 2020, it was a really deep year for Umar in just the sense that he's desperate for money. 2020, for whatever reason, it was a wild, wild year.
Text my cell, 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. But y'all know we got the high school and we got the elementary school. We got 2 gyms and 2 schools. 2 gyms and 2 schools. No more excuses.
No more excuses. Wow.
Gyms and 2 schools. No more excuses. We up out of here.
Wow. And all he does has been making excuses. Blueprints wasn't an excuse. He got his followers that called in yesterday making an excuse for this guy. And that lady, she said something like inflation at a certain point after I broke down the figures and stuff. Well, inflation. Then she tried to blame the donors. Don't blame the people who sent Umar money. Umar, he done tricked off at least, he should have been sitting on $1.1 million at the time of this video. Hey, but that money was gone. FDMG family, the money's gone. All right, let's go back here. If you guys don't mind, if I can do a, well, I was going to do a reset, but we're good. I think, no, let's just keep going. Let's keep going here. We're going to go for another 11 minutes at least. Okay, I just want to make sure that I get to, is this the video right here? Oh, I was playing this earlier. Let me play this because we were talking about the Chicago. Well, hold on 1 second. Oh, that video must. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back to that video. Hold on 1 second. Let me. I gotta go pull it back up here. Let me play this.
That's over with. Scratch that.
Yeah, scratch that.
And this again is when the guy called in for the Black Parent teleconference and went at Umar because Umar had given his wife bad advice and didn't consult with the husband, and so he confronts Umar inside this video. We played this earlier. Let me let this play. Let me go pull this video back up.
Can you, my brother? Can listen?
You're speaking to the brother who's trying to help you. He's on the phone right now. She's irrelevant, though. She's irrelevant. That's not why you called. You didn't call to speak to her. I'm saying? So my whole thing is this. The brother is giving us his time, all right, freely. This is his free, voluntarily doing this. They could be doing a million other things, and he's trying to help us. He's allowing us to call him to get his expertise. So if your wife got information and whatever happened, why don't you just speak to him and see if he can help you rectify the situation? Because it's a good possibility that she might have misinterpreted what he said. You understand what I'm saying? So just ask, instead of saying, I'm going to see you, and you gave me this, and you blaming him, because you're saying that your wife got some information, and she didn't come by you with it, and she did whatever happened. But what you can do now is speak to him while he's on the phone, and is willing to listen. And maybe he can rectify the situation. That's all. I'm gonna drop him a dime offline because right now the sister done got me on another level. I just want to get my son straight. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, and I'm telling you, and what I'm saying.
Nothing matters, brother. But we all, But we all here. We kind of support each other, man. At the end of the day, that's the sign. The sign to support. Right. No, I'm here to support everything. That's not destroy. I want what's right. And I told my wife, she shouldn't have went behind my back, and I checked her on that.
Can you all let Dr. Umar go ahead and say what he has to say? He is a professional. Let us hear from Dr. Umar. Thank you all.
Yes. My brother, I want to give you my. Don't disrespect none of the sisters, though, brother. That's wrong. You don't disrespect black women. Don't disrespect her. But you were very disrespectful, though, brother, and you disrupted the call. And we've been dealing with you for how long? How long we been dealing with this one caller, y'all? How long we been dealing with this one caller? Okay. My brother, take my cell number. Text me. I'm going to call you. Okay. Call me, and I will have a three-way with you and your son's mother, and we will fix this, my brother. That's what I'm saying. Do you have my cell number? Do you have my cell number?
Yeah, it will be.
No, I'll get it from her.
I'm going to get it from me.
You can get it to me. I'll call you.
Get it right now, brother. So get it.
Okay, what is?
It's 215-989. 9858. All right. What is your name? What is your first name, my brother?
Dre.
Dre from Chicago. So I'm looking for a text.
I'm gonna have her on the phone.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna get her on the phone.
Yes, sir. That's what we're gonna do. Dre from Chicago. Send me the text, brother.
I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem. We on it.
Goodbye.
All right. Thank you, sister, and thank you, brother.
Umar, boy, he's so scary. But then, of course, this video right here. Let me play this real quick, and we're gonna get to the video where Umar was issuing threats, and then we'll start winding down the show. Here we go.
October, November, December, I got to make a decision. Last minute school visits, October, November, December, I got to make a decision.
This is from 2017.
You know, that's how we gonna do this.
I can't remember when what year it was, the previous video. If anyone remembers, again, Umar had a storage unit at that time. So it had, I'm going to think it was probably around the same time as this video. If anyone remembers, have a ballpark figure. I don't know if Black Anonymous is still here. Please let me know inside the chat room. I'll find it though anyway. It's just I have it in my notes somewhere. I just don't have it right now. Here we go.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we gonna do it.
Yeah.
Nice school though.
Right on that.
You know. School for sale, got a little yard. Ain't nobody sent me there. Chicago, y'all ain't been sending me no schools, Chicago. What's up with that, Chi-Town? Y'all got to send me the schools, you know what I'm saying? If I don't know about the schools, how I'm gonna check out the schools? So y'all got to send the Prince of Pan Africanism to schools, Chicago. You know what I mean? I looked at a couple of them, looked at a couple Chicago schools a couple weeks ago. I looked at a couple Chicago schools a couple months ago. They was okay. Not really nothing to jump at. They was okay. Not really nothing to jump at. You know what I mean? I'm about to go check out a couple of schools.
Earbuds are acting up.
In Gary, Indiana tomorrow. So we're going to hit up Gary, Indiana tomorrow. A couple schools there. You know how that go. You know what I mean? But since I was in Chicago,
Umar's man bag.
Couldn't resist an opportunity.
Or man purse.
To link up, you know what I mean, with the Chicago family real quick.
All right, let me skip through
The
here.
book, All My Black Parents in Chicago, Illinois. Prominence within the black struggle. You know, September. You know, I can't afford to get you here. I can't fly you in and none of that. You got to do that on your own dollar. I ain't built like that. But if you can get here, I will interview you on Chicago TV. So, you know, I perked up. I said, whoa, Chi-Town. That's the second largest black.
Oh, he's talking about Brother Dawa, rest in peace. But I also have a video where he takes shots at Brother Dawa. A lot of people haven't seen that video. Notice Umar has on a gold chain with Africa. He don't have no job at this time, but he sure do have the money to go buy these things and the fitted caps and all this shit. That's where y'all's money went to, ladies and gentlemen. That's why this video is from 2017. That's why by the time he purchased abandoned buildings in 2019 for $400,000, he don't really have any more money left. And he actually admits that. And by the way, he should have been sitting on about $1.1 million at that time.
He came back the next day. Okay, we went to the studio and we did Psychoacademic Holocaust War Against Black Boys.
Yeah.
In the Garvey movement, New York thing, it was like a slingshot. Emmett Till Avenue. Shout out to Emmett Till. Rest in peace. Fred Hampton. Rest in peace. Ida B. Wells, rest in peace. All the Chicago heroes, you feel me? That's how we doing it live. Doors are open at Culture Connect. The doors are open at Culture Connect. $5 donation to the Culture Connection. Books, DVDs, flags, and t-shirts. The Prince is here. This is how me and Chicago get down. We set this up in like 24 hours, me and Justice. We set it up in like 24 hours. I've been getting texts and phone calls all day. You know what I'm saying? Ran into a school that's available. So it's been, I turned the corner to go to Culture Connect and I run into a school. You feel me?
He don't even know if the school is available. He's just such a scammer.
So I'm going to do what I do. Throw on one of my Ghana-made dashikis. Y'all know how I do. Y'all know how the Prince do.
Donors money.
Throw the dashiki on and we're going to do what we do. But we celebrating the 7-year anniversary tonight. 7-year anniversary. It looked like I might have a spot for Philadelphia for Kwanzaa.
See him rubbing his nose?
I still need a Chicago spot. I need a spot in Chicago for Kwanzaa. I need a church or somebody to let me in so we can do Chicago. We could use the church we did last time, but I think we're going to need more space for Kwanzaa. Shout out to the church that hosted me in Chicago last time. We could still do them if necessary, but I think we need a little bit more space. But much respect to them for holding us down. All right, fam. So I'm about to pull out. 7-year anniversary. Dr. Umar in Chicago. Married at the hip for life. Looking forward to seeing all my brothers who ride with me. My Goonie goons who ride with me from Chi. The brothers in Chi ride hard. They hit me up. They say, Doc, if you have any problem, call this number. We not playing. You understand? We will do time for you. We will die for you. If you ever have a problem when you come to the city, you hit me up. So I got like 50 goons.
Got so delusional. Umar, you ain't from the streets. You ain't got no street in you. You need to cut it out. He don't. He's such a goofy. Black Wolf, that's what he said. That's what he said. Sigmund. That's what he said. Yeah, he said the fit. Want me to play that? Want me to play that back one more time? That just that last part. 1-800 Goody Goons, family. 1-800 Goody Goons. Umar, boy, you. That's what I'm saying. Where I come from, we be like, this guy's a straight goofy. He try to act so thuggish. It's funny because people like me, we try not to act ghetto. And you know, like we just try not. That's how I am. I try not to, but Umar tries to. This guy went to a boarding school, a privilege, and all that stuff. Here we go.
For Kwanzaa, I still need a Chicago spot. I need a spot in Chicago for Kwanzaa. I need a church or somebody to let me in so we can do Chicago. We can use the church we did last time, but I think we're going to need more space for Kwanzaa. Shout out to the church that hosted me in Chicago last time. We can still do them if necessary.
Yeah, I know, right?
But I think we need a little bit more space. But much respect for holding us down.
He always do that.
All right, fam. So I'm about to pull out 7-year anniversary. Dr. Umar in Chicago, married at the hip for life. Looking forward to seeing all my brothers who ride with me. My Goonie goons who ride with me from Chi. The brothers in Chi ride hard. They hit me up. They say, Doc, if you have any problem, call this number. We not playing. You understand? We will do time for you. We will die for you. If you ever have a problem when you come to the city, you hit me up. So I got like 50 goons.
And all of them they share the same phone number, right? Yeah. Call this number. They all share the same phone number. Umar's so goofy. He ain't got no street in him. He don't know nothing about that. See, that's why Umar, when he was talking back in the day, he was saying how these corner boys and how some of them going to sleep for good. See, he's not from that life. He wasn't raised around that shit. He don't know what that's about. See, I can talk about it because I was raised around it, but you see, I have a level of respect. I'm not saying that stuff that was taking place back then that it's okay or that I condone it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that on a human level, dealing with people, friends, family members who was into that life, there's a level of respect that goes. That's why I don't like it when I see people who try to act all thuggish, because there's people that they didn't grow up in the hood or around the hood and nothing like that, but they want to act like street thugs and shit. It's insulting to me, and I'm not even in that. I grew up around it, okay, but I actually find that to be offensive. You'll find that real ones that's in their lifestyle, they don't take kindly to people who try to pretend. And Umar, he's a pretendian. He be pretending that he's all these different things. In this case, that he has these connections with these thugs and shit. But he's not. That's not what he was raised around. That's not what he's about. That's why when he did the SETI rant and tried to act thuggish, his daddy came out and checked him on it, and he said, "You're not no thug." You guys remember that? Because he knows that Umar wasn't raised like that. He wasn't raised around that stuff. Okay. Did he grow up in poverty? Yeah. Did he grow up in struggle and all this? Yeah. Yeah. But street life, see, Umar, he ain't got no street in him whatsoever. He pretends as if he do. And this is just an example right here. Now, real quick, before we get to the last video, we're almost done. Black Anonymous sent me this link right here. And this is in response. And this says December 9th, 2017. So I'm going to assume that the video where the brother called in, that was also in 2017. I think that's a fair deduction right there. So the video where the brother calls in and confronts Umar, we can say that it was in 2017. All right. So let me do a screen share right here. I'll read this real quickly. And then there's one other video I want to pull up where Umar was issuing threats. And then we'll close out this live stream. I know we didn't get through these other videos, but we're going to have plenty of time on Saturday. We'll do a marathon and we'll get through that. We'll also those videos, but we'll also get through the videos that Umar, the 3 videos that Umar released 6 years to the day back in 2019, dealing with FDMG, the acquisition video, the outside school tour, and the FDMG promo video. We're going to watch all 3 of those, but then also we'll get into some of these other ones. The Cash App thing, where Umar said he was banned off of Cash App. Someone said that now he's back on Cash App. He probably lied in the first place. And then we'll do, if you guys have videos you want me to pull up, I'll pull up videos. We'll have a good old time. Okay. In fact, my wife, she was like, yeah, we're going to order food. No, I say, yeah, I know you guys. That's what they usually do when we do marathons. Okay, so let me pull this up and shout out to Black Anonymous. Shout out to everyone in the Cookie Crush chat. You guys are undefeated. I love y'all. I appreciate all y'all. Christy became a new member. Thank you so much, dear. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Everyone else who sent in super chats, if you sent in super stickers, thank you so much. And if you sent in PayPal or Cash App, I appreciate that as well. My PayPal and Cash App information listed down below in the description of this video. Let me do a quick screen share. We're almost done here. Well, we got it. We went in this week, didn't we? I ain't done this in a long time. So this is Black Anonymous blog spot right here. Shout out to Black Anonymous. Extensive research on Umar, expertise in different areas, including the St. Paul's school scam. There's a lot of information that I'll source from Black Anonymous in the documentary, and I'll also be giving Black Anonymous credit as well as some other people, Sigmund and Brother Dion and other people, other people that from the Cookie Crush chat that sent me information that I'm going to be using inside of the documentary. I'll make sure that I acknowledge everyone. This is from December 9, 2017. It was bound to happen. Let me read this to you all. Umar Johnson, during a recent Tuesday morning telephone call, was encountered by the father of a child. It seems that Umar Johnson, during one of his previous Tuesday calls, gave the mother of his child some advice, which turned out to not be positive for the child. The child, as a result of his mother following Umar's advice, put her child and their family in a bad position. Okay, that's what the brother was explaining. The child's mother, supposedly on the advice of Umar Johnson, paid for an evaluation, resulting in the family being in a bad financial position. My goodness. Well, I'm not surprised. It was bound to happen. I imagine that this is one of the downsides of what is called telemedicine, with no files, no coding, no insurance billing. Good point here. No way of tracking what was said. Who knows what really could have happened? You're absolutely right about this. And any of it, instead of addressing, again, Umar's not certified either. He shouldn't be doing this. So he does it inside of hotel rooms. He's not professional. He's sometimes he's snacking on shit, laying in the bed, giving people advice. Sometimes look like he just rolled out of bed. And what people, someone said it yesterday. He was just tooting right before he started the live stream. He's a tooting. And I used to have a crush on Tootie too from that one show. I can't remember what the show was. In any event, instead of addressing this man's concern regarding his son and the advice given to his son's mother, Umar escalates the emotion by being defensive, sounding threatening, pumping up his ego, and proclaiming the child's father a hater. Yep. And proclaiming that no one is scared of you, family. That's exactly what he said. Wrong and wrong again. If Umar Johnson was anything that he says he is, he would have known how to de-escalate the situation. Exactly. See, you guys remember when the lady called in yesterday and she started getting mad, raising her voice and started cursing and shit? What did I do? I did escalate. Now, you guys know doggone well, I could have gone back at her. Listen, I know how to cuss, I know how to do all that stuff. You guys know that about me. I try not to, but more reason I really don't give a shit. I'm getting too old. But that's not what men should do. We should always seek to de-escalate. We shouldn't be arguing with women either. That's just, you call me sexy if you want to. That's not our job. Our job is not to argue. We have a disagreement. Let's talk about it and get it over with. But we're not there to argue with y'all. Okay? We're supposed to put you at ease, put you at peace, maintain peace, and live the best life that we can with you. But that's not what life is not about. But that's what Umar is about. So he doesn't like to be challenged. So even the lady that called in, I'm not going to argue with her. She was like, well, why you keep muting me? Because see, what she wanted to do was she wanted me to argue with her. I'm not going to do that. I'll just mute. We'll go point by point and we'll stick to the script. And then when we get done, we'll get done and we'll end up where we're at. But I'm not going to start yelling at you like you start yelling and cursing and shit. I'm not going to do that. I don't even know you. Come on now. You see, but Umar, he's the opposite. He doesn't have the emotional discipline, the emotional control. He lets things escalate. And someone said it earlier, he feeds off of that. And that's true too. He feeds off of that. It makes him feel important. Remember, Umar doesn't know any of the background of the people who are calling in. He doesn't take any medical history, any psychological history. We were talking about this yesterday. He doesn't do any insurance billing and therefore doesn't use any diagnostic coding. Who knows what he said to the child's mother during one of the Tuesday calls? And who is this woman who was on the call with him? She calls the father mildly retarded, rude, and disrespectful because he's questioning the advice Umar Johnson gave his child's mother. Is she a professional in the field of education, psychology, or medicine? In the same way that no one is quite sure who Umar Johnson is, I'm not sure exactly who she is and why she's chiming in on the phone call. Needless to say, the call digresses into a bunch of over-talking, emotion, and yes, I'm going to say it, a bunch of ghetto mess. It was not, I repeat, not professional at all. Well said. Okay, that's from Black Anonymous. Oh, wait, there's a little bit more here. Let me just read this real quick. Then we're going to close out. Yet Umar feels the need to shout out his Chicago family and asks his Chicago family to get the father off the call. I wonder if he's calling on the Goonie Goons. The original issue brought up by the father, as far as I can tell, was never addressed. And is it just me, or does Umar seem to hide behind the skirts of women? You're absolutely, I've talked about this a long time ago. What do you mean? Umar, after a female on the call chimes in, the access then accuses the father of disrespecting black women, naming the black woman who is defending Umar. No black man, especially one who wants to be down, quote unquote, doesn't want to be seen as being disrespectful to the black woman. Even the black woman called him retarded for questioning Umar Johnson in the advice given to his child's mother. So with a sleight of hand, Umar attempts to make the issue become about disrespect of black women, and very good observation, and not about Umar Johnson, what Umar Johnson told the mother of this child. See that? I see it. Yep. See that? Oh, yes. As far as the sponsor of this Tuesday call, I wonder if she is thinking, how on earth did I get involved with this? I wonder if she wants her products. Okay, I know what this is about. Associated with this kind of mess, and if so, why? Because Umar was promoting this product, and I wonder if if it is ethical for a so-called psychologist, while acting in his so-called professional capacity, to endorse and accept sponsorship for any products. Another money-making scheme. When will Umar Johnson learn? And when will folks learn that Umar Johnson is trouble and get as far away from you him as you can? And Black Anonymous does have a YouTube page. All right, shout out to Black Anonymous. Okay, that fits right into what we were talking about in the video that we played. I appreciate it. Okay, all right, let's finish this up here now, ladies and gentlemen. We still got about 780 people in the video. Go ahead and hit the like button if you enjoyed the show today. I'd appreciate it. Here's the video where Umar was threatening people. I'm not going to play all of it. I just play a little bit of it. But he didn't have a place to stay at this time. And here he go.
Peace and Black Power, family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness, Intercontinental Ifa Tunde. Happy Frederick Douglass Day. The great ancestor, the big homie, the 4 times great grand cousin and uncle, Frederick Augustus Washington.
Okay, this was in and around February 14th of 2020, so about 5 years ago.
Bailey was born allegedly on this day 202
really good.
years ago. I say allegedly because we know he was born in February. We know he was born in 1818, as that is recorded on the slave records of the owners of our family, but it did not.
You're not related to Frederick Douglass, Umar.
List a day. I do not recall seeing 14. I only recall seeing February in 1818. With that being said, family, we are in the middle of a war. I want all my Dr. Umar supporters, Team Ifa Tunde, suit up.
I remember this.
Buckle up, grip up.
Excuse me.
Because I'm done with the dumb shit from the haters. I've sat by for 5 years. And I've let these people try to ruin my name. I sat by and I watched them go to the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology with fake charges.
I never did that.
I've sat by and watched them sabotage the GoFundMe campaign to build.
I had nothing to do with that either, Umar. You were scamming and people they was reporting you. I remember there were people who were coming out doing videos. I remember this hit the one and they wanted their money back. So there's people that they went to GoFundMe and GoFundMe started issuing refunds. I had nothing to do with that.
To school for our boys. I sat by and watched them sabotage countless other campaigns that were focused upon helping us.
Umar's favorite word is sabotage. That goes back to 2005, where he said they were trying to sabotage him, the UNIA, because he was trying to start a building fund to do renovations on a building there in Philadelphia. Sounds familiar? He's been running this scamology for over 20 years now. Do y'all think about that? So he always says sabotage. It's just narcissism. They can't hold themselves accountable, so they have to blame everyone else. Just like the call they called in yesterday, when she want to blame everybody else, but don't want to hold her cult leader accountable for the fact that he's a habitual failure, a habitual liar, and he's a scam artist and a charlatan and a cyber bum.
Improve our community, mostly in the area of education. And now these coons are contacting venues, trying to get my black parent training shut down.
Okay, I never contacted any video. Only place to shut him down. Only place I ever contacted was a restaurant that had Umar, and I want to verify that Umar was actually going to be speaking there. Because I remember during that time he was saying he was speaking in all these different places, but come to find out he was just putting that on his calendar. So I want to find out for sure.
They're contacting venues, trying to get some of my invited lecture events canceled. I have had enough. I have had
I've never participated in that. I'm sure there's other people who have, but I haven't done that.
enough, and I'm fighting back, and I'm fighting back in any way I can. Any way I can. Shout out to the Goonie Goons who've been reaching out to me. Kansas City Goonie Goons is ready to do what they need to do. Hold on for right now. All right. My Philly Goons is ready to pull up on him. All right. We're going to do what we got to do. Enough is enough. I don't mind the videos. I can handle that. I'm not thin-skinned. I don't mind the videos. I can handle that. I'm not thin-skinned. But when you start...
No, you are thin-skinned. You're marshmallows. Swab D said, Lenon, did he ever try to send his goons after you? What Umar, and I think it's this video. I'm not sure, because there's a couple of videos where he's issuing physical threats. There's at least two. I have it all archived and everything. Then he also posted on his Instagram, and I have screenshots of that too, where he posted my address at the time and he was telling his followers to come and confront me. That's what he was doing back then. So that would be he called them the Goonie Goons. He called them the pull-up team back then. He also called it the Ski Mask Club. Yeah, he was trying to send his so-called goons. See, that's where Umar really messed up. That's probably one of the biggest mistakes. I ain't gonna say it's the biggest mistake, but one of the biggest mistakes that he's made in his life, because if you think about it, I would have been done talking about Umar back in 2000, in around 2019. When was this video? This video's from 2020. So no, I would have been done talking about Umar in let's say the beginning of 2020, towards the end of 2019. But then when he did this, and I remember the day because I'd taken my sons had they were so young now they're adults, but they had at their school, what do they call that? A parent teacher thing where people come and to go to each class, and you go to each class and talk with the teachers. And they had that. And I remember I was sitting in the hallway waiting because we were next people up, and we were waiting to be able to talk with the teacher. And I was sitting in the hallway, and people were texting me. No, they weren't texting me. I got these emails. Someone sent me a link. It might have been someone in the chat room. And they were saying, yeah, he just put out your information. He's talking blah, blah, blah. And I went and I clicked on the link, and sure enough, that's what he did. And then he did this video. I think this is the video where he was saying that he wanted, I don't know if it's this video, but I have it. Where he was telling he gave my address out, and then he was telling people, his followers, to come and confront me. And it's not just me. He did this to other people too. See, if he didn't do that, I would have stopped talking about him long time ago. But where I come from, you don't issue threats. First of all, you don't issue threats. It's not much. You don't talk about stuff. That's the one thing, Marco. You don't be talking. You don't do a lot of talking. But that goes to show, that proved to me that he was a bitch. He's a bitch. And in my mind, the way that works is if you're going to do that, then I'm not going to back down, because I ain't going to be punked by nobody. I just wasn't raised that way. I didn't grow up in an environment like that. You don't get punked by anybody. And so, and again, that's part of the dealing with gangbangers too. Like I said, it could be argued that when I was in the 8th or 9th, it probably was in the 8th grade. When I was in the 8th grade, when I was getting bullied by those boys, yeah, they was kind of punking me. But see, the gangbanger, the homie, he settled that, because that's just not how you do people. And I learned a long time ago that you don't let nobody punk you like that. And I would have been done with him a long time ago. That's one of the biggest mistakes that Umar Johnson made when he did that, because now here we are all these years later, and I'll dare say, not to sound arrogant, that I've had a major impact on his ability to scam people all around this world. See? So I don't know if this is the video, but I'll keep playing a little bit more of this. Thank you, Swab D, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Black Wolf says, I remember because a few days before you said you was done making Umar Johnson videos, and then he made the threat towards you, and it was back on. Yeah, you're right about that. Thanks, Umar. So you Cookie Crush chat. If you enjoy these shows, and if you enjoy the Cookie Crush chat and everything, because really the Cookie Crush chat is where it's at. That's really what people come to. I just sit up here and talk and run my mouth a little bit, and Umar's entertaining. You can thank Umar for that. You running off the mouth and popping up off the mouth, and basically you fuck with the wrong one. See, and I don't mean to say it that way, but that's what it is. You should have kept your mouth shut, and now been done. But see, you got to running off the mouth and talking crazy, and you talk that craziness to the wrong person. And here we are, a documentary later, and now I'm soon enough. I'm working day by day. It's a lot of work. I'll be dropping a documentary on your whole life. And anyone who watches the whole thing, they're not going, unless it's one of these Umar Johnson groupie types, men and women too, by the way, who are deep into this Umar Johnson cult, unless excluding them, anyone else who is a rational thinking person and who has critical thinking skills, after you watch this documentary in full, you should draw the conclusion that Umar Johnson is nothing more than a con man. And he's the great deceiver of our time. But see, Umar, you would have made so much more money and you would have scammed so many more people if you had shut your mouth. Here we are 6 years later after you purchased a trap bandit. You still ain't got no school. You already proved my point, homeboy. All right, thanks, Black Wolf, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Let's go. We're almost done.
Messing with my work. When you start calling the crackers and calling the FBI and the CIA and the state board and the attorney general and license and inspection, when
I ain't called none of these people.
you start contacting white folk to try to sabotage my work, a humble work, by the way, a work that none of them are doing. None of them are doing anything for black folks. You're going too far now. I didn't mind the videos. I can live with the videos. The videos mean nothing to me. But when you go out your way to try to disrupt and sabotage my efforts on behalf of the community, when you go out of your way to disrupt my efforts on behalf of the community, I got to get in that ass. I got to get in that ass. However,
see how Umar trying to act like he's a thug? You ain't no thug. He didn't grow up around them thugs and nothing like that. That's again why he was talking about some of them going to sleep for good. He was talking about thug people. Some of my family members, people I grew up with, friends and stuff. See, he has disdain. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think Umar used to get his ass beat by people in them streets before they sent his ass off. That's what I think. Because he's so marshmallow. He was a mama's boy, all up under his mama's skirt. I think they used to whoop on his ass and bully the shit out of him. And he didn't know how to take it. So now, even then when he does these videos to talk about those thugs on the corner, what did he say? Some of them going to sleep for good. See, if you have respect for the streets, you don't talk like that. And if you come up through the streets, you don't talk like that either. See, like I said earlier, I don't condone the type of stuff that family members was into and all that other stuff and friends. But there still was a level of respect, mutual respect that existed. But that's because we were living together and we grew up together. See, but Umar doesn't have that experience. See, by the time he gets into the 8th or 9th grade, because based on what he said, I'll just go with 9th grade, he's shipped off and he lives a life of privilege inside of a boarding school where everything is provided for him. It's military. So there ain't no gangster shit going on. Ain't no thugging going on. None of that stuff. And prior to that, he was a mama's boy based upon his own words. And that's one of the reasons why his daddy sent his ass off. He ain't from the streets. So that's why he can talk grease and was talking reckless by these corner boys, talking about we black men, we got to take back these streets and get guns and go back and take back the neighborhood by murdering 10% of these black boys who are these thugs on the corner. That's what Umar said. And then he want to get up here on this video and act like he's some sort of a thug, all black on, sitting back, got the cap down and the jacket all pulled up with the things on his neck, like he really about to do something. You ain't gonna do shit, marshmallow ass. Thoughts on how to celebrate the 6-year? Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna do on balloons or nothing. I ain't gonna do all that this time, family. I just have to say, because 6 years, I've been doing this for 6 years now. I ain't doing that. We got birthdays. We got 3 birthdays this month. I ain't gonna be splurging on money and stuff to put together for Umar's ass. I got babies this month that need stuff. I might put something up. I might put up a balloon or two. I ain't gonna lie, Sigmund. It's just because I got to get these babies what they need. You know what I'm saying? We already got presents for one of them, but then we got 2. One want to go to the one of them she want to go to the aquarium. We ain't been there in years. And then the other one wants to throw a party here at the house with her friends coming over and all this other stuff. So anyway. I might go get a couple of things from the Dollar Tree, family. Let me take that back. I might go get a cheesecake or 2. You know what I mean? Last time we did something, we did a marathon or something. They didn't even have the vegan cheesecake. But this time now they got him back at Walmart, so maybe I'll go do that. I'll do something. Okay. All right. Thanks, David, for super chat. Here we go.
However it comes. However it comes.
Umar really think he's like some boss or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he's some Italian mafia or something like that.
And it comes. Like the great Nat Turner said, whether it comes rough or smooth, Ifa Tunde, you must surely bear it. Nat Turner said the spirit spoke and said, whether it comes rough or smooth,
what in the world?
You must surely bear it. Brothers and sisters, I need.
That would be wild. I ain't gonna do that. That's too much. I ain't gonna, because I got too much other stuff going on. We got all these birthdays and stuff. I may not have. We just have to get together. We just enjoy, okay?
I need y'all to report. I need y'all to report this woman known as anti.
All right, I don't want to do this because I don't want to be putting people's names out here like that. But I think this is the video that you're referring to. I think it was Black Wolf that asked for this, or was it? Who was it? I can't remember. I apologize. I thought it was Black Wolf. But the point I want to make here is that in this video, he calls out a couple of people. I just don't want to have their names out there like that. That's the thing too. You never know who's listening. And because he does, I think in this video, he does say my name and stuff. I think he gives out my address in this video. If it's not this video, it's another video. He gives other people's addresses too. And he tells his followers to go up and confront me. But I think he did that in 2 videos for me. But he was threatening other people too. And even from a cybersecurity perspective, that's why I don't want to play this. If anything, what I should do, and I will have this in the documentary, of course, but I'll beep out names and addresses. I'm not going to put that in there. What I've learned in cybersecurity is that whatever you upload, it's there. You know, I wish I'd known this, when I was a lot younger. And this is to say that you never know who may see that video at another time. So if you give out a person's address, because there was a lot of doxing that was going on back then too. Again, someone could argue, well, Lenon, you showed Umar's eviction. Yeah, but he doesn't live there anymore. He hadn't lived there since 2019. Now, I do know where he stays at, where he stayed with his mama. I do know that, but that's why I didn't show that receipt. You guys see my point from a cybersecurity perspective. You have to be careful. Because if you're putting out people's names and their addresses, and then you're telling people, your followers, to go out here and do physical harm to these people, even if you put this video out 10 years ago, you may have a follower who 10 years later happens to come across the video and they're ready to go do something to this person. Now, the person may not live at that address anymore, but you can get anybody's address online. I can pull up Umar's address online. If I have your full name, I can get your address. I can get your phone number too. Okay? It's not difficult at all. Not difficult at all. So what I'm getting at is that the fact that Umar put these videos out, they're still dangerous because you never know what one of these crazy ass, batshit crazy Umar Johnson followers who may see it and may act upon it today or sometime into the future. That's why Umar would never want to see me in court. See, that's one of the reasons why. So this is say, I'm not going to play the rest of it because he gives out names and addresses of people, including mine, from what I remember. If it's not this video, there's another video. He does it in at least 2 videos. And then in addition to that, he posted my personal information on his Facebook page. No, he posted it on his Instagram page, you see. And I have screenshots of all of that too. Okay, this goes to show you what type of person Umar Johnson is. And if he had not done this back then, I would have been done talking about him years ago. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're now in 2025, February 6th of 2025, which marks exactly the 6-year anniversary since Umar Johnson acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. And instead of going back to the other video, we'll get more into that on Saturday. I want to pull up the receipt that I showed at the beginning of this live stream just to tie it all back together. And that is... I don't see it. I don't know what I did with it. Oh, wait, hold on one second. I know why, because I'm looking for a video file. I should be looking for slides and PDFs, and we're going to go to the deed transfer. Here it is right here. And this is the deed transfer right here, made on the 6th day of February in the year 2019, 6 years ago today. And Umar acquired these abandoned buildings. And here we are. The poll question to close out. We had 1,228 votes, which is awesome. The poll question is that why is Umar Johnson homeless after raising at least $2 million? I provided the receipts of Umar being evicted. He's been homeless since 2019. I also put evictions in 2022. People say, well, if you say, how could he be homeless if he gets an eviction notice in 2022? That means he has a place to stay. And that's his mama's house. His mama got an eviction and he stays there when he can. Okay. So I can say conclusively that since 2019, Umar Johnson has been homeless. And that's why you don't see him you see him in hotel rooms. You don't see him at a house. You see him live streaming inside of a car. He's out at night at FDMG. He's live streaming from motel rooms, laying down in bed because he doesn't even have his own residence. Meanwhile, Umar should be sitting on today. He should be sitting on at least this isn't from today. This is from, okay. He should be sitting on at least $1.5 million because $400,000 for the purchase price. In other words, to date, Umar should have collected at least $2 million. So you figure you throw in the HVAC that he says 50,000, he got some electricity work done, blah, blah, blah. Umar should be sitting on about 1.5, let's just say $1.4 million. And yet he's still begging for money. 1.4 is more than what he claimed he needed in order to renovate both sides of the street. Where'd the money go? 6 years later. He's a scam artist. He's been a scam artist going all the way back to 2005 at least. And here we are 6 years since he acquired these abandoned buildings and not one black child has been educated and he's still asking for money. Okay. What we'll do on Saturday, we'll have a marathon, probably 6 or 7 hours, something like that. We'll hang out. If we need more time, we'll take more time. And we'll cover the videos that Umar Johnson released 6 years ago. There's 3 of them that he released 6 years ago in 2019 to this day, where he announces the acquisition of these abandoned buildings 6 years ago, where he gives a outside tour 6 years ago, and where he gives a promo video where he's walking on the interior and trying to, get people to donate and so forth. Interesting enough, that particular video was recorded in 2018. And yet in that video in 2018, Umar is claiming to have purchased these buildings, that he was the owner, when in point of fact, he was not. He's a habitual liar. We'll get into that on Saturday. Again, I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Thanks to the CashApp for tuning on in. Thanks to the Miles for handling business. I hope you guys enjoyed these live streams for this week. I haven't done successive live streams like this in a really long time, but I wanted to get caught up on things leading into the anniversary. We got plenty to get to on today. Again, is the anniversary, but we'll do our marathon on Saturday. I hope to see you all there. And also, again, I want to thank everyone inside the CashApp. Also, thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. If you send in Cash Apps or PayPal, I want to thank you guys so very much. And super stickers. I want to thank you so much. I do appreciate the support. Real quick, Pierre, what's up? Pierre says, mind you, this is the same guy who said black people should acquire nuclear weapons. Chair Guvara Tunde. Listen, Umar has said all types of outlandish shit. But that's because he's batshit crazy. I'm going to end with this. One of the reasons why things don't make sense when it comes to Umar is because he's delusional and he's living in an alternative universe. See, when he says things like, we're going to build an observatory on the roof, when he says things like, we're going to have a dirt bike team, when he says things like, we're going to turn these little boys into black Rambos, when he says things like, we're going to kidnap the kids, we're going to go into their homes and kidnap the kids and take them out into the wilderness and teach them how to be men. This is what he said. When he says things like, we're going to have these little boys come up to the school when it opens, and once a week we're going to have a fireside chat, and I'm gonna cuddle with the kids, cuddle with the boys. That's what he said. What? See, you're dealing with someone who is delusional. They're in an alternative reality. They're not attached to this reality whatsoever. See, Umar has no self-concept within reality. In fact, he has the thing that's amazing about Umar is he has no self-awareness. So he'll say the most outlandish shit, and it doesn't even register in his mind, but it's because he's batshit crazy. He told people long time ago that they're going to teach the boys how to float ships, and that they're going to teach the boys how to fly airplanes, and that they're going to teach the boys, I kid you not, haven't been able to find the video. I don't think it's online anymore. If anyone ever has, I will pay you $100 if you can find this video. Okay, I will cash app it to you, I'll PayPal to you $100. Umar stated that when you come to visit your child at the school, it's going to be a boarding school at that time, that you're going to come you'll fly to the airport, and your son or daughter for that matter at that time, will fly a helicopter to the airport to pick you up and then fly that helicopter back to FDMG to drop you off. $100 to anyone who finds that video, or if you have that video archived somewhere. Okay, LenonHonor@yahoo.com. This is an old video. See, Pierre, that's not someone who thinks rationally. Again, he don't even have a job. What you talking about? How expensive is a helicopter? How expensive? What are you talking about? These boys, you got to go through extensive training to get licenses for any of this. What are you talking about? And see, the thing is not, and see here now I'm getting delusional. Watch this, Pierre. That also means that FDMG is going to have a helipad, right? Who's paying for that? You see how delusional this guy is? And see, what I have to do is I have to try to make it make sense. So if you're going to have an airplane, you're going to have a hangar. You're going to have, and yeah, that's what he suggested too. You guys remember he was going to have the FDMG landing strip for the airplanes to land on, and assume the helicopters too. 500-acre compound. See, Pierre, we're not talking about someone who is a rational thinking person. We're talking about someone who's extremely delusional and narcissistic. It's a horrible combination. Delusional, narcissistic, self-indulged, lustful to the extreme, sloth, greedy, lazy. That's sloth, but he's lazy. But his mind keeps going and making up all kinds of shit that he's supposed is going to be doing. And I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And we're going to do this on this day on Monday. And he just be lying about shit. I remember, we'll get to this video where Umar is at some point, he was walking through. This is one of the ways I first realized how much of a liar this guy is. He was walking through doing a tour, and they're walking through in the dark. This is in 2019. And Umar said, yeah, well, this needs to be repaired right here. And they got all these old, older women walking behind him and shit. And he gets to this one part because there's no electricity, and he pans the phone over and looks at the wall, and it's the circuit breakers, right? And everything is torn out. It's all gone. So what does Umar say? He said, yeah, we got to get all this fixed, this control. It's really the circuit breaker system, all of that. Everything should be tied into that. But he said, we're going to get this. We got to get this all taken care of, family. The electrician, they're going to be coming on Monday. What? Just a blatant lie. He hadn't contacted no company, none of that. What you talking about? Pierre, we're not dealing with someone who's a rational thinking person. We're dealing with someone who's delusional and who will lie at the drop of a hat unnecessarily. And they didn't get electricity up there for over a year later. Over a year. But he said they was going to be there on Monday. Just like the closeout, just like Umar said, the school was going to open September 11, 2013. Didn't happen. Then he said 2014 didn't happen. 2015 didn't happen. 2016 didn't happen. 2017, y'all see where we're going here. 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Now he's saying 2025. And even though he said renovations were completed in 2023, he lied about that too. And here we are today, February 6, 2025. And it's been 6 years since he acquired these abandoned buildings, and he continues to live in a delusional world, lying, scamming, and scheming like the fraud that he is. Thank you all so much for tuning in to this live stream. If you enjoyed the live stream, please go on ahead and hit that like button before we get up out of here. Again, real quick, why is Umar Johnson homeless after raising at least $2 million? 10% says he spends money on traveling, which is true. 6% says he gambles and turns the heat down, which is true. 8% says he rents hotel rooms and eats out, which is true. And 76% said they say all of the above, and that's true as well. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close this poll out. Thanks to everyone who voted on the poll. I do appreciate it. Okay, Could Crush That. Again, thank you all so much for tuning on in. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We will be back on, actually, it's not even letting me do it for some reason. I'll try to do it before we close out. I hope to have you guys come on back and join me and everyone else here for a live stream marathon this coming Saturday. We got plenty to get into. And I want to thank you all again. I appreciate it. 6 years and counting, and we'll keep this going. Thanks, Pierre, for the super chat. I appreciate that as well. And as we always do.
Yeah, I shine, she's my soul money piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of free. My nose,
I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up early.
Make you move, step and I rip out of control. It's me against the light. Snow money. Moving on the bar. Everything's alright. Got that smooth soul feel. No, that's dancing till the law. With my snow money love. Then party by the night. See her eyes shine. She's my snow money piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust.
Yeah, if you're going to be here, let me know. Let me know, family. We're going to be here on Saturday. All right, family.
It's me against the light. Snow money. Moving on the bar. Everything's all right. Got that smooth soul feel. No, that's dancing till the law. With my snow money.
Okay, what's up, Ray?
See her eyes shine. She's my snow money piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of free. My nose, this love got it so raw. Make you move, step and I rip out of control. It's me against the light. Snow money. Moving on the bar. Everything's alright. Got that smooth soul feel. No, that's dancing till the law. With my snow
eyes shine. Is that what he say?
Then party by the night. See her eyes shine. Cool. She's my snow money piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust.
Hey, man.
My nose, this lover's got it so raw. Make you move, step and I rip out of control. It's me against the light. Snow money. Moving on the bar. Everything's alright. Got that smooth soul feel. No, that's
okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's go.
See your eyes shine.
Okay, cool.
She's my snow money piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dust of free. Touch my nose, this lover's got it so raw.
Okay,
make
cool,
you
thank you.
Step and I rip out of control.
Yeah, she was getting it in there. She was getting it in.
Me against the light, snow money. Moving on the bar. Everything's alright. Got that smooth soul feel. No, that's dancing till the law.
That's true, though. That's true. That was he had the bootleg mic. That's what it was. Thank y'all so much. I'll see y'all on Saturday. Thank you so much, Indigo. Hope to see you there on Saturday. And again, I hope everyone enjoyed the series of live streams during this week. We had a classic yesterday. Make sure you get into the archive if you haven't seen everything. Again, I want to thank everyone. Thank you for tuning on in. Thanks for all the support, not just today, but for all these years as we continue with this Umar Johnson saga. 6 years today, he acquired these abandoned buildings, and he still continues to collect money, and not one black child has been educated. FDMG, family, the money's gone. All right, I'll talk to y'all soon. Love y'all. Take care. Peace.